charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Middlesex Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, the first county championship game of the season here in Division 2. And Lancashire, the visitors, to face Middlesex. It's a mighty fine fixture to get the season going. First bit of news, though, from here at Lords. Lancashire have won the toss. They have elected to bowl first. No great surprise on that front. Probably the little bit of surprise is that it's April 4th and there's sunny skies overhead. But nonetheless, it started the season underfoot. There's usually going to be a little bit of assistance out there, isn't there? We'll take you through all of that in a few moments. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the stream for this one, and delighted to say that Andrew McKenna's alongside me as well. Andrew, delighted to have you here. Of course, it's a big game because of that alone, but we really couldn't have much of a bigger fixture to kick the season off here at Lords.
It's absolutely perfect, isn't it? One of the teams that's come down, an absolute monster of a county, taking on one of the teams that are expected to do well this year, a monster of a county. Can't get better than that. And more importantly, not a single fielder is going to need a bobble hat, gloves or scarves. In fact, actually, they're going to need sunscreen. It's the first week in April and it's 20-odd degrees. Can you believe it? We're not going to be able to pull out of those. Would you remember when it snowed in Chesterfield stories this year? We're not going to get any of that because it's actually proper cricket weather.
Absolutely is, and proper cricket coming up out there as well. Duke's Ball to start this season. They'll get the Kookaburra. Of course, the first game of the season here at Lords last year was that mega run fest with Sam Northeast hitting a triple century in this game for Glamorgan. But it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Let's take you through it then. Lancashire have won the toss here at Lords for this one, and they are going to bowl first. So we can take you through those sides for this one. Sam Robson, Nathan Fernandez, Max Holden, Leas Deploy, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes, Jack Davies to keep wicket. Zafar Gohar in for his debut, as Geddes is as well. Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper. Blake Cullen and Henry Brooks. So that means that from the 13, Stephen Eskenazi sits this one out, and so too Noah Cornwall. As for the visitors, Lancashire, a little bit of chopping and changing, more so in the lineup for them as opposed to the personnel. Obviously, no Jimmy Anderson for this one or Anderson Phillips either, but Keaton Jennings, the skipper, to open up with Michael Jones, which means, as you can see there, Luke Wells is going to drop down the order to 6. Bohannon, Harris and Hurst making up the 5 above him. Then Balderson in the all-rounders role with Tom Bailey. No great introduction needed for him. He's had a great time of it over the years against Middlesex. Tom Aspinwall, Will Williams comes in, and Ollie Sutton as well. So Lancashire winning the toss, electing to bowl. The live stream here in association with Daffabet. And we will bring you more of the action in the middle in a moment. But first of all, to tell us about what's coming up in this game, a preview of the season ahead, Stephen Fletcher has been speaking to the Middlesex head coach, Richard Johnson.
Richard Johnson, thanks so much for joining us. We're here at Lords training. This will be the last training session before the opener against Lancashire. Last time out I caught up with Rory because I think you were away having an operation on the wrist. First and foremost, how is that?
All good, thank you. Had my stitches out yesterday, so I had a carpal tunnel operation a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, all good, raring to go again. So looking forward to the start of the season. So yeah, last session before it all starts.
Is that too much dog chucking in the nets or too much beer drinking at home?
Probably a combination. It's just part and parcel, unfortunately. It's one of those. But yeah, it's all good now, thanks.
Good stuff. Jono, it's been a fantastic pre-season. Obviously, we've had the normal time that we'd spend in the marquee up at Merchant Taylors, but obviously this year the boys have got to get out there on the Lord's slope nets. From your perspective, how successful have they been? Because the lads were raving about them.
Yeah, I think we've always said Merchant Taylors look after us really well. To have the marquee up there for those sort of cold, wet, damp March days is absolutely perfect. And it was just a bonus really for the start of the year to have the grass nets ready for us to use. I was a little bit apprehensive because we're probably about 3 months early, but the weather's been good. Groundsman assured me they were ready to go, and obviously we trust those guys implicitly down there. So yeah, we cracked on, and they were fantastic, really good, great surface. The boys down there have done a brilliant job.
Good to hear. Came out of those, Jono, straight into a couple of pre-season friendlies. We were down in Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl, then obviously back at Merchant Taylors against Surrey. 2 really good run-outs, plenty of overs in the bowlers' legs, and plenty of time in the middle for some batters. Lots of positives to take.
Yeah, we only had 2 two-day games, which is, we normally try and do a bit more than that, but it worked quite nicely. 1 day batting, 1 day bowling, both games. As you say, the bowlers got some good overs in their legs. Every batter got a chance out in the middle, and most of them took it. So look, we're as ready as we can be to go. We've had some fantastic nets here at Lords this week as well. So the boys are really, really up and keen and can't wait for the season to start.
Jono, you read any of the pre-season previews that have been put out in the cricket media about kind of who's going to do well this season, who's going up, who's not? We're up there with Lancashire as one of the favourites. So obviously we start with a tough game against Lancashire this coming week. Yeah. It's either one of the most elaborate April Fool's jokes of all time, but we hear news from Lancashire's press day yesterday that Jimmy Anderson won't be playing. I guess good from us, from a facing him perspective, but shame for the spectators, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Look, Jimmy's a legend, isn't he? And I think even the boys are excited about facing him.
Yeah.
You know, there's not often you face someone of his calibre and what he's done in the game. So in a way, it's a bit disappointing that we're not facing him. But from our perspective, doesn't matter who turns up. We're sort of prepared to face whoever and whatever. And you know, as I say, it would have been nice to see him here on one hand, but not having a legend like that playing against you is probably a good thing as well. So.
I couldn't agree more. Jono, just going back to that pre-season friendly, obviously a couple of players stuck their hand up and spent some really good quality time in the middle, Stephen Eskenazi being one of them. From your perspective as head coach, I suppose it's nice you've got now for the first time in a number of years a really strong batting lineup and some real kind of quality there, some real depth there, which I suppose poses itself a headache or two in terms of you for selection.
Yeah, I've always looked at that from a football manager side. You know, when football managers say, yeah, it's a good problem to have, and you think, well, is it? Okay. No. Yeah, we've not hidden the fact that we're trying to build a squad to compete, not only to win a second division championship, but we want to be competing to win a first division championship. And you know, to do that, you've got to have good players, and to do that, good players are going to miss out. And I think that as a group, we've talked to the players about it. You know, we're a squad, and we've got to be more competitive as a squad, and we've got to be fighting to get in the first team as a squad. And good people are going to miss out, and that will be the case this week. You know, good players will miss out, and I think if for us as a club moving forward, you know, that's got to happen more and more. We've got to add, and we've got to make sure that we're competing on all formats, and that we're to do that. As I say, good people will miss out along the way.
I suppose that's a problem that we haven't had for a while, but it's a problem that other counties face, and someone like Ben Geddes, for example, down at Surrey is a perfect example of that. Ben wasn't getting enough cricket due to the strength of the Surrey lineup. He's chosen to leave, and obviously joining us is a great thing. You must have been pleased with Ben hitting some runs at Merchant Taylors last week.
Yeah, absolutely. He, as I've said to you before, I think he is a super young player with a massively high potential, big ceiling. And we're really excited to see him start off this week, home of cricket, and see where that can take him. It's up to him now. He's got all the ability there, and we'll support him and nurture him and help him as much as we can to make him the player that we know he can be. So, I know he's very much looking forward to it and very excited about it, as we are.
Good to hear. Jono, back to Lancashire this coming week. One glaring omission, I guess, from the squad is no Dane Patterson for this opening game. My understanding of that situation that perhaps you can expand on is that Western Province, the side back home in South Africa, are in contention, I think, to qualify for their knockouts and potentially get to the final of their competition. So Dane is one of a number of players in the Western Province side that were due to come over to England and play county cricket, but they've actually held those players back to complete their competition. So I think I'm right in saying he'll miss the first game?
Yes, that's right. He won't be here for this game. He's playing for Western Province this week. We are hopeful that he'll be here, obviously, next week. Disappointing from our point of view because we felt, he would be available, but he's their player and they need him for this week. Just like if we had the same situation, we'd be holding our player back. So it gives an opportunity, great opportunity for one of our bowlers to step up that might not have or wouldn't have played if Dane was here. So there's, as we've just talked about, real competition for places. Bowlers will be fighting for their spots, batters will be fighting for their spots. So, it feels that that's all part and parcel, and it's just added to it by Dane not being here. But hopefully he'll get here as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Well, Jono, thanks ever so much for joining us. All the very best luck over the coming 4 days. I hope it goes well. And I think we'll probably be catching up with you next ahead of the Glamorgan game, but go well this week.
Cool. Take care.
Oh, there we go. Richard Johnson speaking to Stephen Fletcher, Director of Communications at Middlesex. You are watching the live stream from Middlesex, live and enhanced here at Lords in association with Daffabet. And out in the middle, in a few moments, you'll see the umpires are out there already. And here come the first of the players who will be having a moment's silence before the start of the match in just a couple of minutes' time. But before we do see the rest of the players out in the middle, more time to reflect on this fixture itself. As you can see in the background there of behind the umpires, it's a pretty packed house in the pavilion. And filling up in the Warner stand, they're in already. Of course, Lancashire in town. Andrew, they're always going to bring a big contingent with them.
Absolutely. I imagine there's a few people sort of saying to themselves, should this really be the opening fixture of the season? But it's such a great big fixture. Why not have the opening fixture of the season? That way, everyone's attention is on this game. And judging by the way that a lot of predictions are going, it seems to be that Lancashire and Middlesex are the two favourites for this division this season. So the next 4 days might have a big effect of what's coming in August and September.
Well, of course, that last fixture between these two seasons ago was at Old Trafford, heavily rain affected the first couple of days. Middlesex really needed the win to stay up, and it was Kent's that stayed up. Middlesex sent down, and Kent away, Middlesex's first away fixture this season, coming up in 3 weeks. They'll want to have a say as well, but I think Middlesex are keen to make a point that year they felt pretty rough going down, just avoiding the drop. It was against Lancashire, that final game as well, between Kent and Lancashire down at Canterbury. Right, here we go. We are going to have a moment's silence here before the start of the match, very sadly. Jeff Norris has passed away in the winter, a name long associated with Middlesex over the years, dating back many a decade. He used to deal with the players all the way through to his role as chairman, and very sad loss, very good friend, and it was very sad news to him passing Jeff in the winter. Also Mike Murray, and a number of others who passed away, but Mike, former Middlesex player as well. But all those associated with Middlesex passed away over the winter. We'll be having a moment's silence for them, and of course thoughts as well to the family and friends of John Curtis, who passed away yesterday, a very dear friend to everybody in the press box at both cricket and football grounds around the world, and a very, very sad loss to Worcestershire County Cricket Club in the press box at New Roads. But any moment now, silence here at Lords. The stream, because people will hear it from the stadium.
We also remember that former England and Lancashire bowler who recently passed away. Please join us in a moment of reflection as we remember those who have lost, as well as other events taking place in cricket and around the world.
You've just seen Mike Gassing, there he is, and Mark Ramcash, president of Middlesex, on the right. Ramps at the moment. Gassing really needs no real introduction, does he? You'd both known very, very well. Indeed, Jeff Norris is one of the left manager over the years. Jeff Norris is one of the many roles that he had, a dear friend, and sadly lost. It's indeed a moment silent to everybody who lost had an association with Middlesex. Here come the umpires, and here come Lancashire. They'll be hoping to have an association with a few Middlesex batters this morning, won't they? No Jimmy Anderson for this one for the visitors. Tom Bailey sent a shot there. He's going to be a real danger man, as he always is. Here at Lords, opening pair, pretty familiar now. Nathan Fernandez and Sam Robson. Mark Stoneman, of course, departed in the winter. Wish him the best down at Hampshire now this year. Very, very popular player here, but a bit of a reshuffle of the finances. Kane Williamson coming in, Dane Patterson as well, neither of them available for this game for other commitments. In the meantime, that means that top order will be Fernandez and Robson, which is something I think Middlesex will hope for many years will be the way forward. It's had a bad start to the year last year. The first Middlesex batter to score a first-class debut in the first innings of his Middlesex debut. It was quite the achievement up at Northants. That was that Kookaburra round. Sam Robson had to sit that one out. He picked up an injury in the opening game against Glamorgan last year. and 33 was Graham Gooch's record here at Lords, beaten by Sam Northeast in that match. Middlesex hitting their highest first-class championship score as well. Century from Ryan Higgins. This man will hope to be in amongst the runs this year and have a better start to the season than the broken thumb that he picked up in that game at the start of last year. There's 4 slips in place behind Robson. Taking his guard on middle stump there. Backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Pretty standard field. And there you can see, slip pretty staggered at the moment. We take a step slightly forward. You will. But, away we are, short boundary away to the offside there in the grandstand. Top side of the square as well, which is usually the side that the batters favour. Bounces a little bit easier, there's not quite so much seam movement as what's perceived to be the damper end of the square, the lower end of the square. Science or geography teacher at school would have taught me that, whether it actually makes sense. Here's the first ball of the season, it's Tom Bailey to Sam Robson. Oh, it's not a bad one either, a little bit of shape there for Bailey. Robson in position nicely, playing it late, but yeah, this man's a real danger man, isn't he?
27 wickets last season at 34. Best of 4 for 36. So he's definitely going to do a job, and obviously he's got that experience to lead the line with Anderson missing.
Just a little bit of shape out of the hand there, isn't there, early on for Bailey. It was a sunny day at Lords. They do say look up, not down. There's just a few wisps of cloud, a few hazy clouds in the distance. But this man, generally, if there's a little bit of movement to find, he'll find it.
Be interesting to get into the mindset of the batters, because normally, first week of the season in April, it's a raging green top, and you're thinking, well, if I get 20, I'm doing well.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the pitch, that last game, we mentioned it just a moment ago, didn't we? Glamorgan last year here. Runs are plenty. It was Kookaburra round. There was nothing through the air. There was not much off the surface. It was a belting surface, and it was the lower end of the square as well, with higher end of the square, as they say this year. But with the Duke's ball. So, the pitch they prepared for that first game of last season was an absolute belter. Nearly squared up. You can just see we've seen that shape all the way through. Robson there just managing to keep that back face open. But yeah, that one first game last season, you couldn't have asked for a better pitch, but because it was the Kookaburra ball, it just meant the two cancelled each other out. If you had a Duke's ball on that pitch that time of the season, bowler like Bailey, he'd have got plenty out of it, but it was a pretty dull one to begin with in terms of, well, for the bowlers certainly, the batters enjoyed it, but it was like a glorified net really the first couple of rounds last year. Oh, little edge. Plenty of movement. Robson has a look at the pitch. He didn't get forward at all to that one, Robson.
Didn't seem to bounce that much though, so he was able to play it fairly soft and keep it down. I mean, that's landed a long way in front of Jones at slip.
Yeah, pace is the other thing, isn't it? Pace of the pitch at this time of year. Imagine they'd have all just taken a slight step forward there behind the stumps after that one. Nicely watched to end the over from Robson. Little ease into the onside, but a good start from Bailey. He was on the spot all the way and he's found an edge already, but that pace will indeed for the bowlers be an interesting one. End of the over.
Nice for him to join the dots as well. First over of a new season. I can't have the batters having it all their own way, can we?
But yeah, I spoke to Sam Robson the other day at press day, and he just said, look, you know, at the start of the season, I was asking him how he felt. It's his testimonial year this year, Sam Robson. Joined Middlesex, having come over as a youngster from Australia. Obviously went on to play for England, had a fine career. But I was talking about, you can't really have got into a season in a better place, really, can you? Now you've got the experience. Your game can't have been in a better place because with all the experience that he's got now. And he said, yeah, he said you wouldn't particularly think of it that way yourself, but yes, you're right, although you can just guarantee start of the season as good as you feel. There's 2 ducks waiting for you.
Absolutely. Will Williams is going to have the first over from the nursery end. 16 wickets for him last year in 11 championship games. 3 for 26 his best. Lancashire only recorded 3 fifers in their county championship season last season, which I guess maybe isn't that surprising in a side that's relegated.
Took the words right out of my mouth. First ball for Fernandez, little tickle into the onside. Just had to check again. The pace is interesting here, isn't it? You mentioned it on that edge that dropped short. See that one again from It felt to me as though Fernandez really had to check that one. He could have been in danger of lifting that, just easing it into the onside. Of course, you never go at it hard early in the innings, do you? But just a couple of early indications, the pace of this pitch. It's taken low down again, isn't it? Going up the slope from right arm over to the left-hander. Bounce on that one. He took that down around the ankles, even though it was somewhere around a length delivery from Williams. But yeah, exactly. You took the word perfectly out of my mouth there. Side going down. That's generally what it is. It's wicket taking, isn't it? I mean, yes, runs, but against Toby Rowland-Jones, you know, winning matches, it's about taking wickets, isn't it? Bore the burden, a lot of it last year for Middlesex in the wicket taking. That Ethan Banbury's now going to Warwickshire, had a quieter year, first year for Henry Brooks at Middlesex. Blake Cullen was struggling with injuries. Now Cornwall made a breakthrough year last year. Helm had a few injury problems as well. It was the first year without Tim Murtagh. Will be sat up on the balcony somewhere. Yeah, he bore the brunt of it, and that was a lot of the conversation the other day with Toby Rowland-Jones as well about somebody's got to step up. It can't be the skipper burdening it all. And of course, the man who would have been running in at this end this morning, were it not for injury, Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, absolutely. You just know that he would have been, the fingers would have been twitching at the seam. He'd have been ready to go. He knows the ground so well. He knows which end he wants to bowl, in what conditions. I mean, Anderson and Anderson-Phillip missing for Lancashire is a big one. Obviously, Dane Patterson missing out from Middlesex, as we've already said. But those two could be significant.
Yeah, we just had this Nasser off air, didn't we, before we came on? Didn't quite get the chance before the start of play, so much to talk about it. But if you'd have said to Middlesex are missing Dane Patterson for this one and Tom Helm, as you say, Anderson-Phillips and Jimmy Anderson, but a week out from the game, Middlesex, you're going to miss Dane Patterson for this one, but they're going to miss Jimmy Anderson. As I say, it cancels it out a little bit, but I think Middlesex would have chewed your arm off if that was offered a week ago, with all due respect to Dane, who may well be tuned in this morning, and Kane Williamson indeed as well. Good morning if you are. It's nicely played by Fernandez again, waiting. Letting the ball come on to him. It was a good delivery to finish from Williams. That's where we'll want to probe more from the nursery end.
I hope Dane Patterson is tuning in around the world, as are many more people, and all the people in the ground enjoying the cricket as well. But in a sense, in a way, I hope Dane Patterson isn't watching, because it's his birthday today. So I'm hoping that he's down in I don't know, Paarl or sort of, you know, the Vineyard region down Cape Town. I hope he's got his feet up with a nice glass of red somewhere.
Macca, wherever he is, what would you want to do more on your birthday than tune into you and I?
Yeah, moving on.
His first runs of the new season. Single for Sam Robson. Down to long leg. First one offline from Bailey. A rare one offline from Bailey. And a gentle tickle for Robson. So first look at Fernandez for Bailey. First look at the left-hander from the pavilion end. Notoriously difficult end to take an LBW of a left-hander with the slope. It's got to be a peach of a ball nipping back up the slope to convince an umpire that that one will hit the stumps. But if anyone can do it, this man can. He's straight away on the spot. Yeah, Angus Fraser sat up here, great Lancastrian himself, Middlesex man through and through, of course. But talking about, if you are a right arm seamer from the pavilion end, your right arm over to a left hander, because of the nature of that slope. which you can see dropping away to the offside as the left-hander's on strike. Means that the ball's got to, naturally, it will go away from the left hand. You've got to do a lot to get it to straighten up the slope.
And that's generally speaking what happens, isn't it? You get that one that goes across because it's so hard. You've got to almost be pitching it outside leg, and then you've taken LBW out the equation completely. It's a difficult one for the bowlers. It really is. And that's where home field advantage comes in. And this is where the Middlesex bowlers have that advantage. And you look at the fixture list, first block of 7 games, Middlesex have got 4 here. Take advantage of it.
Oh, it's a beaut. Now that's the line where Fernandez is just waiting to see if that ball will nip back up the slope. Both edges in play. It just holds its line down the slope, and the youngster well tested there. Second season can be a much tougher one than the first. He certainly made a big impression last year from the off. Just his general composure, his demeanour, his calmness at the crease. The time with which he seemed to have out in the middle was the mark of it. Oh, he's drawn into it again.
That's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty.
Just a little bit of wobble out of the hand there, wasn't it? You can see why Fernandez was drawn into it, but it held its line.
Keaton Jennings at second slip is just having a quiet conversation with all those around him, saying, we are switched on, boys, aren't we? But interestingly, they're going to put square leg 5 metres in from the rope. Would you go short after that one?
Absolutely not. Double or a bluff, not a double bluff, it's a bluff from Bailey to finish the over, and it was a beauty. And there was a bit of shape on that last one. Just look to see how much, if at all, feeling was it just came back up the slope slightly, this one, yeah. You can see where the keeper's taken that. That's a really good leave from Fernandez. The ball that was bowled just before, and as you say, deep square, was dropped back in front of that boundary to the right, the grandstand. In your shot there, but very, very good leave from young Fernandez. Yeah, second season can be far more difficult, can't it? So they've all got the stats now. They've all got the streams to watch, and static cameras was one of the big introductions, which really made a difference to the analysis of the county game. But now the streams as well.
So you're basically saying we've made life far more difficult for county cricketers up and down the country?
Yeah. Bowlers owe as well. Especially the live and enhanced stream from Lords from Middlesex.
Due apologies to all batters.
It does mean they get some wonderful replays of their shots as well, though, which
It certainly does. Now, at the moment, Williams isn't working up a huge pace, and just look where the slips are standing. They're creeping ever closer. Just, there's got to be a bit of a concern, I think, in that Corden's mind that if Williams is able to find the nick, is it carrying? I mean, they're on the second stripe.
there's a lovely shot. Just offering the full face, Robson. Not sure he'll quite get full reward for it. It's just going to stop. He didn't go fully through. They've taken 3. So Fernandez will come on to strike. But yeah, you noted it, that first over the edge from Robson that fell short. Then there was that ball in Williams' first over, which, you know, pitched on a good length, angling across. As such, you couldn't go more against the slope going up it than right arm over to the left-hander at that point. But the keeper was still taking it around his ankle, so that is something that Lancashire will have to think about this morning. Leg side and first runs for Fernandez of the new season. Single down to long leg, but it's set by the keeper, isn't it? Where the keeper stands, so the slips follow.
Absolutely. Keeper's got to be happy, and he therefore will set first slip, and that combination sets everything else. First slip is going to be wide enough that essentially almost anything going to his left is the keeper's. And you've got to have that relationship between keeper and first slip to know that if the edge is coming, it's going to be taken. 3 slips and a very narrow gully waiting.
Polite inquiry.
Yes, I think even the umpires decided that let's move pretty sharply on from that one.
Leg side again.
Feels like he's trying to keep it very straight, because obviously with mid-off and point and nothing in between and down the slope, anything wide is runs. So he's trying to keep it tight in, but at the moment just pushing it that little bit down the leg side.
Oof. Looped out of the hand down the leg side, that one. Of course, it is a great challenge for the bowlers, challenge for the keepers here at Lords. I mentioned the batters having to line things up with the slope. As you're a bowler, hitting that delivery, hitting the crease, the way the slope plays, the way that the angle of the slope is, your body's falling away perhaps a little sooner than you expect. You can really knock the rhythm. As can the wind. It's not too strong today, though. I think the breeze is fluttering. The flag's fluttering on the breeze. It's not too heavy, as we said. It's pretty mild conditions for this time of year, which is certainly welcome.
You mentioned that breeze. I think that's going to be one of the real advantages of playing here at Rothesay, and the fact that we've got these great big stands, and actually it's going to reduce the breeze without being disrespectful. Some of the other grounds, there are some pretty strong gusts of wind coming from the east, I think it's coming from. And yeah, that might play a little bit more into the hands of the bowlers or whatever, but with these phenomenal grounds that we get to call home, that might just help knock it down and lessen the impact a bit. Leg slip going in. Just because they are just straying a little bit leg side-ish. So it's now 3 slips and a leg slip. Just waiting for that little flick off the hip or the run off the face of the blade. See Keaton Jennings just making sure the bowler is absolutely happy with the alignment.
Oh, what a ball that is. And there's the edge, and there's the first wicket of the season for Lancashire. Fernandez was well tested in the last over by Bailey, and he's given a beaut early in this one.
Well, maybe it was just playing with his mind. Maybe they were putting the leg slip in to try and say, this is coming into the hip, but it wasn't. Perfect. It's a line that he will feel he has to play, irrespective of the slope. It's not a full-blooded shot by any manner of means. It is a defensive shot, and it scratches the outside edge. You have to... That one, you just have to take your hat off, take your gloves off, tuck your bat under your arm and go, fair dues, mate.
Yeah, there's not much early in your innings you can do with that. Bailey's been on the spot from ball one, hasn't he? He's really tested both Robson and Fernandez. He's found the edge of Robson, it's fallen short. He's found the edge of Fernandez this time, and it's been a real beautiful ball. It brings out a big name at number 3 for Middlesex. Max Holden back up the order. Of course, Kane Williamson's come, which will affect the way that it lines up with Robson, Fernandez, Holden, Deploy and Higgins. But Holden, for me, always better in the top 3. He's been down at 5 and 6 in recent years, but I think the quality and class that Holden has, given him the responsibility, back where he's always been, former England under-19 captain and England Lion as well, but always was nailed on as an opening batter. Might not have the opening role at the moment, but number 3 is as good as that. I think up the order, it just gives him a clearly defined role that he's always been accustomed to.
Just shy of 1,000 runs last year in the Championship. Of course, that double 100 not outs certainly helps. Average just a tiny bit under 50. And that's the mark of a pretty decent player.
Oh, it's another good one. It's a little fuller on this occasion from Bailey, which gave Holden the opportunity just to play it late. Just wait on that one. Not overcommit. Still with that leg slip in place that you were talking about, Macca. Wily old bowler, isn't he?
Knows what he's doing.
He's looking nearly as fit as us as well at his age.
33 now, and you would think that's around the time that, first of all, your body is used to it all, but your mind as well. You've worked out your game.
That's what I was saying with Sam Robson. Yeah, exactly that. You know, you can't replicate experience, can you? You can't buy it. And Robson now, you'd imagine that clarity of thought as well. You know, pressures over the years of getting back in that England side. He said he'll never give up on getting back in the England side. This man would just love to get in once. Has been an England under-19 captain, as we said, an England Lion as well. But
pardon me for being facetious. What's their golf like? Well, if they're going to get in the England squad, they've got to be presumably 8 or better.
There was some debate as whether Jimmy's here today or whether he's off on the golf course. Oh!
No, I mean, look, let's be honest. As far as England are concerned, it seems to be a pretty locked group. Probably through until after the Ashes, if we're honest. I mean, even if someone... Do you remember back in the old days, someone used to get 1,000 runs in the Championship before May? Even if someone were to do that this year, I can't see it changing anything.
No ball called, so one more to come of the over for Bailey still. No, precisely, and yeah, like I say, Max, it was... meteoric rise isn't quite right to describe it, but as England under-19 skipper, you've obviously got, you know, a markers laid down by the selectors as well that you're given that recognition, and you get a Lions call up. Your career's on the right trajectory, isn't it? But he's been away in the winter playing T20s, T10s, just back. And there you see as well, something that's very much part of his game. That distinctive little shuffle gets him into position early. His trigger is a shuffle forward. Into the over, 7 for 1.
Well, it's not been a traditional first 20 minutes of day one of the county championship season, has it? It's not been nipping about all over the place. It's not been hooping round corners. There's been a bit in it for the bowlers, but it's certainly not. It's not going to keep you awake at night if you're a batter at the moment. We've had a really good delivery that's taken a wicket, but so far, bowlers relatively happy. I think batters relatively happy as well.
Again, it looks a good pitch for this time of year. Talks about that pitch for the first game of the season against Glamorgan last year. Ooh, a bit of fizz in it, didn't it? Some trapping the bat down, a thick inside edge, bringing him in the single, but yeah, it's a good colour surface, isn't it? Out there for this one, just at the angle that we're at. You can't quite detect it on the angle of the stream there. It's a very yellowy straw colour, isn't it? You can just see a little bit of grass, a little bit of green from the angle that we're at up in the media centre.
Yeah, you can see those stripes where it's been mown, can't you? They're very definitive lines. I help the umpire with LBW decisions.
Good carry on that one, wasn't there? We mentioned earlier in the first over of Williams, the one that was taken down by the ankles, but that one's nicely through. But yeah, going back to your point there, back, you know, early season for a bowler, you think you just rock up, put it up there, and it happens. But this looks a good pitch. It's not one of those where it's going to be all over the place. Through the air at the moment, as we said, it's a sunny day here at Lord's, which would have given Lancashire a moment's pause, thinking about having a bat themselves. You look up, not down at Lord's, as they say. You often talk about an international length, a county length, club length. Of course, at this time of the year, county length is certainly that much closer to a club length than an international length. But equally, if the pace of the pitch is not quite there, then you've got to be so tight on your line. You've got to be so tight on your length, and not much through the air just yet. A little bit of an indication from Bailey that there was early on. And of course, that might come into it still as the lacquer comes off. But Lords really can be such a deceptive ground, and when it will and when it won't offer. But Chris Rogers, old Middlesex captain, always said you've got to look up, not down. But looking down looks good for the batters as well, as we said.
That was a stride, wasn't it? That really was a man who was getting plenty forward.
And that speaks to everything that we've just said, doesn't it? You know, in terms of the pace of the pitch, what movements out there for batters feeling that confidence to commit this early in the innings. As you say, he's got a good stride in there. He's right over the top of it. Talk about letting the ball come to you. Which he is doing. He's playing it under the nose, but big, bold stride. Oh, and then he goes with that one. Well, that one should get away. How lush is that green grass early season here at Lords? Not lush enough to help Bahanton in his chase. Joe Cracknell doing the fielding over the ropes, but that'll feel good for Sam Robson.
Width, and width. Doesn't matter whether it's first week in April or the middle of July, that's got to go. And it went.
Look where he played it, though. He played it out in front of him again, and that was what you were saying the ball before about the stride. A little inside edge on that.
Looked like he was trying to work that round the front pad a little bit, which, having just what we were saying.
Yeah. Good to know the eyes haven't gone over the winter as well. It's for the commentators as well, Macca.
Absolutely.
You know, the eyes still working.
Hey, we don't get pre-season. we go straight in cold. We don't get to go to Dubai or wherever, do we?
How far afield did you get this winter?
Weybridge, I think, possibly the furthest. Well, you need a passport to get over the river anyway, don't you?
I was just about to say, aren't you in Middlesex? Oh, who's the first one who's disrupted things? What's upsetting someone? The fact the umpire's on his mic, though, suggests...
Someone walked behind the screen at the far end. And
is it the balcony, though?
I think there was an attendant just at the right-hand end there. Paul Baldwin is now happy anyway, the umpire.
Yeah, interesting that he had to mic up about it. Carry again on that one from Bailey. That was what we were talking about in terms of the length as well. Just finding that length. Bowler's got to get the idea. What's the softness of the surface like? What's the pace of the surface like?
This is his 19th ball of the season. So, and it's not his home ground, as we've already mentioned. He's going to take time to actually feel comfortable and then feel it coming out of the fingers right. You would imagine about now, he's getting the feel of it.
Just offering the full face holding this time. Again, it's watchfully played, isn't it? Just pick up the 3 for it. Didn't go fully through with the shot. It was just a nicely placed, controlled shot from Holden. Wary, of course, of Bailey's threat.
I do like the fact, though, that it is push drives rather than the full drive. Bearing in mind, 3 slips, leg slip, or 3 in a gully as it was earlier, there are gaps. And with the speed of outfield, even with a little bit lush at this time of the year, you will get good value. No need to over-risk.
Oh, wow, look at that. Up the slope from Bailey. That is as good as it gets. Look at that pitch. It just swung late, didn't it? Just swung late to adjust that line.
You've got to be in incredible form to nick that. That's an absolute seed of doom.
It's up there with one of the jaffers of the season already, isn't it?
The scorebook simply says dot.
Goes that little bit fuller to try and find the edge to the next ball. Robson, I'm sure, would have been waiting for that. Let's have another look at it. I mean, look at where that releases and where it passes the bat, given where it pitched. It's almost a leg break, that, isn't it?
What an absolutely cracking delivery. And we've actually, it's just interesting, they've taken the leg slip out. So where it was headed to start with actually was perfect for leg slip. As was that one.
The finest of leg slips is needed for that. Even Bailey sends down a rough one every now and again.
I think that's called asking it to do a bit too much.
As good a leg break as the previous one was.
I tell you what, Matthew Hurst, the keeper, has just spent the last 6 or 7 seconds standing hands on hips. Not overly impressed with his mate down the other end. Got nice new kit. And all of a sudden he's having to dive away.
That's better, back on the spot to end the over. It was given us byes as well. I just assumed that was wide. It was given us byes. That is the end of the over. I was waiting for one more ball to come, but it was given us wides. That's probably why the keeper's got his hands on the hips. That was a generous one. End of the over, 20 for 1.
As a fully paid up member of the Wicket Keepers Union, I'm launching an inquiry on that. Wow, that's rough on the keeper. Wow, that is rough. Okay, now I understand why he's got a full double teapot on.
Good start from Williams right on the spot. Yeah, the mark of that Bailey one that beat Robson was just a little bit of late swing. Just adjusted the line. So you'll do something to seam it up the slope from that angle alone.
Three slips, a gully, and a catching backward point, let's call it, waiting for this.
Ooh, another tester for the keeper. He's equal to that one. Again going down the slope, so angles against the keeper, but he's done extremely well there to get across.
Not easy to take that. Not easy to take at all. Just again, a little bit too straight on the delivery, so that the natural angle will do the rest.
There you go again. Takes a bounce away from the keeper. You see the keeper turns away there.
Yeah, he's not particularly enjoying life at the moment, is Matty Hurst, because he's thinking, this is the first week of the season, and I could be getting severely bruised fingers if this carries on. And let me tell you, when you get them in the first game of the season, they're staying for the rest of the campaign.
Tickled away. Runs fine, and it is 4. It was off the bat. I was just pausing for a moment to see if that was just a little bit off the pad, but pace of it suggested, yep, it was a nice little tickle. Alden's first boundary of the season. Mentioned the keepers, of course, one of Lancashire's great sons, John Simpson, spent the majority of his career here being tested by the slope and the bounce at Lords. The slope just doesn't affect the sideways movement, it does affect the up and down. It's a real test for the keepers. And John Simpson, now the Sussex captain and up in Division 1 this year. did make me just pause for a moment. Never quite thought of it that way before, but you know, John Simpson, very proud Lancastrian. But thinking of the greatest Lancastrians to have never played for Lancashire. Angus Fraser, John Simpson, 2 of them at Middlesex. I don't know how many more there were. The greatest Lancastrians who never played for Lancashire.
Well, in terms of numbers, Michael Vaughan would have to be there, wouldn't he? Because he was Manchester Grammar School. I mean, you've sort of proudly decamped over the Pennines, but you can't get away from it, Vaughan.
Very quick from you there, Macca. Well done. 24 for 1. See, this is where the snappers have it good. Out there in the sun now, topping up the tan, nice warm sun on their back. Here's us up in the media centre, Macca.
Yeah, but you see, we've got access to the tea and coffee a bit easier than them. So, you know.
And the biscuits.
Well, I'm trying to stay away from them, so...
As I said, much like Bailey, our bodies are temples. Problem again at the pavilion end. Somebody's on the move, aren't they? Now, the bowler's bar to the right-hand side there, we can see the bell, which was rung for the start of the play. A couple of people making their way up the steps at the moment. It's very tight to the edge of that sight screen, as you can see. So as much as the sight screen is controlled there by the pavilion stewards and those around it, I'd suggest that staircase is a little tight. So that's off the hip by Robson, an area he's very happy playing. Bred on fast, hard, bouncy tracks. And in Australia, it's a real mark of Robson when he's at his best, is timing off his hip, clipping away, or indeed punching off the back foot or cutting. Not quite come on as quickly, it wouldn't seem, this early in the season here at Lord's. With those timed square of the wicket. There is you can see again, that one's fizzed through, hasn't it? Talked about the ones that have died. They've probably more died from the nursery and up the slope, which is interesting, rather than dying down the slope. Naturally, the trajectory would suggest that it would be the other way, but of course Bailey has that little bit more height and perhaps just hits the surface that little bit harder. Shape on that one, out of the hand. That really went early, which perhaps helped Holden.
That did go big, didn't it?
Actually, it didn't go as early as I thought either. It really did go big. That was what I think, to first look for me, made me think that it had really gone early out of the hand, but that went huge.
Are we saying 8.5 overs in, we've got through the lacquer and it's starting to swing a bit?
And again, I think that answers the question. Real beaut. Pace and bounce on that one. And some real movement.
Blimey. That climbed. I mean, look where the keeper's taking that. Armpit high on his tiptoes.
That's the thing, if a bowler can find a spot. We talked about the pace of the surface. There's been the odd one or two. You think, okay, they've got a little bit of time. We saw that, particularly that drive, as wide as it was, that early in the innings for Robson to be stretching that far outside off and pushing at the ball as he did, just suggested they liked the timing of it, that there was that little bit of pace, and he got that timing. I don't think that they'll be feeling anywhere near as confident against Bailey. He's found his length, and he's found his spot, it seems.
And the committee members have found their bowler to talk this one through. I mean, they're potentially talking about fielding changes, but the way those last two deliveries have gone, same again, please, surely. Well, Keaton Jennings is making a signal. They want a helmet, they want a short leg. That was the only thing they could have potentially been talking about.
Interesting move, isn't it? Maybe just try and take the batter off the front foot. Plunging forward. Let's have a look at some of the seeds that have brought this moment. The little change from Lancashire. They've got excited about something, and this is what it is. Here's the three that have really caught our eye. This first one, look at how late it goes, just before it pitched. Almost to the naked eye, you'd think that was pure seam movement. There you go, that's clearly swung across him. And then this one, as you say, it was taken up by the chest of the keeper. Boom. That's what's caused the rethink. Josh Bohannon it is. Sure, we'll probably have a word or two as well in the ear of Holden from there. And now the edge. Was it just short? I think it was. I don't think it carried. The slips are well advanced. We've been talking about it all morning. They've been shuffling forward. Better to drop it than it dropped short. But I think on that one, they're pretty well advanced, but it's just shy.
Now look how close they are, and that's still bounced in front of them. So
Luke Wells with the number 3 on his back in at third slip. Into the over. The other thing to note with Holden, you just see with that short leg in place, his trigger movement is those 2 steps forward. Gets into position before the ball's released with a couple of shuffles back and front foot out of his crease. So that'll brought it in as well. End of the over, 27-4. Is that yours, Macca? Is it 12 o'clock, yeah? 12 o'clock somewhere.
I say somewhere in the world it is. 12 o'clock approaching on the first day of the new season. And can you believe it? In not a single county championship game so far is there more than 1 wicket down. First day of the new season.
Do we know if the Lancashire one was the first of the season yet? That I didn't know when we were... we'll have a look and see if we can work it out, which was the first. Glamorgan was where the first wicket of the season fell. I tentatively went at it on the commentary. Lancashire's first wicket of the season.
Right, their highest wicket taker of last season, Balderson. 3 slips for him.
Bit of a surprise. They waited, but obviously backing Williams first up.
Well, I guess what you've got is you've got the experience at one end, and then you can therefore go with one of the less experienced bowlers at the other end and then bring him in. So it always ensures that you've got one of your senior bowlers at the crease, if you like.
Wobble on that again, and an inside edge from Robson. He was a long way forward and across. I think that would have been comfortably hitting outside the line of off, so he has been plunging forward with the bowling from the nursery and bat and pad together. Ooh, and an R from behind the stumps.
Yeah, 36 wickets, as I say, last season. The highest for Lancashire, best of 4 for 50. But what they did was actually share the wickets around. So get this, Lancashire were relegated but got more bowling points than Hampshire, who were second. So they basically shared the wickets around.
That's good again. That one's holding its line up the slope, isn't it? Angling in, try and get them to shape away. Yeah, again, you can't overstate it. As we've mentioned Tom Helm, Dane Patterson missing from this one, but you just fancy that you throw Jimmy Anderson into this mix as well. It's a very different morning for what's already a fine Lancashire attack. He's working that line of off stump at the moment. Alderson and Robson. It's just been not pushed back, but you can see he's not quite playing it as early now against Balderson. I think that one we just about got the bat down for the inside edge on the forward defence earlier in the over. Just put a thought into his mind where Williams, he was playing a little bit more happily off the front foot. It looks as though Balderson is not particularly that much quicker, but he's just got that accuracy a little more on off stump. There it is again. Just asking a question. It's going to be a boundary for Robson, but it's a short boundary to the leg side. He was much a little tentative about this one once more. Watch the bat coming down and that off stump there. He's played it nicely, but you can just see wasn't fully happy with that, Robson. It was as much a defensive shot that he's got away for 4.
It's sort of the inside half of the bat, isn't it, really? But as you mentioned, it's a drop kick over the leg side, up the hill, and if you time it, so be it.
He's a real cricket thinker, Sam Robson, and actually he's almost the perfect guy to have in at a stage like this and seeing him work it out. How he's played Williams so far. Now the test that Balderson's given him, obviously Bailey's given everybody a real test, and you're playing Bailey's game at the moment, aren't you? But for Balderson and for Williams early, you can see that Robson was really pronounced in getting forward to the former, and then for Balderson he's just been asked to be a little bit more tentative in pushing forward. First bit of sawdust for the season?
Yeah, that's more like it. It's April, come on. It's supposed to be a bit moist underfoot.
The bucket run back out, but yeah, it's a lush field there, but you can actually see the footmarks there next to, or behind short leg. Bohannon in there. That's the practice strip, where equally you'd have just seen it in shot there also. Lancashire were running in yesterday, getting their first bowl on this surface ahead of the match on that track just behind short leg there, so you could see it from the ground level actually, just how cut up it was, and that's the moisture of early season.
Mid-on and mid-off are creeping in, looking for the clip off the toes in the case of mid-on, as it's just started swinging in.
Wide as well, aren't they? They're not straight, either of them. As you say, well advanced as well. Push that one away, Bailey. Watch for the one that comes nipping back in now. If you watch for the trigger movement of Holden, it's another reason why. Short legs in place, the legs slip as well. You get caught there last season early on, and again these videos go round, don't they? Oh, now he's got it away, and it's 4 runs, and it's lovely, but for a moment you just saw short leg think, am I in the game here? No.
He'd have had to have moved very quickly. I do wonder though, I mean, you're talking about Max Holden's trigger movement there. For a bowler who maybe isn't that familiar with him, do you start, he's running at me? Or do you know what I mean? Does it actually take that scouting and that information from the dressing room and say, look, this is how he does it, don't sort of don't get out your comfort zone?
Oh, that's a lovely ball, and Holden has to go. Wow, no. Shake of the head from the umpire. Well, it looked as though there was. Did he hit the ground? Holden looks at the toe end of his bat. He suggests he hit the ground. The umpire agrees. There's hands on mouths. They're all aghast. And as we say, we've got the replays so we can have a look. It looked for all the world as though there was a little tickle on it. Hit the ground, I guess. There's nothing there to show on that one. Replay behind probably won't reveal too much more, but probably... Sure, the bat did hit the ground. Did they think there was a little noise?
Well, it certainly didn't come off of anything other than bat, did it?
If there was a noise. They certainly thought there was. I mean, for all the while, it was full as it was as well. You just thought, yeah, they've got him, but let's have a look from behind.
I'm not so sure seeing that one.
I mean, it was a good celeb appeal.
I mean, it deserved something. It was a very good delivery.
It had the feel about it, didn't it? It certainly had the feel. Oh, and then rub the salt in the wound, push it back to the bowler, and it gets through. Single taken to end the over. Let's have a look one more time at it. Have have a look both sides. My instinct was there's just a little tickle on it. A shake of the head from umpire Baldwin, and then the disbelief from Bailey. Well, that was the look I had first on, and my instinct was there's a little tickle on it, but we're not out in the middle, we can't hear it. Umpire's got the best view. Holden held his grounds.
I mean, Bailey's body language, and you can see straight away, almost before the ball has hit the keeper's gloves, is, I've got a wicket, I've taken that one. Which you've got to be a bit careful with, because sometimes they will sell it, but yeah, he was convinced.
Nice shape from Balderson start the over. Holden, no moment to think, single taken off the last ball of the over, so he's straight back at it from Balderson.
Solidly forward. He's not quite got his line yet, Balderson, has he? Which is enabling Holden to just watch a few. And that's never a bad thing.
And it can never be overstated what a challenge the slope is for the bowlers as well. And then you go left-handed, right-handed as well. I talk to those that have played here regularly over the years, they'll still say every time, you know, unless you're a home bowler, unless you're one of the Middlesex bowlers that runs in week after week. But even then, you're still thinking about, okay, what's the pace of the surface like? Is it the top end of the square, the bottom end of the square? Needs to be that fraction fuller. Pace isn't quite in it.
Being the man that you are, you may know the answer to this question.
Probably not.
We all know that it's, what, 8 foot or so in terms of slope from side to side. But in terms of the slope, is it even as the next ball is played out on the offside? So in other words, if you're playing on this pitch, would it be the same slope as if they were in front of...
The highest point of the ground is the Warner stand, which is the top right of the screen. So the floodlight on the just below the alphabet sign there is at the bottom of that floodlight will be the highest point of the ground. It then drops down to the lowest point being the bottom left, as you'd have seen on the screen. It is more of a right to left, as you say, though, so yes, you'd mostly say in answer to that one. End of the over, though, 36 for 1. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Won't be long until the blast's in town. More sedate start to the season, though. Here at Lord's, top tier of the pavilion. What a spot to be. That's where Dane Patterson should be on his birthday. Could have flown in for that. He can't play in the game, but he could have flown in for it. Oh, shape on that again. And you see Robson walks away with that little movement of the hands. He's got it going.
Bailey's 7th over. Just past 50 minutes play. How much longer can Bailey keep this spell going for? But if he's seen it starting to swing like this, you would imagine that this spell could get elongated by a few minutes.
Won't get around to that. Long leg. Giving chase, you can give up.
Yeah, just down the leg side and helps it around. Was Robson looking to just turn that down the leg side and then realised it wasn't there?
Now, he's stretched for that one and he's found the boundary, but that's the first time that Robson's gone at Bailey. We saw him do it to Williams earlier, but it's a different game going after Bailey. And, well, it was controlled, it was guided in the end, but he was stretching ever so slightly for it. I'll tell you what, he's in good nick, isn't he? If he's got that one away out of the middle.
Perfectly timed. As you say, hands just a little bit out, but actually all in control. Lovely shot from Robson.
Not that one. Not that one, Sam. No ball called by umpire Baldwin as well. He was stepping from Bailey at the pavilion end. Another of the challenges. The bowlers, you're running down the hill there. You're just that little bit further ahead than you mean to be. Just coming up for the first hour here at Lord's, 5 to 12. Just the one wicket so far, but this man feels as though he's got a few in him. And there very nearly is another one.
And there's another one that's not really carried. Having been a wicketkeeper, I know exactly what that look means when you're down on one knee looking at it going, this isn't supposed to be this tricky. This is where you start to doubt yourself about where you stand. Because what you want to be taking it in a comfortable position at the top of the bounce as it's coming through to you. But if you're not sure where that is, shot.
Yeah, he's let that come on, hasn't he? There was real shape on that again from Bailey, but Robson, doing what Robson does. He hasn't gone fully through with it again, but it's just that offer in the face. He looks confident at the moment, he looks in good nick. He certainly made a good start. 49 for 1.
Plenty of threes this morning. Don't often get a lot of threes, but we've had a good few.
All run as well.
Yes. Now, the one thing I would say, as we look out of our commentary box window, the boundary is a wonderful shape because you don't often get it, but there's some very angular lines. There's some very straight parts. So down beneath us, it is dead straight. And then as we go towards the scoreboard at the far end on the top left of your picture, it sort of comes at 45 degrees. It's very angular. There are little pockets rather than sort of a big oval, as it were.
That's interesting. There have been some over the years here where I've just thought you could actually put a corner flag in that. It's so tight, that angle. Aspinwall. Good start. They certainly rotated the bowling at the nursery end, haven't they? They're trying to find their way down here, I don't think that's damning of the two before, but I think it is a reflection that Lancashire feel that the pressure is perhaps more on at one end at the moment than the other, and they'd like to crank it up at this end.
Interesting that they've not tried the left arm of Ollie Sutton yet, though. That's well played.
He's not going to mind it there, Robson, is he? We talked about shorter balls, cutting, punching off the back foot, clipping off the hip. That's what he grew up doing. Can't put it there.
.50 up for the first time this season. For the loss of one.
Make that 4 more. 57 on the boards. He's got to pitch it up. Can't drop short. Not this time of the season, and not to Sam Robson.
Yeah, too short, too wide, and there's certainly not going to be any sweepers in the first hour of the new season.
he doesn't pitch it up, they might have to drop a few back. But they've chopped and changed at the nursery end so far this morning, Lancashire. I don't want to let it get away from them because there's definitely enough out there, isn't there? It's better. It's better. As we said, there's plenty of challenges for the bowler. It's not just turn up and bowl the ball. It really isn't. You know, the pace of the pitch, the length that you've got to get, what movement is there, and then the slope as well. There's plenty to consider. Just try and stick to the basics is certainly the number one thing there. Top of off, and he's there again. That's better, much, much better from Aspinwall. Not unnerved by the back-to-back boundaries by Robson. He's come back with a couple of good ones himself.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because obviously with 2 divisions, you can go a couple of years without playing a particular opposition, and therefore at their ground. And when you've got the blast with North and South, you know, some of the Lancashire bowlers may not have experienced the Lord's Slope that much. And then you take into account the fact that only Tom Bailey of the bowlers is over 30. So it's not as if there's a huge amount of miles in the clock for the bowlers in terms of playing here.
Finest segue of the season from you already. Straight into the clock itself. Old Father Time sees in another season, and he sees in the first hour of the new campaign. Just about to click over to 12 o'clock. 1 wicket down, 57 on the boards. Lancashire would have been greedy. They'd have hoped for at least 1 more by this stage. 4 down by lunch. That's what you're looking for when you put a side in, isn't it? That's generally across the season as well. Perhaps even early season, you're thinking, oh, go on, put them in. Could have them 5 down by lunch. It's going to need a big second hour. It's going to need a big performance from the pavilion end. Balderson is 3rd over, replacing Bailey. Right on the spot. I'll scamper a single into the vacant covers, but that was where he wants to leave it, Balderson. Although now he has to adjust his line to the right-hander. He's changed ends, so it's the change of slope that he's got to think about. Now the change of batter as well. These are the challenges we've been talking about for the bowlers. They haven't quite settled into the groove, have they, other than Bailey this morning?
Well, this is the other advantage, if you like, of being the batting side, in the fact that if the bowlers aren't that used to bowling here, and you've got a right and left-hander, they're constantly having to change their line. I think Robson would like that one back. I think he was very, very close to middling that one. And to be honest, a metre left or a metre right, the umpire is making a signal. Yeah, so that'll be something else in the Middlesex batters' minds, that any odd numbers will change right, left hand.
It's good again from Balderson. It's just a little bit of wobble there, which creates the doubt for Robson. You could see he was in a good position, but he was almost halfway, wasn't he? He was halfway forward. He was waiting on it, which he must do. As early as he was and as far forward as he was, it was still a case of wait, wait and wait again. That's what they always tell the kids in the net, isn't it? Wait, wait, wait. Try and teach them to play it as late as possible. Oh, now, I think that was bad on pads. The bat just nipped away from the pad as the ball beat the edge, I'd suggest, on that one. I fancied Holden and got a tickle on one earlier. I didn't fancy that one. I think you'll just see the bat hits the pad and that will have offered the noise. You can see the bottom of the bat, inside edge, just hits that front pad, and that's where the bat, you can see the deflection of the bat away from the pad, the ricochet created the noise.
Did swing quite a long way though, once it had gone past the stumps, didn't it?
Takes that one off the stumps. It just feels as though there's something in it out there at the moment. Robson feels like the key to me. Holden's batting beautifully as well, 16 from 33. But there's a bit of authority from Robson. If they could get through him, they'd love to get a look at Lewis deploy early, wouldn't they? Definitely before lunch. Ideally, they'd have thought in the first hour. He's the big name in the Middlesex lineup to deploy. Ryan Higgins' double century to start the season's come as well, but this pair holding things together at the moment. That's lovely.
Do you know what? That's worth 2, but that might be one of the best shots of the morning, in the fact that he's actually got into position and then just played it by putting the bat to the ball and just turns it away nicely and takes a couple. No risk, and it's all reward.
That's Holden at his best for sure. 61 for 1. Sun trap in that corner over at the bottom of the Warner stand. See those gathering into the sun down at the bottom, but it tells you the temperature as well, the number that are in the shade at the back as well. It's a warm day. Breeze isn't whistling around too much. That's nicely done as well. Turn the singles around, and that's what they can really do to ramp the pressure up here on Lancashire. They don't have to go chasing at Middlesex. Pressure's to some extent on the visitors now. They've won the toss, they've put Middlesex in, they've got a brilliant wicket from Bailey to pick up Fernandez. They've been close on a couple of occasions, but it only says 1 down in the wickets column at the moment. With the change of bowling, Bailey's out of the attack. What Robson and Holden won't want to do here is give it away. Just tickle the singles, tickle it over through to lunch. Middlesex going at lunch 1 or even 2 down. They're going to be very happy with their morning's work. Does push the pressure, as you say, on a not inexperienced, but it's not the most experienced attack that you'll see. I like the way Aspinwall came back though from those back-to-back boundaries for Robson. His second and third deliveries dismissed. 2 cut shots, dragged down by Aspinwall, but I liked the way that he came back. He's around the wicket here to Holden.
An effort bowler, isn't he? Sort of plenty of right shoulder in behind that, getting it down there.
You see the bill, can't you? He's stocky.
I was trying to think who he reminded me of, and sort of came in terms of bowling style. A little bit, I can see a little bit of David Capel in there. Can you remember? You see that?
It's interesting as well, we haven't seen Lancashire come around the wicket much yet at all to Holden, or to Fernandez indeed. He wasn't out for too long obviously, but so often we see bowlers go very quickly to around the wicket now to left-handers. It's a very modern way, isn't it? Over the years it was almost the last resort. Right, go on then around the wicket to him, see what you can do.
It's amazing how things go in and out of fashion, isn't it? I've always been slightly confused why more bowlers don't do it to practice it.
Another one chopped short, and he's punished. That's timing from Robson. Anything short goes. These were his early years here, Sam Robson. You can see he's really forced that. He only just needed to see that little bit of shortness of length. Powers it away. A lot of bottom hand in that.
It's a short arm jab. I'm not supposed to go that quickly to the boundary.
George Foreman would have been proud of that one, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
I'm not talking of Robson's efforts on the barbecue.
I met George Foreman once, you know. Interviewed him in Madison Square Garden.
Oh.
Clunk, there you go. I'll pick up that name in a minute.
See you again after lunch, shall I?
Yeah.
Drop the mic at that point.
Absolutely. In fact, so we were covering, it was Lennox Lewis against Michael Grant. World heavyweight title, Madison Square Garden. And George Foreman was ringside. And I got dispatched to go and interview him.
And so you got dispatched by a right hook.
Well, yes, he didn't like one of my questions, and I got ribbed for the next 6 months because I called him sir the entire way through. And I pointed out, if he'd have asked me to call him anything, I would have called him anything. So, but I went for sir just to be polite.
Got a few names from Muhammad Ali, didn't he? So he was like Frankenstein, didn't he?
Yes.
A zombie, what does he say? He was like a mummy, was it? How did he describe him? He said he was so slow and cumbersome, didn't he?
Well, now that he's no longer with us, I can be brave and say he wasn't the most imaginative, though, when it came to naming his children.
Yes.
I mean, wow, you must have spent a long time coming up with those. Okay, what
George
call
Foreman
this
the
one?
fifth?
Yeah, we'll call this one George. What about this one? How about George the second? Okay, what about this one? Let's be revolutionary. Let's go George again.
So you interviewed George Foreman at Madison Square Gardens. Where did the night end? How far did the expenses stretch? Midtown Manhattan.
No, absolutely nowhere. Because so it was a Saturday evening, and I was on the 7:30 a.m. Sunday morning flight from JFK back.
So you went straight to the airport, you're telling me?
Via a trip to McDonald's, yes. So we didn't leave the venue till gone 1 o'clock by the time we packed everything up. Went back to the hotel, spotted a 24-hour McDonald's and thought, well, there's no point going to bed because by the time I do, it'll be time to get up. So I just went and got something to eat and then got in the cab and went to the airport.
I'll find out the true story at lunch, folks.
That is the true story, but I'll tell you the full version if you want.
Is Mrs. McKenna tuned in at the moment? Oh, it's a beaut. That's a beaut. Look at that one go. Nips away up the slope as well. Let's see, was it late swing? Was it seam? Ooh, that seamed. I'd say that's all seam. We saw the one from Bailey this morning that swung late, which adjusted that line, and then off it went. And I'd suggest Robson's drawn into that one by the previous delivery. It's just got into his mind slightly. That was loose from Robson. He picks up the boundary. It's edgy though, thick edge. Goes square, goes backward a point.
See, we've been talking a lot about the slope and the difference of running up it and down it. And Balderson suddenly looks far more comfortable coming from the pavilion end, doesn't he?
Absolutely. You can't overstate that enough over the years of bowlers, that they will, here more than anywhere, have an end. That's nice. You could just see Robson in those last two deliveries has probably looked more uncomfortable than he's looked all morning. Other one getting into his head. It's Fernandez that was out there early with him, 14 deliveries. Looking like he had all the time in the world, but he was well tested by Bailey, who got him in the end. Yeah, some big names to come in deploying Higgins. And of course, Ben Geddes as well, the new signing in from Surrey. Somebody on the move. Down below, is it ground staff? What are they up to? They're moving the advertising.
Moving the advertising hoardings.
It'll run away. I don't think it'll go all the way. That's up the hill, as we were mentioning. We were asking the question earlier. The highest point of the ground, strictly speaking, is up at the Warner stand. So it does drop from the Warner down at an angle, but it's not quite. It would be more. It would be wrong to say that that's the real bit of the slope. The big bit of the slope is obviously from the grandstand down to Old Father Time and the tavern, which will be soon demolished and redeveloped. The Allen stand as well. So some rebuilding work still to be done at Lord's. Some rebuilding going on this morning. It was the sponsor boards that were delaying matters down below. It's gone wide on the crease there and created the angle. Going too straight. Holden would have liked that, and he does like it. Rattles him along to 25. Partnership rattles along. It's a 73 for the second wicket. They'd be mighty enthused, and they picked up Fernandez. The chance of getting at the number 4 early, the number 4 for Middlesex being Elias Deploy, and there's no doubt he's the big name, but equally Sam Robson up at the top.
Now this is interesting. They're sticking a sweeper out at deep square leg, deep mid wicket.
Oh wow. Holden was half thinking about the ball before. He's almost got himself into a terrible position there, but hand-eye coordination saves Holden. Just gets that bat down, doesn't he?
Looking to repeat, wasn't he? Thinking, okay, it's on my pads, clip it down the slope, take a single, possibly 2 if we can.
He's a scrap Aspinwall, isn't he? Much like to Robson, those back-to-back boundaries, he came back with back-to-back buttes. Similarly clipped for 4 and very nearly picked up the wicket next ball.
Well, they've got a couple in the pre-season game against Yorkshire that Lancashire played at Headingley. Got 2 for 57 and actually made runs in both innings, made 32 and 15 not out. Lancashire were 288 for 14 in their day's batting. Yorkshire made 397 for 8.
Full bunger, gets away with it. Just trying to play it late and find a gap there. Didn't want to go too hard at it, I don't think. Didn't want to York himself, go swinging hard at it, but just try to open the face instead. Wells does well. Won't be opening in this match. Wells dropping down to 6, we understand, for Lancashire, but 2 Middlesex openers. But yeah, 2 Middlesex openers as such. Holden, as I say, he went down to 6. He's back up the order now. Feels like the right spot for me. Yeah, quick, get the stream up. Andrew McKenna's on with Kevin Hand.
Hello, have you spotted what's in the ice bucket? Well, they are enjoying themselves.
Where are they drinking it from? This is all revolutionary stuff, isn't it?
Who's moving now? From about 120 metres away, it's actually easier than you think to spot a movement because just something there just appears in your peripheral vision, but I didn't see anything there. Anyway, everyone's happy again.
Good from both. Right on the spot, Balderson right in behind Holden. It's a busy one, isn't it? I mean, they'd have known. It's Lancashire, first game of the season, the sun's out. First day of the season always gets a good crowd, but Lancashire in town as well is going to be an extra number in for this one. Just glad for everybody that the weather's played its part, and those that have made the effort.
Well, that's a positive sign from a Middlesex point of view. Lancashire have decided 3 slips is no longer the way to go. 2 and a gully. So they've seen off one of the close grabbers.
Which goes to the pace of the pitch again, doesn't it? Bailey's the only one who's really found a little bit of fizz off the surface. Oh, it's taken low down again by the keeper, isn't it? Not the tallest Balderson, and you'd imagine the slope as it is, it's slipping across the bat of the check, so you wouldn't expect to see it climb, but what was that last over of Bailey, wasn't it, that one really climbed past the edge of Holden's bat through to the chest of the keeper. Interested in the Middlesex attack to see how they go. There's no helm for this one. We do have the pace of Blake Cullen. Terry Rowland-Jones Still extracts a bit of bounce to unsettle the batters. Henry Brooks as well. Looking to build on his second season with Middlesex. But yeah, no Helm or Patterson for this one. It's just interesting, isn't it? Because that might be the little bit of extra oomph that something needs, just that extra little bit of height that can perhaps extract some bounce on not perhaps the quickest of surfaces. But
I was just about to say about height, in the fact that we've not got a 6'6", 6'7" kind of specimen, just to see would that have an effect. Now it looks like we are going to get Ollie Sutton for a bit of his left arm seam now, so Lancashire are going in on another of their variations.
yeah, it's just one of those pitches, you know, Oliver Hannon-Dalby over the years, fancy he'd have gone nicely on this one. It just feels like you need an extra little bit of something. Everything's there, the pitch is a good pitch, it's just the early season, so it's not quite got that hardness just yet. It's a very, very fine surface. I think Middlesex will be very happy losing the toss. 79 for 1, 19 overs in. There's plenty in it for the bowlers. There you will probably reflect that they haven't quite held to the top of off stump enough this morning. 1 or 2 4 balls here and there. Might also reflect that they'll strongly feel they did have one edge that wasn't given. So I feel like this man is the key, though, to the morning session, and perhaps this innings as well. Sam Robson is giving Middlesex a strong foundation here, just happily stroking off the back foot again. On any given surface, you can't drop short to Robson, but particularly early season when the pace is up, the hardness isn't in the pitches just yet. Got to keep it up there.
This is another of those little things that Middlesex have just been able to tick off, in the fact that Sutton is now the 5th bowler that Lancashire have used in 80 minutes. Having won the toss and put Middlesex in. Sutton took 3 for 49, by the way, in that game against Lancashire, including a couple of LBWs. Those first couple that he sent down have been a bit shorter. Unlikely to get LBWs off that kind of length.
Too short the first 2, 2 leg side, 2 straight that one. A single for Robson. They just need somebody to settle into a groove here, don't they? Just to hold an end. Run rate of 4.2 will frustrate slightly. They won't be overly concerned about that at this stage. Teams look to go at under 3s, don't they? 2.5. Shape up the slope. Started wide though. Have we got our first sleeper of the season?
There's a nod on. There's a definite nod.
That's more than a nod. That's as big a drop as the mic drop you produced with the George Foreman in Madison Square Gardens. You know what the problem was there, Macca? He clearly wasn't tuned into the stream. He didn't have his earpiece in. Outside. Been many yelps, have there? Into the 20th over, 83 for 1. Few and far between. We've had the very, very big shout against Holden from Bailey. Thought he had him. He went through with the celeb appeal. Then a belated shake of the head from Baldwin. Holden held his ground. A few holding their seats there that have been early, get their favourite seat. It's a packed house in the pavilion today. Barely a seat spare. I'm quite sure they were running through the grace gates the morning of a test match, but they were in early though. It was as busy as you'll see in the championship game this morning in the pavilion early on. Long before the start of the play, they had their seats. Middlesex and MCC members would have known there would have been a good number in from Lancashire. So it was a day to jostle for position.
And it makes a nonsense of the point that nobody's interested in county cricket, so you keep being told. I mean, if there were, we wouldn't be doing this. So just looking around the ground, yes, it's a lovely day, great weather, two good old historic sides going at it on the first day of the new season.
If there's one thing very few of us are in the modern world, it's time rich, and that's what you're required to be for following county cricket. But thank goodness for the live streams, especially those in association with Dafferback.
Yeah, so I mean, if you are currently sitting at your desk at work with some earbuds in or whatever, pretending to do some work, but are actually following us on the stream, then very good afternoon to you. I say that because I've done exactly the same thing myself, so I know exactly what you're doing. If you do have to nip out during the day, pick up the kids from school or whatever, or an important errand you've got to run, but of course, you can just nip straight back in on the stream and rejoin us later. I'll be with you all day, all 4 days. And I did say all 4 days because early on in the campaign, you quite often get the odd short game, don't you? But, has to be said, this feels like a proper game of cricket that is actually being played at the appropriate speed. Quite a few early season games get played at sort of 3 or 4 times speed as wickets go clattering down, but it certainly feels like this is a proper game of cricket.
Yeah, and again, you know, you've got to credit the ground staff. Talked about that pitch first game of the season against Glamorgan. It was much like this last year, but it was with the Kookaburra. Now this year it's with the Duke's ball. There's plenty in it for the bowlers out there, plenty. It's a good cricket wicket. Both the bowlers would say we'd like a little bit more. The batters would say we'd like a little bit more. It means the ground staff have got it exactly right.
Now then, wicketkeeper standing up to Seamer. Always like a keeper who can do that. Just plant that seed in the back of the batter's mind, and as we've been talking about, that trigger movement from Holden is to go forward, so you can now see both feet inside the crease line.
Fizz through to the gloves, didn't it? I mean, the things that you look at there, one, the pace obviously, but it's the consistency of bounce, which has been good today, hasn't it? It's been a fraction on the lower side, but that's a reflection of the time of year as opposed to the surface. It's the moisture underneath. Only Bailey's really got it to fizz, so Hurst will have that confidence that nothing's going to be jumping up around his grill. Look at that start position now from Robson, how deep in the crease he is. His trigger movement's still there. They're doing their best to unsettle that, aren't they? They brought in that short leg. But look at how far back he was to get into that trigger movement now.
Exactly. He can still make that trigger movement and still have the back foot well inside the crease line, so the stumping isn't a remote possibility.
But I'm pretty confident in saying that he will generally start outside of the crease anyway, even before the trigger movement, which takes him those couple of steps forward. So now he's almost starting on the stumps to make sure that he doesn't overbalance and get himself in trouble. So it's good from Lancashire. They're trying everything. They're thinking this through, and they're certainly on the mark this morning in terms of their thought processes. I just feel that they haven't hit the top of off enough, and there's another reflection of it. Halfway up middle. And that's is a fine start to the season for Sam Robson. 51 from 60 deliveries, 9 fours, first 50 of the season. And it's been a fine one as well. He's been well tested by Bailey. He's not offered a chance. He's looked pretty assured. And he's held the key to this morning. He might hold the key to the innings. There you go, so they've got to leave it. That's exactly my thought at the start of the over. It's the one thing they'll reflect on. It's just not hit. They've not hit the top of off stump enough. And first ball of the over, halfway up middle and leg.
And it wasn't that wide of the fielder at mid-wicket, but again, because it's such a short boundary, if you time it and your placement is good, you will pick up runs, and Robson has looked really, really good, as you say.
Leg stump half volley again. Sweeper's back and gets away with it. It's a very tight boundary out there. I'm not sure you could particularly be any further up the slope, any further to the right of the screen as you look there in a championship game here at Lords. You can see the practice surface 2 along, and the 2 in between, or probably, or 3 along indeed, the 2 in between. Maybe an MCC match.
Well, if you played a blast game on this surface, I'd put my deep mid-wickets in the hospitality boxes, because they wouldn't be fielding the ball on the playing surface.
It's off his nose, that one, Holden. Did well to control it, because it just felt a little uncomfortable, but he was in control with the hands, with the wrists rolled across the top. Yeah, you've occasionally seen a few blast games here where they are on the edge of the square like this, and it is just a little pickup, isn't it?
Not the first genuinely short ball that we've seen. I mean, properly dug in. I don't remember anything beforehand. Oh no, hang on. Keaton Jennings is just shuffling the field ever so slightly, which is why Robson backed away. He's now ready.
Just a little 2 leg side at the moment.
Like that field, though, in the fact that they've got the sweeper out and now the mid-wicket is in to try and cut off that potential 4. Plug in a sensible gap there. I hate captains who go chasing the ball. It's like the ball's gone there, that ball, let's put a fielder there. And then, oh no, I need to move because he's hit it there, the next ball. But that, you can absolutely see the logic behind.
Shape again, but starting too wide. I think that's a good example this morning. It wasn't a bad over from Sutton, but not quite good enough. It's not quite in the spot that you need to be, and you need to talk to anybody about any of the great bowlers, you know, all the different things that you can do, but the number one thing you have to do first is get it right, get the basic right, hit the top of off, and you take it from there.
Hello sir, he's with us.
Chicky's been told yet, caught on the stream.
Hopefully we'll find him later on. We'll check back in on him, don't worry folks. I was just thinking there, we've mentioned this a couple of times, but pretty much all the overs from the far end, the pavilion end, have felt more comfortable. All the bowlers going up from the nursery, they don't look as comfortable in their actions yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? When you're coming in from the pavilion end, you're almost falling into that danger zone, which you can't. So you've got to think about continuing that curvature away. I suppose when you're coming up from the nursery end, you're naturally going to curve away anyway, but you're almost dragged away by the slope, aren't you, in your delivery? It's something you've got to adjust to, but certainly the strike bowler's end, traditionally at Lords, is the pavilion end. That's where Roland Jones, Finn, Fraser, over the years, it's the pavilion end where the strike bowler wants to bowl from. And Richardson going back. He was a fine servant here, although he had his best days at Worcestershire due to injury, sadly, at Middlesex. Another thing that you need to do when it's not quite happening is rack up the dot balls, dry up the runs. 4 dot balls to start the over.
Yeah, ring field, plenty of dots. Just put some pressure back, but Robson 53 from 67, and he's played some nice shots, but it's not like he's trying to be in a race here.
No, there were only really those 2 searching ones, wasn't there? There was one in the early stages of the opening couple of overs, wasn't it? It was Williams down at this end, played it a long way away from the body and a long way in front as well, Robson, but drove it confidently, dismissively through the covers. Then there was one against Bailey that he went after, which played well, but wasn't quite advised. It's just been such a... I was careful to give him the commentator's curse there. I was going to say it's been such a good innings, and there's a good example of it. Better than any words can put it. Fine boundary to end the over.
They always say the on drive is the mark of the player, whether they're in nick or not. Hardest shot in the book, and he's played it perfectly there. All along the floor, mid on, can't get round. Thank you very much, 4 of the best.
Robson on's 57, Middlesex 96 for 1. I think it was a little pep talk that I gave him early season.
You're claiming an assist,
Sam,
are you?
you could never have been in a better place, can you, than you are now? He obviously took it on board and went away and thought about it.
If you're in the chief executive's office or the chief financial officer's office and you get the invoice from K Hand Coaching, rip it up.
So the commentators get bonuses as well. Got a bonus for not knocking over Sam Robson in Notting Hill the other day. I was driving along. And nearly stepping out in front of me. Not quite. And somebody wearing a Middlesex top. Oh, Middlesex top. Look at that. That's a new season. I hold on, it's Middlesex kit. Hold on, he's got a helmet under his arm. Coffee in the other hand. Sam Robson. I was past him by that point. I was going to beat the horn and scream out the window at him, but that would have been awkward, wouldn't it? Why is Sam Robson missing this game? Well, the commentator knocked him over last week. Look at the shape on that. It's John Holden in. A rare full shot from Holden. Just suckered into that one. Left arm over, swinging it up the slope. Just went late.
That is a beauty. That's the best ball he's bowled.
Oh, now. Oh, now. Oh, now he's put it down. Goodness me. Wells on the ropes. On his knees. He can't believe it. Well, we haven't seen many short ones. Holden's gone hard at that. It's a big boundary down there. The trap was set. Wells was the man. Removed from third slip to long leg. And he spilled it for 6. Slap of the ground from Sutton. The trap was set. Deep square, long leg. It was straight down the throat of Wells.
What a way to bring up 100. Well, the look on his face just tells you all you need to know. I don't need to put any words into that.
Shape again, pitching on the crease itself, starting wide enough for Holden to leave alone. First 6 of the season. If we had the first 50 of the season, we didn't have the first wicket. Surely if we just had the first 6 of the new season.
You just made a very good point, though, about the length of the boundary size down there. The fact that it is so much longer. It is tricky for the fielders to judge that flight. Feels like Sutton now, as he's approaching the final ball of his third over, is now loose and into it. And there's a bit more on that delivery than there was in some of the earlier ones. But, I said now, he's now bowled the only 2 short balls of the innings. And the second one should have produced a wicket.
And there's a way to end the over. He can't drop it short. With that short boundary, there's no chance for the sweeper. And the boundary for Holden. 10 off the over. 6 to begin, 4 to finish. But he should have been back in the shed. Big put down by Luke Wells. They thought they had him early in the innings. They definitely had him this over, but they let him go. 106 for 1. Yeah, he nearly had his reward there, Sutton, as you say. 3 overs done, he's getting into it. I reckon we're getting into it now as well, McKenna. I think we're pretty loosened up. We're ready to go. It's about that time. 20 minutes away, sandwiches will be served, and I'm pretty warmed up for them, aren't you?
Absolutely. First morning, new season, first stint. Good chunk of it under the belt. Will Williams is coming back for his second go.
How many goes at the sandwiches will you have? 2, 3? It's a third spell.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, that's nice. Welcome back, Williams.
I'm sorry to make this point again, but his first spell, 4 overs for 14, were from this end, the nursery end, and his first delivery from the pavilion end, he sends down an absolute jaffer that beats the batter. It appears the pavilion end is the golden end today.
That's going to be one of the greatest challenges for Middlesex, really, is finding the replacement for Tim Mercer at the nursery end here. Last year, Middlesex, I think it's fair to say the reason Middlesex didn't go up last year is because the great burden of wicket taking fell on the captain, on Toby Rowland-Jones. He had a brilliant season, huge number of wickets, just didn't have the support there in the wicket taking column. But part of that was the first season without Tim Mercer as well, and Mercer over the years, he just didn't have to worry about the nursery end, it was his. This is the strike bowlers end, the pavilion end, and as you say, Lancashire bowlers, they're lining up behind Bailey, who'll surely start the session again at the pavilion end. They need somebody to start the session well at the nursery end as well.
Yeah, Rojo 52 last season, 52 wickets at 22.6. And Ryan Higgins was taking 30. Henry Brooks 22, Tom Helm 23.
Just be a single. Again, from Middlesex's point of view, the right-handers, left-handers at the moment, every time they do rack up the dot balls, particular single, don't they, turn the strike. And credit has to go to the batters. We've talked about have Lancashire hit the top of off stump enough this morning. The answer is definitely no. But you have to give huge credit to the batters as well. First First game of the season. Only two-day pre-season matches for Middlesex coming into this campaign. They have had that indoor net, the marquee at Merchant Taylor School. Nothing replicates this though. Same for the bowlers. End of the over, 25 done here at Lords. The live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. It's 108 for 1. Live enhanced stream here at Lords in association with Daffabet. Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand, this first morning, the new county championship season. Lancashire in town at Lords. But it's Middlesex on top at the moment. That's pretty much evidence of why. A full bunger from Sutton. Good over last up from him. Starts up with the loose one.
Just trying to get it up there to swing it. And it did swing. Unfortunately, from round about waist high.
So again, not wanting to labour the point, but that you say trying to get it up there. It's almost as though trying too much. Come on, to get that basic right, you just got to hit the top of the off stump before you do anything else. Corey Collymore was up here with us last season. Great to see the great man, Sussex, Middlesex, and of course West Indies. Plagued by injuries early in his career, rapid pace, just hurt by a few early back injuries though. Brilliant bowler and a master of line and length. I remember one season, there was a match at Lancashire actually, I think potentially may have even been the match that it was announced that Corey wouldn't be coming back the next year. Morgan was going to come back onto the wages of the Middlesex squad that next season once he'd lost his England Test place, and as a result Middlesex weren't going to have that extra bit of budget that had afforded them Corey Collymore, and he was going to go, but he bowled beautifully that year. Didn't get the wickets he deserved, but he just kept hitting the top of off stump, and batters were seeing him off. But what you were seeing through all the Corey Collymore spells, and always teased Tim Murtagh about it, but you know, Murtagh's a great bowler, it's just a tease, but the wickets were coming at the other end because Corey Collymore was bowling so well, batters were doing everything they could to survive against him. At any time you talked to him about cricket, he said, Kev, listen, you talk about the lacquer coming off, you talk about the overheads, you talk about underfoot, are you hitting the top of off stump? That's what you've got to keep doing. It's my kind of bowler, Corey.
It's funny, isn't it, how the game develops because of white ball cricket now. I mean, I can't imagine Michael Holding took many wickets.
With a cross seam, with a wobble
well,
seam.
Or batter caught at deep mid-wicket. But now, because of that, that is now a legitimate delivery, a legitimate wicket-taking approach from bowlers. So the game ever evolves, but the basics are still there. The truisms are still there, in the fact that you need to be in the right place, your head needs to be going somewhere near the ball if you're a batter, and you need to be bowling it in the right place if you're a bowler, like that. Because if your captain doesn't have any faith that you will be sending it down in a sort of an approximate area, you cannot set a field for that.
It's like with the batter, so often when it's not working, it's because you're overthinking. Where's my foot going? Where's my hat? But overthinking it isn't going to help. It's like, get out of it. How do you get out of it? Sometimes it's get out of the nets. Don't go in the nets. Step away from the nets. Because when it's happening at its best for a batter, it's happening naturally. Don't overthink it. Try not to overthink it. You know, if it's going wrong, the more you overthink it, the harder it's going to become, because you want it to be instinct. You don't want it to be natural. You do your practice, but similarly, bowlers can be just as guilty, overthinking it when it's have you done the basics right first. End of the over, 26 done. Middlesex 114 for 1.
Well, all things considered, 1 wicket down, and that was Fernandez in the 5th over. If you are just joining us, weren't with us right from the start, this is Lancashire winning the toss and putting Middlesex in. So 114 for 1 after 26. It's a great morning for Middlesex so far. Now finish it off to lunch.
Since we talk about a good toss to lose. And it would have been a difficult one this morning. It'd be interesting to know, have a chat with Middlesex. What would you have done? It's very hard to resist the temptation to bowl first. First game, first day of the season. Really going to send your batters out there?
Well, I'll tell you how well Middlesex have done in this first hour and 50 minutes. This one's turned to mid-on and they take a single. Oh, buzzers! Buzzers! First time of the year. 4 overthrows.
We've had the first 6. We might have had the first 50. We didn't get the first wicket. We might have had the first buzzers of the season.
Well, that was a tight-ish single. I think it was always there. But a handful. 5. A little push, and then whoops-a-daisy.
Wait for it, wait for it. Oh. You can well imagine a few bowlers that would have given a far more expressive response to that. Well done, Williams. Held his temper.
Yes. Anyway, James Anderson's not here today. I don't know why I suddenly thought of that.
I mean, funny, my mind went to the former director of cricket at Middlesex.
Yes.
Grumpy, to say the least.
Exactly. So I was about to say, you can tell how well Middlesex have done. First session of the first day of the new season, and if you're winning the toss and bowling, you're expecting to take a bucket load of wickets with your seamers. Oh my goodness.
And it's nearly the bad ball that brings the wicket. Bottom edge, passed off stump. Couple of runs, but well, what a way that would have been to go for Robson after a faultless innings so far.
Possibly the worst shot he's played. Actually, we can take probably the possibly out of that.
Well, it's the bad ball, isn't it? Yeah, how often does a bad ball bring a wicket? Batters are so set up for the good ball. They see a bad ball and their eyes light up. And
yeah, let that one go through. And to just finish that sentence, the fact that Luke Wells at Gully is currently turning his arm over to possibly come on and bowl some leggies. Now, that, I think, says an awful lot about the session that we've seen. If you are the visiting captain, you've won the toss, day one of the season, you're expecting to take wickets. Your leg spinner is not expecting to be loosening up before lunch.
nice in behind that one. Good finish to the over from Williams. It looks rough for him, doesn't it? 5-1-2. It finishes it nicely. 1-2-2 for 1 Middlesex. Yeah, it's not the session that Lancashire would have envisaged when they won the toss. I think they'd have been rubbing their hands together on winning the toss. Certainly the Lancashire openers probably thinking, yep, pretty happy with that. We'll settle into the slips in the sunshine rather than go out there and bat. But here's Wells.
So which variety is he going to bowl? I think it's, judging by the way, it is going to be some tweak. Well, he more than anyone will want to make the breakthrough if he can, having dropped that catch off of Holden earlier on. So bowling leggies with the slope, so that's the advantage he's got to the left-hander, bringing it back in to Holden.
Off a medium paces run-up as well. It's a fair run-up for him. Sam Robson's the same. He used to have a medium paces run-up for his leggies.
Well, maybe he just uses the same run-up for whichever variety he's going to bowl. I mean, I quite like that. I suppose it's always, you know, coaches talk about consistency, don't they? Right. So there is going to be, it's a leg slip they're going to have in place. They've just been waiting while the helmets have come out for slip and leg slip. 3 helmets in place, all of them behind the stumps.
Lands the first one nicely. Always the difficulty for the leg spinner, the wrist spinner, isn't it? It's just getting the landing of the first couple of overs down. we go. Full bung a second ball. Gets away with it.
So leg slip in place for the one that turns and goes down the slope and just runs off the face of the bat. Conventional slip for something that maybe doesn't turn, or even a googly, and finds the outside edge. Got both opportunities covered.
It's that one through. Oh, it's brilliant work out there. Absolutely outstanding. On the ropes. Williams rolling over to topple it. He's had very few chances out there to stop anything, and on that one I didn't give him much hope. That's a fine boundary save. He saved 3 runs.
Well, now for the right-handed Robson. 2 out on the leg side. Deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Middle and leg he's going for.
Width. And that's beautifully tickled by Robson. Talk about the bad ball bringing a wicket, but he's really guided that nicely, hasn't he? He's seen the width early. He runs it fine.
Have some pace on that. He just guided it. Stayed deep in his crease. And just squirts it back with a point. Thank you very much.
Oh, the googly! It's done for him. I think that's what he was looking for the last ball, Wells. It was just too wide. This one he gets the line right, and he beats the inside edge, and he takes the big wicket. Robson with a brilliant start to the season. 70 to his name, a shake of the head, a puff of the chest, a leg spinner himself. He won't like that one. Falling to a fellow leggy. It's the googly that does for him. Ooh. I mean, it was close to outside the line of off, but fair play to the umpire. It's hard not to give that. And he knew it. Finger went up early. Robson can't have too many complaints at all. Might have gone upstairs with it, but it probably would have been umpire's call at very, very best. Well, they take Robson before lunch, and that is a huge, huge swing for Lancashire. It's not the number of blows that they'd have wanted to have landed this morning, but they've landed a big one because Robson was looking in ominous form.
He did look very, very settled in, didn't he? But just that Google changes things. Just hurries on through, and it was into the pad before the bat came down. And now, the man that you said potentially earlier, the linchpin of the batting.
And just before lunch, what a way this would be to walk off at the interval. Either or, Holden or deploy now. If they added one more, what a bonus that would be for Lancashire. Right on the stroke of lunch. You'd say it's a mighty escape from the session. I mean, even having picked up Robson now, throwing it to Wells. I do think the ball before, that's what he was looking for. I think it was the googly as well, but it was so wide, it was controlled by Robson. Was he perhaps expecting the googly again? Because he got himself into a bad position. There was a fair bit of width on it. I mean, as much as I really fancied that Holden was out earlier and nicked one, it's my first instinct on it. My first instinct on that Robson one was he just outside the line of off? But again, the day and age of technology now, you probably would have gone umpire's call on it, and I think it was that tight that it probably was gone.
It's one of those that, without technology, absolutely you can understand why the umpire's given it. Totally.
Oh, definitely. Backing up first ball to Ploy. Deep inhalation there for a moment. He gets the single to get off the mark, but Wells gets a wicket. In Lancashire, whether it's 2 down or 3 down at lunch, they will dine that little bit happier. This coming into 128 for 2. There you go. Last over coming up before the interval. Did check the clock just as Robson was dismissed to see whether it had ticked to 57 or not. It's 58 now. side again. Just the single for deploy. Back to Holden, see it through until the interval. Only 4 shy of a 50 himself.
They're probably quite clever from deploy in the fact that he's now only faced 2 balls. Let the guy who's faced 72 of them take the majority of this over and get through to lunch. Get yourself in and acclimatised at the non-striker's end.
Single more.
But you can't turn them down, can you? So,
to you, to me.
well, precisely. A little bit Chuckle Brothers at the moment.
They're Lancastrian lads, I think they were, weren't they? The Chuckle Brothers.
Yes.
What a pair. Went to see an absolute belter in the theatre the other night. The last laugh, it was Eric Morecambe,
Oh,
Tommy Cooper,
yes.
and
Bob Monkhouse.
oh, now
my
so
goodness.
close, so close. Little inside edge. Well, they nearly got Robson with the inside edge. Oh,
He is only playing that shot because we're a couple of balls from lunch. It's the only reason. How can an inanimate object like a clock do something like that to a sportsman's brain? It doesn't make any kind of sense, but that's exactly what just happened.
big step down the crease on this one from deploy. He's getting his feet moving early in his innings. It's the beauty of cricket you try and explain. It's the time, isn't it? How do you play for 4 days? Why do you play for 4 days? Why is that moment just before lunch on day 1 so important?
Why is it when you're 99 not out, does that next 1 run become so much harder to get when you've got 99 of them already? It's the wonderful thing. It makes absolutely no sense, but it has a massive effect on the game.
Who's a Lancastrian of those 3? Monkhouse was a southerner, wasn't he? But Cooper and Eric Morecambe were up north.
Well,
Just trying to think where the statue is.
It is in Morecambe because he took Eric Morecambe. It was Eric Bartholomew, and he took his stage name from the town of Morecambe. I'm not quite sure where his love affair with Luton came from. There is a documentary about that, but I can't remember.
Yeah, well done. Standing up. Well, it's 2 down at lunch, is the answer. We've ticked past 1 o'clock. We've ticked past 2 wickets. Sam Robson done by the googly of Luke Wells. Big wicket that was in the interval. They very nearly had a 3rd in Lewis Deploy. Max Holden has really dug in out there and batted beautifully as well. It's been a tough and testing morning. Lancashire will know that they haven't quite hit the heights that they'd have expected on winning the toss. But they very nearly got a 3rd before the interval, and that would have been a big moment. 1:30 for 2 though. It's Middlesex's morning, the first morning of the season. At 70 of Robson dominates it, but Holden has batted really well for his 47, and now it's the middle order. Deploy to start up after the interval. Higgins to come, and Geddes to come as well. New signing for Middlesex. The Lancashire bowlers, I think they'll have a long chat, coaching staff at lunch, so where it could have gone better and where it needs to go better, and I think it will be start that session tight after the interval. Keep it tight, get the pressure going, do the basics right. We'll be back after the lunch here. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Alphabet. But as we take lunch on day 1, it's Middlesex that will dine slightly the happier at the moment. 130 for 2. Charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All well kept, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's afternoon session of the first day of the new season. Lancashire winning the toss. Middlesex just about edging the morning session. That wicket taken by Luke Wells of Sam Robson just before the interval. Not quite evening it up, but what it will have done is given Lancashire something of a spring in their step going off, and certainly coming back on now. They'll know if they could add a couple of wickets quickly, then all of a sudden 140 for 4 is very different to 127 for 1, which is what Holden on the right and Robson now departed. Steering Middlesex too, but Leas deploy, the number 4, the gun batsman, Ryan Higgins to come, and then the new boy Ben Geddes. Then it's going to be a crucial crunch afternoon session here now. There's a chance for Lancashire to bite back, but they're going to need to start better than they did this morning. They didn't start badly because Bailey at one end was bowling beautifully. The others bowled in fits and patches, I think it's fair to say. And Wells 1 over 1 for 6. Be given another go from the nursery end here. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me Andrew McKenna, for all 4 days of this first championship game of the season at Lord's. Is the first ball of the afternoon session. Floats it up there nicely, slipping a leg slip on the attack after lunch, Andrew.
Absolutely. Made amends after dropping that catch on the boundary early doors by getting that wicket. Now, can he dig himself in for a bit of a longer spell?
Dropping short. And gets away with it. Williams out there again, rolling. Grab a couple.
It's now properly a lovely day, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. You can see the shadows of the players there out on the pitch. Talking to a couple of people who've been watching in the crowd this morning, it is a really nice day to be sitting out in the stands watching cricket.
On edged. Just the one slip in place. Leg slip on the other side. A second might have snaffled that. Googly again. Brings up the 50 for Holden. He goes to 51 from 76 balls.
Just closed the face a little bit on it, didn't it?
Wells Googly nearly strikes again.
And it looks like he's now attracting the interest of the umpire. Surendran Shanmugam is just having a little wander down there.
Back.
I wonder how many people had leg spinner as chief bowler on the first day of the season in April on their bingo card today. Probably not many.
They do say start the session with your best bowlers, don't they? It's not quite Warner McGrath, but Bailey and Wells.
It's a sliding scale, obviously. Well, I always remember there was one of the early days of fielders and bowlers being mic'd up out on the middle. It was an Australian, I presume, 50 over game at the time, and they got Stuart McGill, and the commentator was talking in his ear. He said, "So what are you going to bowl this ball?" And McGill thought, and then went, "A great big filthy pie." And he did. So, you know.
And he got a wicket.
Well, that was the other thing, wasn't it? Stuart McGill, for a while, took wickets for not being Shane Warne. Because people thought, well, I'm not going to get any against Warney. I'm going to have a go at McGill. And he took a lot of wickets that way.
Well, it's the Corey Collymore thing. The wickets were taken at the other end. I'm banking that Corey's now tuned in after lunch and missed that comment this morning. Good lad, Mr. Collymore. Great time on the mic last year. Three slips in place for Bailey. Shape again there. Deploy keeping the bat face open, watchful. Couldn't close the face to that one. That ball just seemed to, whether it was a little bit of late swing or just went off the surface.
That's great if you're a Lancashire persuasion, that. You've got through the first session and the ball is still doing a bit after 30 overs. You'd be a bit disappointed that you've not had more in the wickets column, but that natural assistance is still there for them.
Inside edge, yes, no. No for sure had to be the call on that one. The way the ball bobbled around, you could never, it'll spin off the boot, won't it? You don't know whether it's going to kick onto the field or whether it's going to spin back. The right call from Holden. The key was it early enough? Holden's an outstanding player of spin, perhaps Middlesex's best. So they've gone Wells against him after lunch. Deploy is Middlesex's best batter. No doubt Bailey's the best bowler of Lancashire, but he's onto the pads there, and that's another boundary. It's the first for Deploy.
Well, he's barely touched that. He's barely touched that, and because it's 50 metres to the boundary, yeah, I'm not surprised. The man would have been inside the theoretical circle for a white ball game. He's now going back onto the boundary edge. So there's two men out on the leg side, deep backward square and deep mid wicket, but they're sort of defensive.
Bumped back. On for the crowd. When he arrived from Derbyshire at the beginning of last season, and you know, the fellow players and bowlers bowl him in the nets, see him in the nets for the first time, and then he's out there in the middle. What they did say to me of deployers, they've never seen anybody hit the ball so hard. He just absolutely creams it, and with an economy of effort.
You mean a bit like that?
Go on, go now. They've destroyed my story.
Well fielded by Bohannon, to be fair. Didn't give that up.
It's a fickle job as a commentator, isn't it?
Actually, that is one thing, and it's a great thing about cricket. You can go and watch the players before play starts in the nets, and you play club cricket, and there are people who hit the ball and they hit it hard, and then you watch pros, and then there's another level. It's like pro hard, and if you ever field at mid off or mid on to them, just like the punch drive, it gets to you before you've even had time to think about it.
Leg side again. Just be the single. I think it's going to be a leg by. It is. Umpire balled him. Raises his hand and taps his knee. Crucially didn't raise his finger when Max Holden played at one from Bailey earlier. Huge appeal from the Lancashire opener. End of the over on 42 for 2.
That breeze still blowing, but if you're out of it, as I say, if you are managing to tuck yourself away, it's, by all accounts, a very nice day.
Well, funny you should say that, Macca. Headline on the BBC website at the moment: Friday expected to be the UK's hottest day of the year. I assume they mean so far. Otherwise, it could be a pretty miserable summer.
Wow, yeah. Oh, that's interesting, because at one point, today was going to be the hottest day, wasn't it? More leg spin, push back past the bowler. Ah. Sorry, it is Friday today, isn't it?
You threw me there.
Do you know
what day is it?
Hang on a minute, yes. Do you know what? I suddenly got into my head that Thursday's the first day of a cricket game, isn't it? But it's not, is it?
He was sat in the sun at lunch, folks.
The pims are very strong here. You've got to be very careful.
Well, again, did you hear about the queues at lunch for the beer? Apparently there were snake. Well, you have the beer snakes now, don't you? But the snakes of queues for the beer at lunch. They really were. You know, it's a really good crowding for this one. There you go.
He survived the queue.
Yep.
Don't drink it too quickly, though, sir. Otherwise, you'll have to go back to the queue.
23 degrees in some areas. The heat could rise to today.
Let me give you some context if you're not in the UK watching this stream, and I know there are people around the world, that we seem to be making a lot of this, but the UK in April can be single figures in terms of Celsius. It's low 20s today.
That's a good stop in at the covers, just a single take. But apparently it's going to be hotter than Marbella and Ibiza today in the UK.
Maybe we should get some rave music going in the tea break, just to sort of get that Marbella kind of feel. God, could you imagine that in the pavilion? Could you imagine some egg and bacon doing big box, small box?
It's the 100, isn't it? Just a single taken. One thing's for sure out there, Lancashire were feeling the heat this morning.
Hey! And it's only day one, folks. Imagine what he's going to have for you come August. That's tidy enough, isn't it? Couple of singles. Both sides probably happy enough with that. Just keep it ticking along from a batter's point of view, and don't come out at the new session and have the leather disappear to all parts if you're the bowlers.
Jackets and tyres on today in the pavilion. There are days of the year now when temperature reaches a certain point where gentlemen are allowed to unbutton their top button and take the tie off. Not sure if jackets are allowed to go though, are they, in the pavilion? I think the jackets can come off. When it's hot enough, you can take your jackets off inside.
Don't think we'll make that level today. You never know.
The old commentary positions here at Lords used to be on the turret on the right of the screen. The turret there. What do you think? Up there today or in an air-conditioned box up here? Where are you happier, Macca?
I think this, I'm preferring this end because the sun is coming into our box. If you're at the far end, the sun's going to be behind you. You're going to be in the shade a lot of the day. I'm quite enjoying Bailey coming in towards us to bowl. Interesting, he's now gone around the wicket to deploy.
We touched on this morning, didn't we? That it was surprising how little they came around the wicket to Holden. Fernandez only out there, was it 12, 14 deliveries, but there were very few deliveries. You can certainly count, well, almost on one hand, how many deliveries came around the wicket to Holden. I reckon it was Sutton. Oh no, Sutton's left on over. There was one bowler though.
What would be interesting is to find out, is this as a result of a conversation during the lunch break, or was this always the plan for deploy? That's what we don't really know at this stage.
What we do know is Lancashire need him early. If he gets in on a day like this, sunshine in first day of the season, pressure just slightly on Lancashire having won the toss. Bailey bowling beautifully, but not being fully backed up just yet. It's a big matchup this, Bailey versus Deploy. Middlesex will know that, get past Bailey. Well, they did well for everything we just spoke about there in terms of Collingwood taking wickets at the other end, and you mentioned Warne obviously for McGill. Middlesex haven't given it away to the other bowlers. Pretty much made Lancashire get them out. Bailey with a good wicket this morning. It's a fine googly from Wells as well. It's a single more there for Holden. He actually followed up a bad ball with a good ball and then took a wicket, didn't he? As opposed to the good ball but followed by a bad ball that takes the wicket.
I don't know about you, I'm a big believer about day one setting the tone. You know, we always think back to that Ashes series where Fielder Freitas bowled to Michael Slater and it got lashed away for 4 very first ball, and it set the tone. First day can set the tone for your entire campaign. And it feels like that's what Middlesex are doing here.
End of the over, 148 for 2, just 4 singles off it. Yeah, I say tentatively, I probably tried to put it to Toby Rowling-Jones twice when, coming into this game, you're against Lancashire. Jimmy Anderson at that point, you fancied was fit and playing in this game, and asked the skipper, look, it's April, you lose the toss, you're stuck in, Anderson's running in. If things go awry in the first game of the season, Middlesex shouldn't be too panicked. It's a really tough opponent to face first of all. Lancashire relegated last year, favourites to go back up in the division. It's not a game where, if it goes wrong, you're going to have to shelve it and just move on quickly. Not wanting to be doom and gloom, but how things can quickly move at the start of the season. But equally, as you say, this couldn't really have been much of a better start to this stage.
I don't know about you, but to me, Division 2 is a confidence division. In the fact that if you win, let's say you win your first 2 games, you're at the top end, you've got plenty of points on the board. It's a division that you can then puff your chest out a bit and sort of say, right, come and get us. And so if you can get those points on the board early doors, it doesn't half take the pressure off. And then, let's be honest, there will be a couple of sides that maybe lose the first 2 or maybe even 3 games in the Championship, at which point they immediately go, well, do you know what, white ball, that's where we're going this year. So these first 2 or 3 games really do have a big impact in terms of where your season could go. Get off to a good start, bang, you're up and running, and then you've got that momentum with you. Short legs in place.
Oh, again he goes past the edge. Goodness me. The ball that goes straight on, or the googly from Wells. It's upset Middlesex so far today.
That wrong un is like a hand grenade today. Good stuff, that from Wells. Turned away. I'm not sure you'd find that shot in many coaching manuals, but it did a job.
He's interesting to watch deploy because he does have a distinctive technique.
Comfortable single that'll bring up the 150 for Middlesex with a loss of just a couple.
A bit of news to put a smile on Annie Lancastrian's face. Yorkshire are 7 down now. Quite had a chance to look around the grounds. Looking around this ground though, it's a pretty sight here at Lords today. The sun's out. Outstanding cricket being played out in the middle as well. Oh, just to say that Wells delivers his first bad ball of the day. Drops that one short and he's punished. Boundary to finish the over. Holden, expert player of spin, he wasn't going to miss out there. He moves to 59. Deploy will have the strike on 13, and Middlesex crash along to 154 for 2.
Yeah, having said earlier there weren't many wickets, there's been a clatter in some games. As you say, Yorkshire 7 down against Hampshire, Worcestershire 5 down against Somerset, Gloucestershire 4 down against Derbyshire, Kent 3 down against Northampton. Of course, we'll keep half an eye on the Kent score because Middlesex at Canterbury next week. 2 weeks, sorry, 2 weeks, next game. Durham 3 down against Notts. Where else are we? Yeah, Glamorgan 3 down against Leicestershire. So, yeah.
It's like you know what's going on. I thought Middlesex had 2 home games to start the season, but it's Kent away next week, isn't it?
Yeah. The only away game, and it's an hour down the road. Nice shot that for no runs. Yeah, Lancashire at home, Kent away, Glamorgan at home, and then it's hit the M1 for Derbyshire.
I've honestly made my plans for next weekend based on the fact that I'll be in London, not in Canterbury. How have I got that wrong?
We'll get the old javelin train or whatever straight back to St Pancras. Be back in no time.
Could have sworn it was back-to-back home games to start the season. Oh, 8 down Yorkshire. I'll tell you what, Canterbury next week, if the weather's like this, be very happy. Oh, get through for a single. Struck hard, as ever, by Deploy. 2 best grounds to go when the weather's good, Canterbury and Hove.
I'll throw in a left field one there.
Essex.
Derby.
Ooh,
because you don't want to go there when it's not good. By the way, I am going to out myself. I am from the East Midlands. I played some of my age group cricket for Derbyshire. I am allowed to therefore say that. We had, I think it was under 13s, we had an April training session outdoors on the artificial, and there was snow on the other side of the boundary. It was freezing, and you couldn't tell the difference between that and May. I mean, Lewis Deploy has made the move down, and there are many reasons that he'll be happy to have made the move, but he'll be enjoying this weather more than most, because he will have done early season in Derby, or Ice Station Zebra as it is otherwise known.
End of the over, 35 bowls, Middlesex 155 for 2. What's he lost? Pad's flown away. There is a bit of a breeze today. And extraordinary, isn't it, for first day of the season to say there's a welcome breeze blowing across Lords. Temperatures soar towards mid-20s.
His takeaway menu for later. He's working out what he's going to have and then get it delivered so it arrives just in time.
Well, we always say what are the batters talking about, you know, the restaurant they're going to go to or whatever. Definitely that's what the umpires are thinking. Where are we eating tonight? ECB expenses.
Well, you see, are they on expenses or are they on per diems? Because if you're on per diems and you're coming to Lords, you just fill your boots at lunch and tea and then trouser the money, don't you? Yeah. Or am I speaking too much as a freelancer there?
Plenty of shorts on display in the background there, aren't there? The legs are out, first day of the season. When was the last time we said that? Yorkshire 112 for 9.
Seems like it might be doing a bit at Southampton then. Keeper up to the stumps again. Did well to wait for that. Felt like Deploy was playing that shot about an hour ago, and then we just waited and waited and waited, and guided away one more.
Selfies. First selfie of the season, Lords. First one we spotted anyway. We've had a sleeper, we've had a selfie. We saw a pre-noon beer.
Shot.
At least a couple. Chase on. Mid on. For Bailey. What else are we missing on the Lord's bingo? We've had a sleeper, we've had a pre-noon beer, we've seen a selfie. We haven't seen our first egg and bacon yet, the full-on MCC suit. I mean, we'd be able to spot that from here. We don't need the camera crews to find that for us.
This is true. It's normally a combination, actually, isn't it? It's the egg and bacon and the sleeper.
As a result of the pre-noon beer.
Quite possibly. I wonder how those lads with that bottle of champagne are getting on.
I want to know what the things that they were drinking out of were called.
I think they're called glasses. They were invented a couple of hundred years ago, so they've not made it down your way.
Don't you just go straight from the bottle when you all...
Not at Lord's, darling, not at Lord's. But the catering manager here today has had a right old panic. Have we got enough cold drinks? Have we got enough strawberries in? I mean, they'd be thinking of... I mean, we had a very nice soup at lunchtime, but I bet they weren't thinking they'd be needing the warm weather gear.
Oh,
that's the problem of having the keeper standing up. You've only got to be fraction off line-wise, and you're picking it up from the boundary. And as I said earlier, I love a keeper standing up to a seamer, but that's either going to hit the middle of your gloves or it's boundary edge. And 4 byes is the result. See, that's the one that hits the gloves.
yeah, it's a problem though, isn't it, for Lancashire? It really is. They just haven't been able to get the bowling going at the nursery end so far today. 161 for 2. Not that they'll mind. Noah Cornwall running out the drinks. Yeah, needed for the bats as well. Well, mind you, I suppose Max Holden's had his warm weather training off at the T10 not long back. Old Father Time remembered the sunscreen.
Do they clean him each winter? He looks shiny today, or is that just the reflection in the sun?
It's the gleam of the factor 50. We stretched for that a little, played on the up, but yeah, we've talked about the pace of this surface today. Ball just starting to get that little bit softer now, and also Holden into the 60s, seeing it that little bit bigger as well.
June or July, that's 4, because it's run all the way across the square, but of course none of the other pitches have been used yet, so the grass is all a little bit slightly longer, so it couldn't pick up any pace on that. the disadvantage of being the first game of the season.
It is really lush out there. It's a very good point. It's quite the sight. Then leg side from Bailey. This is 11th over Bailey. 43. Talks about Roland Jones having shouldered the burden last year in the wickets taken column for Middlesex. Bailey is going to be careful today, aren't they, not to bowl him into the dirt on the first day of the season.
Of course, the advantage that Lancashire have now got is that Wells is now settled in. If they just let him wheel away from this nursery end, they can just rotate the seamers around from the pavilion end. And as we've said a few times so far, all of the seamers have looked happier coming down the hill from the pavilion end. So that maybe needs to be something that Middlesex will try and do something about. They don't want that to get settled in.
Just skirted that one through for a single. Yeah, it is something that Middlesex are going to have to think about in terms of long term, replacing Tim Mercer at the nursery end. Roland Jones bowled a lot from the nursery end last year. Ooh, stretching slightly for that one, Holden, but he didn't go too hard at it this time, did he? He just eased it. Very much the outside part of the bat. But Roland Jones, you know, over the years, will have bowled very few overs at this end until last year. But almost unselfishly, as a captain, he did it. He went from this end, but there's no doubt about it. Roland Jones, the pavilion end, he's always going to take more wickets. He's just built for pavilion end bowling.
So you give him your first spell from pavilion, get 2 or 3 under his belt, and then say, right, I'm afraid you now, and I've got to settle in and do a bit of a donkey work job.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, you know, when Ethan Bamber first came through at Middlesex, you almost thought that they'd found Mercer's heir to the nursery end, the natural successor. I wonder about Higgins. Higgins bowls a lot from the pavilion end, but you wonder, will Higgins have to be the man that perhaps becomes the nursery end bowler for Middlesex? And it's just a good example of it here, isn't it? Because as you say, Wells has looked the best from the pavilion end, and that's the leg spinner. End of the over, 37 bowls, 167 for 2.
This is where a good director of cricket comes in, isn't it? And the fact that not only you've got to get a balanced squad, get some variation, left armers in there as well, but at Middlesex you've also then got to take into account who's coming up the hill, who's going to go down the hill, because you don't want to sign 7 bowlers, all of whom have to bowl down the hill. That just doesn't work. So actually you've got to get someone who is prepared, and they've probably got to be an Ethan Bamber style of that sort of bustling, hit the deck hard kind of bowler. You've got to go out and find someone who can do that, and also mentally be willing to take on that task.
Oh, that one went away. Swung away up the slope. There you go, just swung late before pitching. Well resisted by Deploy. Can Williams find that groove from the nursery end? Around the wicket. To the left-hander. A couple of slips in place with that keeper standing up. It's difficult for slip as well, that. There is an edge to slip, but then he's going to see it very, very late as it appears behind the gloves of the keeper. That little bit of swing. They want Deploy and Holden kept in their crease at the moment. They'll have come up with a few strategies and plans. Resisting saying ploys at lunch, Lancashire. A couple of mid-wickets in place as well. That's a beautiful ball. Well kept as well. That was a bit of bounce in that, a little bit of bite. Getting excited behind the stumps, but nothing more in it. There's those couple of mid-wickets. One closer around towards square leg, but clearly in there for a little clip in the air if Williams goes too straight. Swinging it away at the moment though. It was edgy from deploy. He moves to 20. 2 slips in place, no chance on that, and applause from second slip for the delivery.
There's something that doesn't feel quite right about this. You mentioned that he's getting good shape away, but we've got 2 catching mid-wickets. It almost feels like the 2 catching mid-wickets are a safety valve in case he gets 2 straight. But if he doesn't get 2 straight, you've taken 2 fielders out the equation. Do you see what I mean?
Solidly in behind that. And there's the first, the more orthodox mid-wicket, slightly shorter than an orthodox. He's the catching one, the other one around towards square leg is a little bit more the cover. I wonder, are they thinking with the away swing that Williams is getting to deploy? Will he overcompensate and his head goes too far to the offside and then lifts it to the on? But at the moment it doesn't look like it's particularly set up for a dolly into the onside. He'll do well with that away swing to clip it in the air to mid-wicket, as you say. End of the 38th, 171 for 2.
It feels more likely that if he closes the face, it's cut wide gully backward point, doesn't it? But
yep, we're extra cover, yeah, leading edge, yeah.
We'll see, we'll see. Deploy's moved on to 20 from 35, and coming in just before the break, but just moved on quite nicely, hasn't he?
Well, he has. Partnership's 44. And a few of those are down the leg side, weren't they, as well, since lunch. The extras that we had, 17 so far. Continuing around the wicket as well. Still shape, isn't there? A little bit of swing out there. Talk about a ball coming to life after 30 overs, don't they? Sometimes you might go out and it's hooping from ball 1, but sometimes you have to wait with a Duke's ball around 30 overs or so and it just starts to do something. It's been a bit all morning, wasn't it? Again, the control wasn't quite there, the consistency. This man's had plenty of both. Quite had the full reward for it just yet, though. Yorkshire all out for 121. Kyle Abbott, former Middlesex man. Only for a T20 campaign, but popular player here at Lords. He's picked up 3 for 42. Liam Dawson, 3 for 8 from 4.4.
Oh, dear me. Top scorer in the innings, David Milan with 31.
Run out by Stoneman. Rocky will have enjoyed that. David won't.
No,
or whoever ran him out. And Mark Stoneman heading down to Hampshire this season. It's funny the way it goes around. He's a hugely popular player here in Middlesex when they first signed Stoneman, the dressing room, the batting group was so happy to have that kind of experience coming in at the top, and it actually benefited Sam Robson to have somebody at the other end as experienced alongside him once more.
Well, apparently Deadeye Stoneman, according to the commentary, the little piece of information I've got, Milan played tip and run to cover and was beaten by a direct hit. He gave up part-way down, realising he completely misjudged it and didn't even bother to stretch for it as Stoneman fired them down. Not an ideal start to the Johnny Bairstow captaincy regime.
.172 for 2 here.
We are the fewest wickets down in Div 2. Kent 3 down against Northants. Gloucestershire 4 down against Derbyshire. And Glamorgan 4 down against Leicestershire.
Currently the best batting performance in the country. Essex 133 for 2 against Surrey. It's only 2 down, same as Middlesex. Middlesex fans and Lancashire fans will know that could change very quickly. A couple of wickets on the board and things can swing. Stroke. Sweeper set back on that short boundary.
The angle that he's leaning back there, it almost looks like he's trying to sort of guide it to third man. And he's gone dead straight out on the offside to sort of deep cover point.
Told me he fully modelled his career on Alistair Cook. Max Holden came up into the commentary box in his early days. Said that everything that he did out there he tried to model on Alistair Cook, the way he went about his innings, the mannerisms, everything. That was how he set himself up.
Oh, I could think of worse people.
Absolutely, but the interesting thing for Max, obviously, is he then became a gun white ball player. And had this conversation many times. Stephen Eskenazi and Max Holden, when they first came through, you thought, you know, these are going to be serious first-class players for years to come, and they have been. But neither of them struck you as T20 players, you know, that are particularly going to go on and have great white ball careers, which both have done. It's the modern-day batter. You've got to evolve your game if you want to earn the big bucks.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And you mentioned earlier about having come in off the back of T10. Well, you know, in the old days, you'd have had 3 or 4 warm-up games, practice games. You know, you wouldn't certainly be swinging from the hip for the fences, but that's the way the game is now. You wonder actually if there'll be more and more proliferation of white ball and how much more the red ball style of play will evolve.
Oh, now, was there an inside edge? He's around the wicket. So where did Deploy start? What is he batting off? Would he have just got outside the line of off? Or was it an inside edge that saved him? He's batting, you can see his back foot is outside the line of, yeah. He's got a long way across there. I'm not sure there was an inside edge. But you can see his starting position. I think his starting position, as much as anything, saves him. No matter where that front pad finishes, the fact he's batting so far across, it'll be in the umpire's mind. Have a look again now. I don't think there is any inside edge. Just watch where that back foot is. It's miles outside off, but the front pad doesn't come across that far. And ooh.
It does nip back a little, doesn't it?
I mean, again, I think it'd go upstairs and it'd be umpire's call. At very best, it's umpire's call, and the umpire's call was quite correctly benefit of the doubt to the batter, I'd say, on that one. And of course, there could have been a little tickle that the umpire may have heard and we did not. But on the lines itself, I think there was enough area of doubt on that. But good from Williams, though. Better over from him. Number 33. No, 433 from his 10, and Middlesex 173 for 2.
Well, it's just another little one for Lancashire to put into the frustration or disappointment category. Had a drop catch out on the boundary. Had a caught behind not given that they were convinced. They were pretty sure that that one was in front to be given. So if you're trying to build up a bit of a siege mentality within the camp, I mean, it's early in the season for that, but yeah, if you want to try and build up the everyone's against us kind of thing, on another day, Middlesex could be 3 more wickets down.
Well, they'll certainly have felt they could have had Max Holden twice, but once at their own failings. So from that point of view, they've got to suck it up hard. I think cricket teams are honest, aren't they? They will know they have not hit the top of off stump enough today. Here comes another crucial point. Balderson replaces Bailey. That skids through.
See, there's another one in the fact that there's not been that many edges and not many of them have looked like carrying. You've still got 2 slips in place. And I know that you kind of have to, don't you? Just for the optics of it as much as anything else, to say, look, we're still in this, we're still threatening. That's very solidly off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, and we mentioned that game last year, didn't we, when the season started with 2 rounds of Kookaburra matches. So often we'd see an umbrella field in front of the bat for the slow pace of it all. But yeah, there's nothing really fizzed to the slips today. There was one just short, wasn't there, of Luke Wells at 3rd slip early on. Which may well have been Holden, actually, wasn't it? There was Fernandez, certainly a left-hander.
I think the ring of 4 on the offside is telling. Backward point, square point, extra cover mid-off. We're reaching that sort of mopping up and prevention mode.
This is good. They've been tight here, haven't they? 4th dot ball of the over. Williams had a good over last up, and this really is a key passage for Lancashire, following up Bailey's start.
What's that? 7 runs in the last 3 overs, and one of those a boundary. "16 runs in the last 30 odd deliveries. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier about bowling consistently, which means the captain can set the field accordingly. The ball at the moment is finding the field.
Yeah, they're asking them to force at the moment, aren't they? Middlesex 173 for 2. That was really the mark we were saying this morning, that Middlesex didn't really go chasing the runs at the other end from Bailey, which they could have been guilty of, and that can bring wickets. They've been studious in their approach. Put away a bad ball when they've had the chance. Put away some good balls as well, but there's the sun trap at the back of the pavilion. Patio balcony out the back there.
Looks a nice place to be. Imagination, or is it getting a bit fuller in the stands? Just
Well, they have had just had lunch.
This is true. I think there's a few more arrived since the start of play.
Producer was even less impressed with that pun than you were, Macca.
Met with complete disdain and silence.
As all best puns are.
You can tell that the weather is certainly improving as the day goes on, because away in the distance towards the central London, there was a bit of haze earlier on, but we can now see quite a long way into the distance. It's high cloud what there is. It's a lovely day for cricket, this.
Adjustment at the field, keeper's still up, tweaking the field meticulously at the moment. The key is, crucially, the bowling is very, very tight. They'll wish this is the way that they started this morning. It's a different game now. They're slightly playing catch-up. Again, you don't want to go chasing wickets when you're playing catch-up. What you do is keep it tight, which is what they're doing right now. Goodness me. That's got to be up there. Shot of the day from Max Holden. Almost holds the pose at the end. Glorious stroke through the line of that one. Oh, that's absolutely crunched through the covers. Short boundary, could have been the long boundary. That was 4 all-day runs. 50 partnership as well. 21 for Deploy, 23 for Holden.
First smidge of width. It wasn't a horrendous ball by any manner of means, but just that little bit.
Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Well, Holden can't believe it. It's nipped away up the slope. It's that away swing from Williams. Vastly improved performance after lunch from the Lancashire bowlers, and they've got their rewards. Little tickle through to the keeper, and huge, huge credit for Hurst as well. Standing up, holding on.
Seemed to bounce a bit as well. That's a good chunk of deflection on there. That's very, very good keeping.
The joy from Williams will be a little bit of relief out there from Lancashire as well. .69 for Holden, one shy of Robson in this innings so far. Deploy still there on 21. He's done an excellent job because he came out early with Fernandez out for 1. And he's done a good job of protecting the middle order, which started with Deploy. Now joined by Ryan Higgins.
Well, I thought they were going to have to drag Holden off for a minute there. He feels like he's missed out on something quite big. It did rather come out of nowhere, that one.
Well, that away swing's been there the whole time, but it hasn't rushed them to this point. That one did.
Right then, the man who scored the most runs in the championship for Middlesex last year. Average 70.8.
Well, the last 2 years for Middlesex, it's been a little bit said. I mean, particularly, I think the Division 1 relegation season, he had an outstanding year that year. I'm making the point where Middlesex have been without him that season. Only just went down. Kent's draw against Lancashire in the final day. Middlesex are up at Nottinghamshire. Had Lancashire beaten Kent, it would have been Kent that went down. There's that little step forward from Higgins as well. Another positive batter, as both of these two are, will get off the mark with a couple. Ends the over, which saw the fall of Holden. Leave Middlesex 178 for 3. Live enhanced stream here at Lord's from Middlesex with myself, Kevin Hand, and Andrew McKenna in association with Daffabet. Middlesex's day so far. This is definitely an opportunity, though. These are the two. These are the powerhouse, really. Robson and Holden at the top. There's young Fernandez. Still to come, Williamson to join Middlesex this summer. Geddes in from Surrey and in next. But Macca, as you were just mentioning, the stats speak for themselves for both of these two.
They're going to carry an awful lot of expectation. As you say, when Kane Williamson arrives, it just gets a different feel, that batting lineup.
It's been a long-standing problem for Middlesex batting. Even when they were relegated in 2006, that year they had actually a very, very good batting lineup. You thought potentially could have taken them to the title. The bowling didn't play its part, and one reason or another, things fell apart as they do. Oh, now where's that gone? It's gone straight through. And there you go. Keeper's told you the full story there. It's just got a little bit of bounce and it's nipped slightly as well. Yep, it's just fizzing around on him, dipping around. This is Lord's. There's the slope. Off the surface, that's gone through the gate. And then it's just wobbled on him, the keeper says. Nearly again getting through. Inside edge probably through his own legs there for deploy. Yep.
It's almost like the wicket spooked them a little bit. Deploy hasn't, well, apart from the, what was it, second ball where he sort of chopped it, playing a wide one, and he's played so calm. And all of a sudden now he's just playing a couple of shots in a manner he wouldn't want to. That's more like it.
That would have felt better. He does like to feel bat on ball, Deploy. He's a very aggressive, very positive player. He'll go at the bowling from ball one, not recklessly, he just likes to get on top.
So going back to a certain Kane, you said Holden's enjoying batting at 3. Deploy's your best player at 4.
Yeah.
So are we saying Kane Williamson, formerly #1 player in the world, can bat 5?
I wonder, I genuinely don't know. I wonder, will Fernandez be the man to make way and everybody goes up one with Williamson? Or either Williamson slips in at 3 with Holden going up to open with Robson. And of course there's time, you know, at the end of the day, who's scoring the runs? Whoever isn't scoring the runs makes way. So somebody in that top 6 at the moment, I mean, it could be that it's Geddes, new in, but I think Middlesex are very optimistic on his arrival. .180 for 3 here at Lords, and the batters are playing their part at the moment, aren't they? But yeah, I mean, look, if you were to go on experience, probably young Fernandez, second season. Should always be a difficult year because teams have started to have a look at you and they've started to work out your weakness, so you've got to correct that. More often than not, second season syndrome's a difficult one for youngsters, be it bowlers or batters, but it will just come, I'm sure it will just come as a case of, right, okay, there's a top 6 at the moment. Davies the wicket keeper at 7. Of that top 6, who's scored the least runs, fewest runs? That start again, top of off stump.
No, but I'm just going to say, as Jono was saying in the interview that we played out before play started, a bit like the football manager thing, isn't it? It's the kind of selection problems you want to have. Too many people for too few slots, so you don't want the side to pick itself because you have no other option. That's almost a nightmare situation, really.
talks about with Middlesex 1980-81 season, I think it was, the year of the 12 internationals at Middlesex. There was always an international player sat on the sidelines each round. Funnily enough, the 2016 side wasn't far off that. The 11 that you could put out that weren't in that starting 11 were quite extraordinary. Then it happened again 2017 and 2018, and perhaps actually that bloatedness at that point then became a problem. It's such a fine balance both ways, isn't it? Because you then get a little bit of disgruntlement, resentment.
And now with the structures of the season being so completely different, are you better off having fewer international players because they're not coming and going all the time, which therefore means your side isn't settled? And then of course the other thing now is overseas players. So hard to get overseas players. Well, first of all, the days of Viv Richards and Joel Garner playing an entire season for Somerset, for instance, you know, that's not going to happen because the amount of cricket throughout the year. So it's being able to grab someone for a few weeks here and there is probably your best bet. So is the person of the quality that you want actually out there? No point wasting money bringing in a player who's not going to improve you just because they're from the overseas.
It's tucked up again. 5-dot ball so far in the Williams over. This has been a significant improvement in the accuracy after lunch from Lancashire's. Well, plans. Choice words probably not, but careful words perhaps.
I can imagine it have been something along that. Guys, that wasn't what we discussed this morning, was it? Can we go out and execute the plan that we did discuss?
Maiden over. Not been too many of those in this innings. It's a second for Williamson out of 12. There's the Warner stand. Have you been up there for lunch at the back of the Warner stand?
It's one of the things I've not managed to tick off yet.
I haven't either, but I have been. Have you been up there at all to see the view actually?
Not for a very long time.
That glass wall wraps around the front of the restaurant there. It's hard to describe the panoramic feel that it gives to the ground. When you stand there, you all of a sudden do just get the feel of a 360 view of the ground from standing there. It's a wonderful, wonderful piece of architecture. Inside edge is in play a lot here with Deploy, isn't it? A number of occasions now that ball's ricocheted around, but yeah, it really is a great spot up there. It's hard to describe just how you stand there and you kind of feel. It's almost like somebody showing you a panoramic picture where you look around the whole way. Inside edge, goes down the pad. I feel like I'm overstating it now, but for as much as we kept saying this morning, they've got to start hitting the top of off stump. They've been hitting the off stump since the resumption this afternoon. That run rate was nudging towards 4.5 at one point, wasn't it? No, just tipped it indeed. Leg side, pitched it outside.
Optimistic at best. That's one of those good job didn't review.
Yeah.
take again. Never easy, those. Standing up, so you know it's coming quickly. You've got to move, and then you lose sight of it while you go behind the batsman as a keeper. And you're trusting the bounce that the ball's going to continue on the same trajectory, so you get your hands in the right place. When it hits the middle of your gloves there is not a better feeling.
Good feeling to end the over to Roy. He's finally got something in the middle of the bat on it there. Wasn't quite in the position. There was a fair old gate there, wasn't there, between the bat and the ball, but he's very much a hand-eye coordination batter, Elias Deploy, which is where that power came from, the fact that we were talking about earlier. 180 for 3, a maiden over for Balderson, so that's his 5th maiden out of 10.
Yeah, 0 for 17 from 10. 5 maidens.
He's been getting that away swing as it was to the left-hander, in swing to the right-hander now, Higgins. Which is another thing, Middlesex are back to a right-handed, left-handed combination now. These two hope to make the most of that, and one thing's for sure, if these two do get in, then they can really do damage. Do it very quickly as well. 60 over mark, that's when you're looking to score your runs. That's still 15 overs away, so a bit of work to do yet for Middlesex. Keep tickling the singles. Working the angles. Picking up a couple here and there. 2 more keeps him on strike.
Keep saying it, but it's such a hard boundary to defend that side because it's such a short boundary. You end up with fielders in places where they shouldn't be because the angle or the depth isn't right. That's just a push that's enabling 2.
Be fascinating to see the pre-lunch pitch map compared to post-lunch.
Gully's coming out to leave 2 slips, with Wells now going on that catching mid-wicket again, fairly short for the clip off the toes.
And of course, Ryan Higgins eases it away through the vacant gully. In one word, cricket.
Didn't move his feet, was just perfectly in line and just stood there and opened the face.
Yeah, you can see those wrists of Higgins there. He's such a fine player. A very interesting point was made to me, or I say point, theory, a thought. Were Higgins not a bowler, i.e. of an all-rounder, as he is, because you've mentioned his stats, if he were just a batter, would he have had a more serious shot at England? Because if you're he's almost looked as though, well, he's an all-rounder, but the bowling's not good enough that you could call him an all-rounder at international level. However, his stats alone as a batter.
A batter who bowls useful overs, yeah. It's an interesting discussion point.
Need to have a chat with the lads on the Lancashire website. In their preview of this match, they've described Ryan Higgins as a Darren Stevens-esque type bowler.
Well, we all know there's no higher accolade in county cricket than being compared to the great Steve-O.
Well, the thing is, he's quicker than you'd realise, Higgins. He will hit 80 miles an hour. When the guns have been on, the speed guns have been on these games, you know, he was... What was one game? I think certainly Bamber, definitely Murtagh, possibly Roland Jones. They were the quartet, and Higgins had hit top on the speed gun in that game.
Maybe they're just trying to tell us the Lancashire players have got a WhatsApp group about Higgins. After the Aussies had that WhatsApp group that was called, was it Steve-O's going to get you? All the Aussies who were playing county cricket had this WhatsApp group that was dedicated to Darren Stevens.
Well, I said it was a little bit like the Aussies with Darren Gough, and he toured down under for the first time. I think Bumble was the coach. David Lloyd, he might well be tuned in at the moment. Good afternoon, if you are. Didn't they put it up on the TV in his first spell before lunch? Darren Gough, medium pace. So Bumble gets him in the dressing room at lunch and says, "Come on, Goughy." Shows a few more of those medium paces after lunch, and out he goes and takes a 5 for in the afternoon. You know, G's him up. It's almost like the Higgins one, right? Let's just print this off the Lancashire website and put it on his dressing room, on his seat in the dressing room.
Well, someone else a few years ago, but it was the opposite way round, and I forget who it was, and the TV put up fast medium, and I think Fred Truman was on the commentary at the time, and apparently went, "Well, you can take fast off." Speaking of Goughy, it's a bit of a shame actually that we don't have the speed gun displayed anymore. When it was first brought in back in sort of the late 80s, early 90s, one of the advertising hoardings was actually a display that they put the speed up, and FreeServe, the internet provider, were the sponsors back in those early days, and I think it was £30,000 for the person who bowled the fastest ball, and Goughy always made sure he got it. But it's one of the great things about fast bowlers, in the fact that you almost don't want them to know, because they become obsessed with the speed gun rather than what it is you actually want them to be doing. Although it did buy Goughy a nice car, so, you know.
Wasn't the point made at the Champions Trophy? Oh, it's a good stop. Short cover. Williams following the ball's following him in the field, so it's another fine stop. He's had a few out in the ropes. He saves a couple. He saved 3 there. They take a single to end the over. 187 for 3. But in the Champions Trophy, one of the overseas commentators, so not one of the commentators following England in the tournament, had made the point that England's greatest problem is they've got too many one-dimensional fast bowlers. And this has been the great desire, hasn't it, to find 90-mile-an-hour bowlers and pack the team with them. So hearing that point made on commentary, yeah, but they're all 90-plus bowlers. They need something different.
Yeah, exactly. It's the interesting one, isn't it? It's that old phrase about changing the bowler, but not the bowling. I always felt that Saqib Mahmood's been slightly harshly done by. Of course, a Lancashire man not involved in this, but he sort of gets up there high 80s, but he takes wickets in different ways. I mean, he took, what was it, 3 in 4 balls, or was it against India, and then promptly got dropped for the next game. You always feel that he's the one who seems to make way, but he can be the point of difference.
Oh, here's a moment to sit up. Bailey's on at the nursery end. 1 for 46 from 12 at the pavilion. And he's sent to solve the nursery end problem for Lancashire.
Now that's an interesting call for me. He's been so good from the far end. Do you put him back on the far end and say carry on? Or is it, as you've just said, we've got a bit of a problem at the other end. Can you go and fill that gap for us?
Well, I guess it's a gamble worth taking, because this is the crunch point. Higgins and Deploy, if they could pick up these two, then all of a sudden the innings could take on a very different dimension very quickly. We'll call them that one. That's, again, change of ends won't help that, but 1 for 46 from 12 at the pavilion end, as well as he's bowled. It's 1 for 46. So they change him to the nursery end and find that, oh, actually, I wish we got you down here 4 or 5 overs earlier. So it's got to be worth a try at this point for sure.
Second all out of the season. Worcestershire. 154 all out, 45.5 overs. Casey Aldridge, 5 for 36.
It's a good one from Bailey. Just goes across. Deploy. To old John Curtis, he'd have had a funny line on Worcestershire all out just after lunch on the first day of the new season. Until he departed. And again, best wishes to John's family and friends. Dave Bradley, a famous voice of Worcestershire County Cricket Club, a long-time friend of John's, and dearly missed. Oh, nice use of the feet now. He got fingertips to that. Higgins could have been in trouble. Definitely get something on it. Well, he was sent to this end to pick up one of Higgins or deploy. He nearly did there. Now, flies across second slip, totally squared up by that one, Higgins. Bat and head and everything looking to the onside. It flies away to a third slip, a vacant third slip. Well, he's edged that nearly off leg stump, hasn't he?
Through fourth slip. Yeah. It's about 175 degrees out. Where he's aiming to where it ended up.
Since lunch, we've had the kind of battle we were envisaging. Be it Middlesex bowling at Lancashire today or Lancashire bowling at Middlesex. We're expecting a titanic tussle in Division 2 here, weren't we? One of the games of the season in this division for sure.
Now, I know the leg side boundary is short. Would you risk the short one? The reason I ask is Lancashire have got a deep square leg and a long leg, 20 metres or so apart.
And he goes for the full one with a bit of shape, but it'll bring a single for Higgins to end the over. Yes, he should have gone for the short ball. 195 for 3.
Because that's the question then, isn't it? In the fact that it is so short, the batter's only got to get something on it, and it's probably a boundary and could even be 6. But just that sort of surprise element of, you know, get into the batter and say, well, why on earth would he drop it short here? It's only a short flick for me. I mean, that is short. However you dress it up, that's a flick. But
leading edge for 6 that.
Yeah. But if you're not expecting it and you've got someone who can bowl a slippery one, put it this way. If Wasim Akram or Patrick Patterson was in this Lancashire side, I think they might have dropped one in. Who was the best overseas that you've seen in person then, Kev?
Saw Langer hit a triple century at Somerset against Middlesex. Tim Mercer's debut, would you believe, for Middlesex. Now, polite inquiry.
It gets squared up.
Oh, it's hit his back hip.
It seems to grip on the seam, doesn't it? Because it seems to go up a bit as well.
Too high for the LBW, and no bats involved as the slip scrambled. Reaches for that one, but finds it. It's a long boundary, it's downhill all the way, which means the fielders have their work cut out.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for a fielder.
Not what you need just after lunch, that, is it? Best day of the year so far.
You're trying to run off jam sponge and custard, and thank you very much.
200 on the board also, 200 for 3. First bonus batting point still set at 250, so a little way to go yet for the first of those. Answering your question, I don't think I've seen a bigger presence at the crease in every way you can imagine than Graham Smith, opening for Surrey when he did for a short stint. Man Mountain doesn't even start, but yeah, just that presence. How are you going to get past that bat and front pad? It's just different. Different animal altogether, you know, seeing Graham Smith walk to the middle and bat. Bowlers wise, I was thinking backwards at the moment. Funnily enough, he's not playing today. When Yorkshire was skittled, my thought went immediately to Mohammed Abbas. He went through Middlesex at Hampshire a few years back. He took 6 for 11. And on a Hampshire-Southampton surface, which has been known to be extremely placid, he tore through Middlesex. And yeah, they said they hadn't particularly seen anything like it. It's kind of there, you know, again, fast bowlers you don't get so much anymore now because they're so wrapped up, aren't they? Once they hit international level, you're not going to be put through a county season. And yeah, I have to think back really to the early days. Jason Gillespie was coming towards the end of his career. I think it was with Yorkshire. It might have been Glamorgan, a match at Southgate, the Walkers ground. Owe Shah was batting and Gillespie was at the top of his mark and Shah was delaying and Dizzy was giving him a fair bit. But Ricky Ponting did say at his very best, Gillespie was the best. You know, when he was on form, you know, it's hard to say who was, you know, there was someone better, and that's saying something because we're talking about an era of Lee, McGrath.
He was the underrated one, wasn't he? Because he wasn't the express one. Everyone was on about express pace, but in a weird way, he was. I mean, how can you say the bloke with however many 100 Test wickets was underrated? But
and a double century at international.
And a double century.
Just in case he's tuned in. Good old Dizzy. Had the Pakistan job recently, didn't he? But the latest to succumb to the goings on in Pakistan cricket.
Where the phrase manager of the month isn't a competition, it's a statement.
Captain of the month as well, don't they?
Yeah, you do feel like it's your turn in about 5 minutes.
All calls on that one.
Pakistan are world class at so many things, but at administration probably isn't it. That would be the
talent
one.
There. Huge talent. Yeah, need to get that house in order, don't they? Use the feet again from deploy. Middlesex overseas, Chris Rogers was. Angus Fraser said it was the best innings he'd seen by a Middlesex batter when Rogers helped Middlesex chase 472 here, 241 not out. And bearing in mind that Gustine, Gatt, Ramprakash, Haynes, Langer, did Callis as well for a short period, but yeah. Because I mentioned Mark Stoneman earlier, and Stoneman's arrival at Middlesex had a similar impact to that Rogers had. Rogers was solving a big batting problem. I mentioned that 2006 side. I think it was Weeks, Hutton, Smith, Joyce, Dalrymple, Nash and Scott vying for the gloves. There'd have been another in there at 6. Did I miss him? Did I say Shah? I don't think I did. That was, quite the lineup. But since then, since that side disbanded, Middlesex have always struggled to get the batting right, and that's why Williamson's arrival this year. Only time they have, Rogers kind of led Middlesex finally out of Division 2. Adam Voges was in, helped Middlesex to the title in 2016, but the 2016 year with the bat was almost an anomaly. They really went well. Gubbins, Compton, Robson at the top, Voges, George Bailey came in, Simpson had his finest year with the bat. But yeah, batting's been a big problem. But this year, you talk about who's going to drop out of this lineup for Williamson, and obviously you've got Eskenazi sat on the sidelines for this one as well. He'll be the bowling. Can Middlesex find the wickets this year? They'll certainly hope that Cullen and Brooks, Cornwell, Helm once he's back, and also the arrival of Dane Patterson.
Bailey's not doing YMCA here. He's completely redesigning the field structure.
No ball again. This will be frustrating. Extras are climbing rapidly now.
Getting back on at the other end.
Yeah. Well, what was he? He was 1 for 46 from 12, so he's gone for 14 in his first 9 deliveries. Extras up to 24.
Yeah, they've brought in the cover sweepers. So it feels like a different policy. Another no ball.
But this, again, this is the slope. This is what the change of ends does to bowlers here. It is difficult. I do agree that they had to give him a go down here, but I think they've given him a go now.
Well, it's now becoming detrimental. When your best bowler is bowling 9 ball overs,
yeah,
that's not worth it, because you're actually taking legitimate deliveries off of his day's work. Oh, shot.
Oh, that was loose out of the hand, wasn't it, from Bailey? And you wonder, was that psychological? 3 no balls in the over, and he's floated that one up outside the off stump. Just you were watching that next one after the no balls in this over and just thinking, how's he going to respond? As you say, 9 ball over, he knows he's got minimum 9 ball over. Has to get out of it still, but look at that bottom column, that bottom run. He does get out of the over, but an expensive one, 10 off it. Oh, there's still one to come. Oh, of course, because it's there's not enough room at the bottom for their 9 ball over. Do they get smaller now? Are they going to squeeze down on the bottom right? Or do they just start shuffling along? A little jaded. Temperature may well be taking an F. I mean, it's quite the job.
Oh, no, no. His captain's not going to be enjoying it. Umpire's not enjoying it. Our graphics department aren't enjoying it.
As ever, Ryan Higgins has got a smile on his face. And he is out of the over. 10 ball over for Bailey. Tough one. 4 no balls. Under 4. I think that's 12. 2:15 for 3, and yeah, the experiment of Bailey at the nursery end, I think, will quickly come to a close here. And back to what you'd said, Macca. Bit of Luke Wells down at the nursery end, surely.
You would assume so. Yeah, that. Yeah, just draw a line under it. We tried it, it didn't work. I'm sorry, it didn't work out in the way that we would hope if you're at the Lancashire Brains Trust. So, thanks very much, but we'll knock that on the head.
Back to Balderson. 5 maidens in 12. None for 23. Just need him to get a tight economical spell in here, don't they? Or continue it anyway. Umpire's looking up at the pavilion end. It's been a problem all day. Bowler's bar. There's a steward right on the top of the staircase there. A couple taking their seats, but I'm not sure it is in the top of that staircase there. Well, right now it's definitely those two. Less than impressed, Mr. Baldu.
Paul Baldwin looks like a man who could do a very, very mean stare if he needed to.
I think it's the beard.
Yeah, did you know, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Balderson's just continuing to plug away on that line and length. Halfway through his 13th over, he's gone for 23. Really has been a tale of two, well, I was going to say 2 sessions, 1.5 sessions.
Oh, now has he? He has. A little tickle through to the keeper, and Balderson gets his rewards. He's racked up the maidens, and now he's got his first wicket. It's a big one as well. Ryan Higgins has to make his way back. It's the finest little tickle, and a huge word for Hurst again behind the stump, standing up. Difficult, difficult job. He's just really had to search for that, pushed away from the body. Balderson, he's probed, he's persisted. He's provided one of the really big wickets for Lancashire. Higgins has to go. Just the 13 to start the season for Higgins. But another little crack of light for Lancashire as they try and push that door open in this Middlesex innings. 2:15 for 4.
Third catch for Hurst. And you might have been expecting your wicketkeeper to take a few catches on day 1 of the season, but maybe not standing up to the stumps, to the seamers in this way, but he's been very tidy. Anything that Middlesex have offered, he's gobbled up. Right, here's a moment. First opportunity. Lovely afternoon. 50 overs into the ball and the bowlers and fielders. And deploys well set. Real opportunity for him to make an impression, shall we say, on the faithful here at Lord's. Only played in 2 championship games for Surrey last year. 150. Got a chance to play some regular cricket. Here he goes.
Gentle leave. Be pleased with that. First bat and ball to finish a wicket maiden for Balderson. 1 for 23 from his 13 now, 6th maiden. Stats don't lie. Rack up the maidens. The wickets will follow.
Yeah, all of a sudden they're not sitting quite as comfortably, are they? A couple of wickets in the afternoon session. They're still enjoying the sunshine, and rightly so. And we're going to get some left arm seam from Sutton again. Feels like a good time and a good opportunity to get him back into the game.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it would be Wells that they'd go straight back to after Bailey, but the wicket, I think it's a very good opportunity to throw the ball to one of the seamers and say, come on, new batter, get it right from the word go. Certainly getting some away swing to the left-hander earlier, wasn't he? That's Holden. That's a lot of it to deploy as well.
Helped around rather than a full-blooded pull. I saw one earlier in the day, short. It was helped down to long leg, but Wells wasn't able to hold on to it and helped it over the rope for 6. Stay over the wicket to the right-hander. Lancashire immediately back on the attack. 2 slips in a gully, and the deep point being brought into the ring. Point coming up, lasted 1 delivery. And I guess that's just giving a younger guy that bit of cover and ability to just maybe not have the grouping quite right as Sutton is. Just gives them that opportunity to mop it up, that safety blanket, if you like.
Just a gentle push. Oh, yes, no, it's a misfield. Thought it was a mix-up to begin with, but a misfield in the deep meant that any little debate in the middle had that split second to recover.
Of course, there won't be any real chemistry between the two yet. They've not spent any time out in the middle together. That will come as the season goes on. There was a comfortable 2 in the end.
That's punched hard. There is a sweeper back, though. No misfield this time, but they will get back for the second. It's that deep down to Tavern and the mound. Blow old Father time. 52 done, 220 for 4s, another 12 overs to tea on the first day of the championship season. Has he got him? He has! Oh, wow! Now, that That is some pickup shot.
If that was a bit glitchy playing out, you might want to contact your internet provider, because that definitely wasn't our fault.
That's usually how I feel just after tea.
Yeah.
Lagging.
Long spell down at fine leg in the sun. We sort of dozed off a little bit. Just looking around the ground, I'm really surprised that with obviously all these incredible flats and buildings nearby, there's nobody out on the balconies. But I thought somebody might have, you know, day one of the new season, there might be someone sneaking off work.
A few cricketing greats own a few penthouses up there as well, don't they? Or one in particular.
That wouldn't surprise me. Good leave.
He's probably wearing a disguise so no one spots him. Camouflaged.
Absolutely. Big summer coming up. India. Going to be a huge test series, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's mouthwatering. India are riding the crest of a wave at the moment, aren't they? Missed out on the T20 World Cup, but Champions Trophy. Sorry, no, missed out on the Cricket World Cup, but T20 World Cup and Champions Trophy.
Very impressive test team at the moment, having been in India.
Test Cricketer of the Year.
Yeah, and been in India for that series recently against England. They are a very fine side.
What's the chances of England turning the table, in your opinion?
Well, I think home conditions, you know, make a big difference, and you can get the pitches prepared how you want them. Not doctored or anything too crazy, but if there's anything that's dry and even approaching a turning wicket this summer, you'd be very disappointed if you're the England management, wouldn't you? Lots of tickets shifted for the tests here at Lord's.
Ooh, that was right up there on the heel, but it probably gets bad in it. Had he not, there'd have been a fair old appeal there, because he's getting a bit of shape through the air, isn't he? Now, we're often spotting the great and good here at Lord's, aren't we? Plenty of great up there, a few good as well. Martin Tyler and Steve Coppell, Manchester United winger, Crystal Palace manager on the right there. The fella on the left wasn't a bad commentator, I hear, Macca.
Do you know, I think he did all right. He made the most of it, didn't he?
It's not often Mark Rambrickash should stand there, the Middlesex president, in awe of his guests on the balcony at Lord's.
Mark, do you mind showing a couple of people around? Really?
Yeah, bloke called Martin and a bloke called Steve.
Yeah. to think of any big footballing moments of the last 20 years in terms of English league football that Martin Tyler didn't call.
Is he a keeper himself, Martin Tyler? I think he was a keeper, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that.
Pretty sure he was a semi-pro at one stage, wasn't he? I think.
Back in the days when I was doing football reporting, I did quite a few of the Reading games when Steve Coppell was leading them out of the championship. Was it 106 points out of the championship? They're a good side to watch.
Yeah, he knew how to get a side playing, didn't he?
Doyle and Kitson up front. Stephen Hunt. More handy outfit.
Got the career of Ian Wright going, didn't he, at Crystal Palace? Where did you pick him up from? It was Dulwich Hamlets, wasn't it? Right, been let go by one of the big... Or maybe he was plucked for it, I don't remember. He was a little bit of a late bloomer, wasn't he?
He very much was. Shot. Just a flick, and it's a boundary. Long legs, not got a chance of getting around to cut that off.
So Coppell's obviously a Lancashire fan, as a Manchester United legend. Martin Tyler, isn't his football team Woking?
Yes, he at one point, I don't know if he still is, but he was actually part of the coaching staff down there.
Does that make him a Surrey man on the home balcony here at Lord's?
Traitor in the midst.
Well, of course, Crystal Palace training grounds right next to Beckenham Cricket Club, isn't it? Kent's home grounds, right on the border of Surrey and Kent, isn't it? Bit of a sun trap. Oh, it's the Warner stand. First ball check of the new season.
Well, that barely touched the sides. I don't know if that was a request.
A bit like your pint this morning, Macca.
I don't know if that was a request from the fielders, but they got very short shrift there, didn't they?
They've only taken how many? 4 and 54. We need a new ball. It's the man that's making the difference at the moment, Balderson. Bailey had a brilliant start this morning for Lancashire, set the tone from the pavilion ends. Just the 1 wicket to show for his return, though. 1 for 46 from 12, but Balderson now 1 for 24 from, well, what, he's into his 15th. He's really picked up the baton, hasn't he, from Bailey?
14 overs for Bailey, 1 for 68. Will Williams, 13 overs, 1 for 46. Aspinwall's 3 overs, 0 for 21. Ollie Sutton, 6 overs, 0 for 39. I think Wells, 4 overs, 1 for 18. So 6 bowlers used in 54.5 overs. The economy rate that just leaps off of that red line, isn't it? 1.6 and over.
Yeah, and it illustrates for sure what we were saying this morning, doesn't it? batters don't score many runs off the top of off stump.
Not without taking risks anyway, and that's the last thing that Middlesex want to be doing here. They've done the spade work. They've got themselves a platform at 229 for 4. You do not want to be... And if this innings ends with the first digit being anything less than a 4, you'd be absolutely furious the way that this is going.
That's a lovely shot.
Oh, robbed.
He gets that foot. I thought it was through. Robbed by his own mate. Oh no. Oh, Leas.
Well, we know he's getting the first round tonight then.
Whatever you do, don't run him out now. Nice little tickle. Just a single though. To a deep square and long leg close enough that it's quickly taken up in the outfield. Still up at over 4s. So what I'd really like to do is bring that down, but stark contrast in the bowling. Economy rates, as you were just pointing out, Macca, it's been a fits and patches performance, hasn't it, with the ball so far. Bailey brilliant at the top. Balderson, well, it's hard to say Balderson's been anything but brilliant throughout his, but then everybody else, it's glimpses at the moment.
Yeah, they've pulled it back in, so even though that 4 and a bit is a bit higher than you'd necessarily want, considering where it was, the direction of travel is better. Just looking up and down the league, there's a lot of wickets falling elsewhere. We are enjoying the batting display of the day. Sorry, Luce. That was obviously curse of the commentator.
That's good again. Just what they haven't had enough of outside of Bailey at the start and Balderson throughout. Nobody's really settled into a groove. And you need it at both ends, don't you? You can't just have it one end, one bowler at a time. It's got to be a... Well, you've got to bowl in pairs, but you've got to bowl as a unit as well. You see the way the bat's coming down there from deploy. Sutton's testing him at the moment.
It's another over that just ticks along, and Lancashire will be happy with that.
Yeah, crunch time's going to come from here now, isn't it? We've talked a few times about this is an important little passage now, but overs 55 up to 80 before that second new ball becomes available. This is when the batters want to cash in. Ideally like to be 3 down at this point, but 4 down. Again, he's got some time to get himself. He's got time at the moment, hasn't he? There's no rush from here for Geddes, for Middlesex. Time is on their side. If Deploy can continue to get in and get support at the other end, the pressure's only going to crank up. Hot day in the field, first day of the season. Those seasons you complain, you said it this morning, there's no sign of a bobble hat anywhere. But right now, they'll be feeling this temperature, they'll be feeling the heat. Aspinall back into the attack. That's a good tumbling stop in the covers. Talk about bowlers having to perform, but fielders can back it up as well. A tumbling stop like that can make a big difference.
Will Williams seems to have been involved a lot in this game today, doesn't he? He's been doing the boundary duties for a while, bowling. Now he finds himself at extra cover.
Short. Getting his eyes lit up for a moment. Is it a swing and a miss? Strike one.
He fancied it early doors, didn't he? And then there was a bit of seam movement that did him.
Yeah, he's just said it's nipped on him, didn't he? Of course, when it does seam down the slope here, the incline or decline indeed will take it down the slope, so it doesn't quite bounce as high. So if it does just shift off the seam, shift off the surface, it will just bounce that little bit low. You see that so often with LBWs on the front foot, but as we've seen there, a short ball as well.
Lancashire got 2 out again on the leg side. The traditional long leg is Bailey. And then there's a man 20 metres away from him at the very most at deep square leg. But they're just having a conversation at the moment. Does Aspinwall slip in the short one? Not this time. But the fact the man that is out there, they're at least trying to plant a seed that there is the possibility of it coming. Well, in fact, he's on his way in.
Oh, that slipped out, but he gets away with it. Equally, I think Geddes, that time his eyes didn't light up. It was, don't get out to the bad ball. Don't put the pudding down somebody's throat.
It's amazing how many times a filthy delivery takes a wicket. Because it just breaks the batter's concentration. It's just not where you expect it to be. It's not a shot you're expecting to play. And sometimes the filthiest delivery just gets slapped straight to a fielder, or sometimes completely missed altogether.
Yeah, greed is not good when it comes to a full bunger or a filthy delivery, as you say. Technique goes out the window, the eyes light up. There's another one. Did he just see Deploy coming there slightly? Take the pace off. Very slow, loopy full toss that was.
I wonder if he's thinking Yorkers, because sometimes if you just get it slightly wrong, the Yorker sort of ends up in a sort of shin-high full toss, which can be quite tricky to hit. It's the way that if you are going to err on the fuller side, not the shorter side.
I mean, that's certainly the T20 way now, isn't it? It's if you're going to go wrong one way, make sure you go too full, not too short. If you're going for the Yorker, if you go short, you're in the slot, aren't you? If you go full, then it's actually quite hard to get the elevation, get the power on a low full toss.
You talk to people like Darren Goff, Alex Tudor, they rage that Yorkers are not bold enough anymore.
Bring back Malinga the slinger.
Yeah.
He was due in. Don't think he actually made it in the end. I think he was signed by Middlesex at one point, but I think something happened before he arrived, an injury or...
You probably found out it wasn't that near a beach. When you grow up on a beach in Sri Lanka, learning to play your cricket there. It's a slightly different setup.
Now, up in the air. And held, gone. Geddes gets underneath one. It's absolutely ballooned to mid-arm. Sutton is surrounded. Delight for him, not so much so. Contrasting firsts for Geddes and Sutton. 232 for 5. It's a comfortable catch in the end. Getting underneath it for Harris.
He's fetched that from quite a long way outside, off stump. And you can see there, because that took a long time to come down, Geddes was already making the move back towards the pavilion. So his first innings for Middlesex is over. Sutton takes his first wicket for Lancashire. 232 for 5. Make the most of this start. And that's what it's been so far. Starts, Robson 70, Holden 69, deploys 41 not out. Someone go on. Get a 3-figure, make a big one. Really put those runs in the bank. The very, very worst thing that could happen is to be tumbled out after this. Keep reminding you, if you haven't been with us since the start, this is Lancashire winning the toss, putting Middlesex into bat earlier today. We took 2 wickets in the first session.
It's a good fight back from Lancashire, and it is a fight back now because you're looking at this card now for Middlesex. Afagohar's got outstanding talent with the bat, and Roland Jones obviously has come as well. Also Blake Cullen and Brooks, to be honest. They go down to 11, Middlesex. But the point is, you look at the card so far, 70 for Robson, 69 Holden. Deploy there now, 41 not out. It's got the feeling of one of those cards that the coach or the captain at the end says, yeah, but nobody went on. Nobody took it on. Still, they're early season runs. You only know how valuable they are once both sides have batted. The value of that last ball to this man's pretty high, though. Oh, right on the spot, the next ball. Tail up, perhaps?
Got to be. Got to be. Full of enthusiasm, adrenaline after getting that first one in the wicket column. He's about to complete his 8th over. There's bound to be some nerves early doors, but...
I was going to say the other thing's relief, isn't it? That little bit of relief that you got the first one.
The butterflies in the stomach have settled down a bit.
Good end to the over as well. Just a single off it, but the wicket of Geddes. 232 for 5. There goes Afagohar next on his Middlesex debut, much as Geddes was. Good to see Cullen back in the side. Tough couple of years with injuries. Brooks will be looked upon this season with the ball in particular to really step up. Middlesex delighted with his capture from Birmingham, from Warwickshire indeed. T20 mode already. It's the sun, it's making me think it's the middle of the summer. How long will it last? There's a forecast of snow soon, isn't it?
Oh, it's bound to be. Bound to be. Cricket season can end droughts.
Canterbury next week, as you said, for Middlesex. Then they're back here at St John's Wood the week after. Trip to Derbyshire as well there to come. Which one of those has got snow written all over it? You told me this
You
one.
already
Yeah.
know the answer.
I have seen it snow at cricket at least once. The one that springs to mind, I've got a feeling twice somewhere, but I was up at Durham where it snowed, and no surprise really. However, the picture started to come in then across the day because the snow swept across the country, and actually it snowed more, it appeared, at the Oval than it did at Durham, at Chesterley Street. The Oval was absolutely covered in snow. Something like July 31st as well. I do remember being up in Durham, certainly in the middle of June, and I had to go by a huge thermal jacket. It was frozen. It was pretty sunny as well, as the irony. But you mentioned one of the early season games where it can be down in very low single figures. It was a match first game of the season at Somerset. It was the opening day of the championship season, and England was still playing overseas at that point, which was the first time the championship had ever started up with England still playing. It was the latest they played an overseas tour. They were away in West Indies. I'm going to go somewhere around 2010, 2009, somewhere then. Anyway, they were away in the West Indies, so they all asked, the Test Match Special had asked a few of the BBC commentators just to put through a little voice piece, 30-second voice piece from their games that they could put into a package to play at lunch. And mine was quite simple. It was -2 overnight. Back in those days at Taunton, you were quite literally commentating from a garden shed on the top of a stand. Wooden garden shed, blowing, a gale.
And people think this job's glamorous. He said, sitting in an air-conditioned box looking over Lords.
Awaiting our cake to be served to us.
Yeah, where is Fletch with that?
.232 for 5.
Keaton Jennings at the moment has probably got to be in a much better place than where he was an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, because he's Lancashire captain. The first session really wasn't what he was after, winning the toss and then finding it hard work. 5 wickets taken after 59 overs. He's feeling much better about things.
Shape in the air, but too full, put away. Juicy outside the off stump for Davies to lean into. Just trap the bat down on that one.
He's definitely going fuller to try and get that swing, but your margin of error in terms of length is so small. And with the boundary, sorry if I keep mentioning it, but the boundary that side being the size it is, you have even less margin for error.
It's better. Length is probably the key today, isn't it? That, you know, in terms of hitting the top of off stump. It's too many cuts or square drives. The pace isn't quite there in the pitch, is it? And indeed, just in an attempted pull, skied. Ooh. Oh, wide signals. It was short, but I was much impressed with the pace and the carry. Didn't quite feel as though it hooped through to the keeper, that one, but Davies isn't the tallest.
Yeah, I think Sutton's just walking back and possibly had a quiet. Come on, man, I've just bent their back there. But it's good that he's willing to dig it in, though. As I keep saying, he's the only one who has so far. If the batters are just constantly weight coming onto the front foot because they know it's going to be in their half, it does make the job a little bit easier. Sutton's at least prepared to bang it in. Just make them think.
Now he's in trouble and gone. Played around that one, Davies. Overbalanced to the offside. As soon as he didn't get Bass involved, the umpire had a big call to make. He fell a long way to the offside, which I thought might save him. A little hesitation from the umpire, though. Nope, that's plumb. About 3/4 of the way up middle. Just gone too far across. Misjudgment from Davies. Second for Sutton. And Middlesex are 6 down with 2:37 on the board.
Yeah, congratulations to him. I think there's a point that you can almost spot on watching the replay that Davies realises he's playing the wrong shot to the wrong ball, and this is probably going to end in a manner that he doesn't want. 4 from 6. 2:37 for 6 now.
Again, it is first game of the season, so it's one of those where, as much as Middlesex will really want to get up to 400, close to it, it's starting to stretch now, isn't it? But until both sides are batted, you don't know how good. I mean, Sam Robson, I think his innings this morning was outstanding. It really was a impressive display, and Holden similarly, especially with the way that Bailey was bowling in particular this morning. Middlesex could have been in real trouble. It could have been a 3-4 wicket morning. And indeed, had somebody been backing Bailey up, it perhaps could have been even more. But even with the way Bailey alone was bowling, you felt as though he could have had 3 in it himself.
Yeah, absolutely. 10-4. Next few minutes are going to be quite important.
Well, just before tea as well. What have we got? 3.2 overs to go until tea? 4.2.
All of a sudden, those deliveries are slightly more demanding. So, another left-hander. Middlesex have got a lot of lefties this year, haven't they? Go far. Having joined from Gloucestershire.
Get some good runs here for Gloucestershire against Middlesex in an innings that really turned things. A crucial Division 2 encounter last year hurt Middlesex's hopes of going up, and going into September they'd have fancied, well, it was a couple of bad Septembers. There was the draw at Old Trafford 2 seasons ago when they needed to win, and then that game against Gloucestershire where they really would have fancied their chances, but a mad evening session. I think it was the 3rd day really scuppered them. But end of the over here, Sutton's scuppering them at the moment, 2 for 47. But this is a vastly improved afternoon display from Lancashire after a bit of a sluggish morning spell from the bowling unit. They bit back at Middlesex, who are 237 for 6.
Senior batter, new signing. Conversation just about making sure it has to be. We cannot be more than 6 down at tea, has to be the conversation. Spin wall then for his 6th. We're going to get a bit more leg spin, by the way, before tea. I've just seen Keaton Jennings giving Wells the signal.
Worked before lunch, didn't it? Gets through, deploy. Just trap the bat down on it. I mean, that's the thing right now. Deploy just needs someone to stick with him. We've been talking about it for a long while, haven't we? Over 60 to 80. It's when you score your runs. Middlesex will want to maximise these 20 overs. To do so, firstly, you need Lewis Deploy there, but secondly, you need somebody at the other end who's giving him the confidence to play his own game and not have to worry about thinking, are we 2 wickets away from the end of the innings? Oh, now. Well, the right arm around to the left-hander. Deploy departs. That's a massive, massive wicket for Lancashire to strike just before tea on the first day. They really fought back here. 5 wickets in the afternoon session, and they pick up the biggest one just before the interval. Not sure Lewis Deploy was too impressed with that one. Yeah, he was a long way across though, and trapped in his crease. Right arm around to the left-hander, a fancy Deploy. Thought that he might have a chance to survive in that one, however. It's given the umpire a choice. I think their little shake of the head tells you what he thinks. It's probably a little bit closer than Deploy at first thought, I think. But 237 for 7 it is.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's closer than he thinks. But when he sees the replay that we've just seen, I think he'll still be somewhat disappointed.
The one from behind doesn't look great. The one from in front. Umpire's call?
Yeah, probably. Are you one of those in favour of umpire's call, by the way? There's a lot of people getting their knickers in the twist about this one, saying, well, it's either hitting the stumps or it's not. Therefore, it's either out or it's not.
I think the technology's good enough now that it doesn't need an umpire's call. I don't think we often look at it and think, oh, was that really hitting, when you look at it in real life and then you look at what the computer says it was going to do. I think they're pretty accurate now, aren't they? The trajectories, the lines of the ball. Toby Rowland-Jones. I've been saying for a while, back when Geddes was there with Deploy, Middlesex have time on their side. Quite often, Rowland-Jones' finest hours for Middlesex have come when not quite time is pressing, but he plays with the freedom of, well, what happens, happens. Whereas right here, right now, Zafar Gohar at one end, Cullen and Brooks still to come. 13 from their first batting point of the season, and 5 wickets in the session. Middlesex probably thinking, well, look, we'd really like to be batting tomorrow morning still. Now, that's a long way away at the moment, but certainly they'll be wanting to bat for at least an hour after tea.
I can't believe they're 7 down and we've not got a batting point yet.
Also just goes to show what tightening up your line and length does. Back to those basics, hitting the top of off, and they've done that far better this afternoon than they did this morning. And that's why they score again. Wait until both are batting. So if Middlesex come out and hit the top of off from ball 1, then let's see how that looks. That's nice he plays. Just up on his toes. Zafar Gohar riding the bounce of that one. Pick up a third. Oh, now that nips back. Goodness me, has that come back. And Roland Jones, just his second delivery. It's 6 now in the session. Aspinwall with his firsts. In this over, and now a second in the over as well. And look at that come back. Well, Roland Jones would have been proud of that one himself. That has absolutely banged to back down the slope. It's banged that leg stump back as well. Now Middlesex will be a little shell-shocked at tee after this, but equally, that man in particular, having seen what that ball just did, they'll be licking their lips, saying, let's get this right from ball 1, because Lancashire have got it right after lunch, and they've reaped the rewards. 241 for 8.
There'll be some technology whiz somewhere working out how far that ball has moved, because that was a decent amount outside of off stump and has hit flush leg. That's gone a long, long way. And Toby Roland-Jones does indeed eventually get back to the dressing room. Someone will eventually go up to him, put their arm around the shoulder and went, just have a look at that replay. When you get your bowling boots on, just bear that in mind.
Well, that was a Roland Jones classic, except he was bowled by it.
I mean, it just started and kept going, didn't it?
It's a little inside tickle as well, just to take it onto leg from middle and off. So, Blake Cullen, only Brooks to come. A little bit of spin into the attack against the tail enders. Will they send one skying up in the air?
I mean, it's not as simple as it used to be. Chuck it above the eye line and they'll just hole out, because lower order players are now much better. But it might not be the worst idea.
Oh dear. Gets away with it.
Well, it might have been better than that, but I see what he's doing. He's just getting the right-hander on strike so he can bowl the googly. I get it now. It's perfect. Perfectly executed. This has been such a big session. Such a positive for Lancashire and such a disappointment for Middlesex.
Yeah, and I think it's probably served as a message to Middlesex, though, that look, there's runs to be had in this pitch if you get it wrong as a bowling unit, so don't get it wrong. You know, do your job.
Forget it's April. Imagine it's July. It's a hot day on a good pitch.
There's no doubt Lancashire will kick themselves this morning. They didn't bowl well enough this morning, but they have this afternoon, and look at the rewards.
If you'd offered them before the start of play 240 for 8, they might have gone, yeah, okay then. They definitely would have from where they were at lunch.
Leg side. It's game on here now, though. The appetite is whetted, though, for the start of the Lancashire innings, because you'd imagine that Middlesex will really be thinking, come on, from the off, ball 1. Roland Jones open with him. Maybe Higgins from the nursery end. You go with your best 2, most reliable 2, set the tone. Those 2 would really be expecting to be on the spot from ball 1. 243 for 8. Back to Aspinwall with 2 for 25 and 2 in his last over.
There is so little time between now and tea. Don't do anything stupid that delays the tea interval. Another wicket would do that.
I don't want to be delayed from a cake.
Yeah, it's a long old session anyway, but then to elongate it by another half an hour, potentially.
Cullen's a good bat, so is Brooks to come. Lost Ethan Bamber from their batting ranks this year, but yeah, Brooks, Cullen, and Roland Jones, it's not a bad 9, 10 and 11. Zafar Gohar, he's on his Middlesex debut. He's determined to, well, first of all, get these next 6 runs for a batting point.
Goodness.
Chaos.
They're claiming that Gohar got in the way. I think it's more that the throw hit him. Although the umpires are just going to have a conversation, just to be absolutely certain, and that is the most perfunctory of conversations.
Again, angling him. Bumpers finish. Cullen on 2. Zafar Gohar on 5. Middlesex with 1 over to tea. Bar a wicket. 2:45 for 8.
Well, Keaton Jennings is wandering down the pitch carrying 2 helmets. He hands one of them to the wicketkeeper, and he's going to put the other one on himself to stand at slip. So there's a short leg and a slip, as you can see. Final over 40. I might have a silly point as well. Just crowd them. Try and do something silly.
Yeah, agreed. I do think that it's something that perhaps captains don't do anymore. Verge of an interval. Always hark back. Actually, you were asking me earlier about the best overseas I've played. 2 of the captaincy performances. Pitching outside. Worth the ask from Wells, but yeah, you know, you think of batting performances and bowling performances over the years, but say you're captured by captaincy performances. Shane Warne at Hampshire and Stephen Fleming at Nottinghamshire. I just remember watching them orchestrate a field and how they'd run a session and run a day and run a game. There's always something happening, there's always something going on, there's always something being thought about. Even when there was nothing happening, the captains made sure that something was happening. And that would include right now, what's to lose? Everybody around the bat. If they sky one and it lands safe, because everybody's up, fine. But Let's create that pressure that they might sky one. So Gohar's got one thing in mind right now, and that's tee.
And it's not deep mid-wicket. With the greatest respect, is he even... He's not planning to hit it.
Yeah.
He's not even going to planning to hit it off the square. That, for me, is a wasted field. And if he's brave enough to take it on, well, good luck to you, mate. Well, to put an exclamation mark on the session.
There it is. Sit back and relax, Mackie. You won't be delayed from your cake now. It's the end of the session. 6 wickets in it, though. Well, if Middlesex edged the first section, I think it's fair to say that Lancashire came hammering back, and that is always the beauty of cricket, isn't it? You know, you put a couple more on the board immediately after lunch, and lost time in the morning session can be made up quickly. That's what Lancashire have done here at Tee. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Live here at Lords with Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hands, in association with Daffabet. We'll see you after tea. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Ow. That is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Lords. Umpires on their way, as you can see, for the evening session. And, well, I have to say, the evening session we're probably relishing from a neutral point of view far more now, because there was a clatter of wickets in the afternoon. 6 wickets falling, and it's blown open this first day. We should say is in the balance at the moment. It was definitely Middlesex's morning, just 2 down at lunch having been put in first day of the season. They'd have been mightily happy with that. 70 from Robson, 69 from Holdham. But things have gone a little awry in the afternoon session. That's mainly because things have gone a whole lot better for Lancashire with the ball. They found the top of the off stump and they pretty much stuck to it. And Middlesex have paid the price with a clatter of wickets. Where it goes now with these final 2 wickets, Middlesex could get to 300, goodness me. Bite your hand off for it. And it could be quite decisive, but equally nip through a couple quickly. And you wouldn't say Middlesex were far off par, to be fair. Opening day of the season, wickets are tumbling elsewhere around the country. It's just the time of year. There's that little bit underfoot there's going to be because the pitches haven't dried out yet. It's going to be Aspinwall from the pavilion end to get us going after tea. Blake Cullen's on strike. He works that one away. 2 in and over for Aspinwall before the interval. Picking up Roland Jones, which one really came back down the slope. And credit to the others, because it was Bailey and Balderson who were really quite pulling up trees, but you know, doing their job well. But Sutton and Aspinwall have come to the party. That one's come back down the slope again to Cullen. And wow, he's done very well. It's come back down the slope onto the middle of the bat. I'm Kevin Hands. Alongside me on the live enhanced stream for this game in association with Daffabet is Andrew McKenna.
Jeez, that's a good shot. Proper force off the back foot. He's not wasting any time, is he, Cullen?
Yeah, come back this boy. He can bowl 2 and at good pace. I'd say it's not much of a stretch to suggest that he will be the quickest bowler in the match. Although if Brooks is on form, then we all know that Brooks hits some pretty high returns for Warwickshire, where he really made a name for himself. No speed gun for this one. But yeah, that man, I prefer seeing him at a game at Radlett Cricket Club. They're playing Hampshire and James Vince was batting. May have been sometime around the COVID times, because I think we had to sit side on to not, be where we'd usually be alongside the pavilion looking straight on. But you had to be so far away, so we were side on watching. Cullen really had James Vince on the hop. A Radlett, which is a seamer surface, but nonetheless, good pace. Actually, Michael Atherton sat downstairs for this one, and I think I'm right I'm almost 100% sure I'm right in saying that he picked him as his one to watch a couple of years back. But injuries have been cruel the last 2 years. Nice in behind that one again. Studious stuff from Cullen. 249 for 8 from Middlesex.
That run rate continues to dip from a Middlesex point of view. Now well under 4, as you can see at 3.83. While you don't want anyone thrashing around, you don't really want it to drop much more if you can avoid it. Will be Sutton to continue.
Which is again credit to the backup gang, because well, before the burst of wickets you'd have said Bailey and Balderson clearly the best seamers of the day, but these two have come to the party.
Only one slip straight after tea.
they expecting, or well, are they offering him the strike? Offering him the single, sorry.
Well,
deep point back, deep square.
Yeah, interesting. There's virtually 4 fielders behind the stumps out on the boundary. You've got point, third, fine leg, and deep square leg is just in front, and a slip as well. Does seem to imply that they think he's going to be throwing the bat a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, isn't it? I think you know, you've got, as you say, a couple there catching, a couple there offering the single.
Sort of almost the old in out, isn't it?
I think they've covered their base as well. I think with both in mind.
I think, like I say, I think they've realised that they don't want to be giving away too many more runs, but they want to finish it off. And your best chance of getting somebody out is if they're actually looking to play a bit more attackingly. So have some cover if they want to do so.
That's it. As much as they're offering him the single to deep point and deep square, they are actually run protecting as well as catching positions. So yeah, it's a well set field. Remember when Andrew Strauss used to drop down and captain, you know, and he dropped down and play for Middlesex. If the captain then went off the field, Strauss would take charge of the field. And you could just look up and know, oh, captain's off the field, because instantly you knew Strauss was in charge. He'd drop square back and he'd drop point back, as he always did with England as well. He said, look, square leg, not really doing you much. There's the first bonus point on the board for Middlesex. Perhaps the only one. They were probably eyeing 350, 400 at one point. The first bonus point of the season with that single down to deep third.
Don't let Blake Cullen hear you say that. He's got something very ambitious in mind.
Attendance in for the day, 4,257. Feels like a lot more, actually. Yeah, that pavilion was packed this morning. I dare say a lot of them have migrated now to the, well, down to this end, the Compton, or also up at the back of the pavilion on that patio that we saw earlier, the terrace up there. And there we go again. Second one he's got away in that fashion. This time to the big boundary, and it's another 4 as well. 254 for 8.
It's just that little bit of width. Stand there, hit through the ball. And it rushes away down that slope.
Ooh, bumped back. Thought he was through that too early. Safa Gohart. Aspen Wall putting it right up there and asking the question. Ball to follow again.
I think he played the line and was inside it. You don't want to be following it if you can avoid it. That's a perfectly respectable, solid, proper cricket shot.
Yeah, he come back, can't he?
His highest score last year for Gloucestershire was 86. 350s. You don't get those if you can't play.
Yeah, Middlesex are excited about the signing. I think they'll really be maturing into an outstanding spin bowler now, front line spin bowler, but also very, very good lower middle order bat.
All the slip fielders are currently looking out to the deep backward square leg fielder. I don't know if they've spotted something in the crowd or whether that's an indicator of what's coming.
Oh, now he's gone through him. Just full of a length, goes through the gate. Might have been a little inside edge there for Zafagoha. Another wicket for Aspinwall, and a wicket maiden on this one as well. Lancashire have really found their way since lunch today.
They always say it's the unluckiest way to go. And he didn't quite understand how it had happened, but happen it did. 6 from 24. And now Middlesex only have the one left.
It's my fault for going to look up that 86 last year.
I'll tell him later.
111 deliveries. No, sorry, 158 deliveries, 10 fours, 1 6, and it was that 86 that turned the match against Middlesex here at Lord's. They were in a fair bit of trouble on 199 for 7. They were 124 for 5, Gloucestershire, 156 for 6, 199 for 7. Then Gohar coming in at 9 hit that 86. And Gloucestershire all of a sudden mustered 309 for 9 in reply to Middlesex's 377. They then skittled Middlesex for 165. This was the game that really blew Middlesex's chances of going up last year. They put them on a bit of a wing and a prayer for the last couple of weeks. And then Gloucestershire came out and chased down 236 for 6, winning by 4 wickets. Hammond 78, Bracey 56, but not out at the end. Zafagoha with 19. He was the bane of Middlesex with the bat in that game, and it really did. That was the game that it was done. The chances of going up, really, they were playing catch up from there with only a couple of weeks to go, and you're not going to do it, really. The trip to Headingley, they then had to win, which was always going to be a long shot, with Yorkshire knowing a draw would be enough to keep Middlesex at bay. Now, how do Cullen and Brooks go about this? Brooks is capable of some seriously big shots. He's very capable. He's a very capable batter as well. Do Cullen and Brooks get their head down and say, well, let's just take it as it comes? 10 and 11, let's just get a partnership going and see how we go. Or do they throw a little caution to the wind, especially with that short boundary in mind? It's got to be a temptation that in 2 or 3 shots, all of a sudden you've hit 12, 18 runs. And
just a third fielder is going out. There's now a long leg, deep square leg, and a deep mid wicket. So Lancashire are setting that trap.
Well, that's certainly Lancashire's thought process, isn't it? I think this might be the man, Brooks. He might be the one who goes for that little bit of long handle.
Well, he's got long levers. So if it's there and he goes at it and makes decent contact, he's got half a chance. But from 178 for 2 to 255 for 9 is a heck of a comeback from Lancashire. do away with leg slip? Yes, they are. Conventional slip. Nice looking shot, but for none. Middlesex scorecard is a bit like a ski slope at the moment. It starts quite big at the top and then it just gets narrower and narrower. 70 and 69 from Robson and Holden. 41 from Deploy. But since then, those three, extras is the next highest scorer, with 29. No one else has got to 20. Well, he sent the short one down. Brooks had no interest in that for the time being. That's one for the over. And that is enough for Keaton Jennings to take to Bohannon. Jog on out to the boundary edge again, can you? So we're going to go for the 3.
Ooh, late cut, gets it away fine. That's beautifully done by Brooks. It's up the boundary, and well, there's an example of his calibre if anybody needed it.
We saw one of those earlier in the day from Sam Robson, didn't we? I'm not trying to compare like with like, but it's the same result. It's both worth the same amount of runs. You're asking about the approach. The way that Lancashire bowled in the first session, you'd say go for the, go for crease occupation because there are enough loose balls that you don't need to chase it. Now that there's not as many scoring balls, if you hang around 3 overs, you might put 2 on the board. So there's got to be a thought about being a bit more aggressive. Force them into some mistakes and take what you can. One more to the total. I'm just looking for Wells at the moment because you really would be tempted. Leggy.
Well, that's it, isn't it? The the tail enders, be it Cullen or Brooks with the long handle, they give in to temptation. Although they might not have to, because that is that. Aspinwall nips another one down the slope, and he has a 4 for 32. What a performance by him. They really did show up in the end as a bowling unit, Lancashire. A slow start, but goodness me, did they make up for it in the afternoon and the early evening. Another one nips back down the slope. He's plumb on the back foot, trapped in the crease, and heading back to the pavilion as that Middlesex collapse is completed by Lancashire. Some fight back by the visitors here, just 2 in the morning having put Middlesex in, but boy oh boy have they come back at them. How will Middlesex come back with the ball themselves in the evening? There'll still be 25 overs, 24 overs to bowl this evening. It's a fair old chunk. Could be a fair way through the match tonight. Middlesex will hope so, Lancashire not so much so. They've fought back to bowl Middlesex out for 260.
Well, they've been given the road plan, haven't they, by Lancashire? First session was how not to do it. Second session, absolutely bang on how to do it. It's Middlesex's home ground. They know the conditions. So it's a case of go out now and execute. They will be disappointed. 260 from 170 for 2 doesn't look great. But what you've got to do is say, well, okay, they did that to us. We can do that to them. You know, we got Rojo, so we've got someone who can exploit that. Disappointment, though.
I think my message to Middlesex would be, you don't need anybody to show you what to do, but in the morning session, Lancashire showed you what not to do. Don't go out and make their morning session mistake. If they get on top of you, make sure you made them work for it. That's not to say that Robson and Holden weren't made to work for it, because again, I can't overstate how well I think both of those batted this morning. However, Lancashire will know. There was a clear difference in Lancashire's bowling performance before lunch and after lunch. Bailey's first spell and his second spell were very, very testing, and that's where you really credit Robson and Holden. And they also managed to get on top of the bowling from the other end. But ultimately, if they'd have bowled as pairs, bowled as a unit, Lancashire, that morning session I think would have been considerably more difficult. They made it difficult this afternoon and they reaped their rewards, and now it's over to Middlesex to not make that mistake. You know, again, Brooks, Roland Jones, certainly Higgins and young Cullen, they know how to bowl, they know what to do, and they've got a head coach who is a bowling coach by trade, Richard Johnson. I think he'll be giving them some very clear, simple instructions. Top of off stump, basics, keep it right, do it right. Don't make it easy for them. From that point of view, you all of a sudden get a couple of wickets going early, which Lancashire didn't with the Middlesex top order. Then just maybe there's something to, there is something to be had in this evening session for the bowlers. We'll take a short break here on the live enhanced stream. Andrew McKenna's alongside myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you day one of this county championship match, the opening day of the season, of course. Season brought to you in association with Daffabet. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's all. Catch. Go. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Short word from our sponsors there. Ahead of the final passage of play on this opening day of the County Championship season. I reckon that team talk's pretty clear right now. Roland Jones' message was pretty easy to observe, and I'd imagine that it was pretty straightforward to his fielders. Hold your catches. Bowlers hit the top of off stump. I'm Kevin Hand. Andrew McKenna's alongside me on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex, here in association with Daffabet. And as Middlesex break from their huddle and head to the middle, it's a crucial passage of play here coming up. I've said that a few times today, and so it's proved. It's been Lancashire who fought back in those crucial passages, though.
Certainly their day so far. But there is a nice chunk of time here for Middlesex to go to work. As a bowler, nothing worse than it being 7 or 8 overs. You know, you can barely get loose in that time, properly into your work. But this is a session. It's only 5 to 5.
You get the feeling with this session it's going to go heavily one or two ways, and that might sound obvious. It could, you know, there are 3 ways it could go. It could have a trajectory that sees Lancashire towards something like 260, but you also feel that 25 overs tonight, who's going to get their teeth into it? One will, the batters or the bowlers. You know, day 2 all of a sudden then starts to take shape, as does the game, because 260, if it's not par, it's not far from it at this stage of the season for Middlesex. Early season at Lords, it is a ground that can favour the bowlers. Yes, the sun is out. You have to remember it is only the 4th of April. We saw the way that ball seamed about later in the innings. This is a man that if that ball's seaming, usually he's pretty irresistible. If he can pick up this season where he left off last, then the skipper could be in for a whole lot of fun on this surface. Obviously hope that the seam movement remains the same. He'll have 4 slips in place. Point, cover. That's more mid-off, isn't he, rather than cover. He's just a wide advanced mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. A 6-3 field and a 260 score to defend for Middlesex from their first innings.
Michael Jones to face, along with Keaton Jennings. Not entirely sure what we're waiting for.
On the spot, first ball. Jones inquires about the single. Sent up to open in place of Wells, who drops down. Jennings up at the top.
Yeah, Michael Jones played 1 game for Durham last year. Got 47 runs in that match. Keaton Jennings, of course, former England opener. Was talk, potential of him resuming that role recently.
All too straight on that one from Roland Jones, and Jones, Lancashire, off the mark.
Keaton Jennings, the only of the Lancashire batters to have got past the 1,000 last year. 1,006 for him, with an average of 45.7. Josh Bohannon made the highest score for Lancashire last year. He got a double, 205. He made 803 runs in total. Jennings, 400s out of the 8 that Lancashire made. And he's got no interest in that. He's got a little bubble that unless you come into it, he's not going to be interested at this point.
Skipper to skipper. Jennings called correctly this morning. Just about at this stage, got that call right to bowl first. His bowler didn't fire to begin with. Can Middlesex's skipper fire from the off?
It's just a little bit too wide to get him to play at the moment, isn't he?
We were discussing this at the start of last season, that often it's talked about batters early season, you know, they've got to get themselves into form, and you can only get yourself into form in the middle. You can have as many nets as you want, but until you're out in the middle. It is the same for the bowlers, that feeling of running in, different grounds, stumps in place, umpire there. You've got to get overs in your legs. Middlesex two-day games to warm up this season. Plenty of overs in the nets at Merchant Taylor's, where they had extended the marquee, heated indoor marquee, indoor tent for the nets there, so that the bowlers, all of the bowlers, have their full run-ups indoors now in that net. I say indoors, it's not indoors, it's a heated tent. And that'll be one of the disappointments for Middlesex with the bat earlier on. I say in the first over here, one without loss. Lancashire, that they had a position with hottest day of the year so far, and Lancashire's bowlers were toiling at some point. They let them off the hook a little bit, but again, credit to the Lancashire bowlers, because they came back hard at Middlesex. They vastly improved after lunch, and performance was rewarded. Speaking of performances rewarded, Ryan Higgins is indeed going to be the man to open with Roland Jones. Set the tempo, Middlesex's best two, most consistent two. And they'll be the pair to set the tone for the session ahead.
Not a time to be experimenting. Not when you've only got 260 on the board. It's got to be your best straight away. Straight away, Davis is up to the timbers.
Oh, look at the swing on that. And an edge first ball. May well get the boundary for it. Jones just going to be pulled up. Come back for three, but straight away, swing out of the hands from Higgins, as you often see. Talk about bowlers who swing it late. That one's gone so early, hasn't it? And then pitches and straightens. Oh. Well, with the slope, it straightened with the slope, despite having swung in through the air.
That's the last thing you need, first ball, isn't it? First ball you're facing from a particular bowler, and he pulls out something that's doing a bit of all sorts.
The Darren Stevens-esque Ryan Higgins.
Darren would have been proud of that one.
Jimmy would have been proud of that one. There you go. He's on the spot. He's on the money, Higgins. He's in the game straight away.
See, this is the interesting thing, isn't it? Because we were talking earlier about England and 4 bowlers all tearing in at 90 odd miles an hour. And that is great, and that there is absolutely a place for it. But you don't have to bowl 92, 93, 94. It's about skill.
It's become an obsession. And it's an obsession based on the Ashes. Being able to go down under and bowl out Australia, but there's a whole lot of cricket around the world to be played, including in limited overs, where, as you say, the harder they come, the faster they come, the faster they go sometimes. So certainly pointed out by observers from overseas looking at English cricket in the winter. Too many fast bowlers. Certainly made me chuckle anyway.
Just a little push drive for a single. It's an interesting one because we get obsessed with the Ashes because of history, but there was a series 2 or 3 years ago where England had matches against India and New Zealand, who were at the time the number 1 and 2 best ranked sides in the world, and yet everyone was banging on about the Ashes. It's like, whoa, 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 hang on a minute here, folks. I think this was when Australia were, gives me no pleasure as an Englishman to say this, when Australia were terrible. I was like, well, hang on, what about the number 1 and 2 ranked sides in the world? There are times that you just feel we need to get out of that Ashes blinker thing. And maybe it's partly one of the reasons that we don't really get the World Test Championship, in the fact that we are tied up in this history and whatever, when actually you've got to worry about the series that you've got coming up and playing, you know, good sides and play good cricket against them.
Oh, that's a lovely, lovely ball by Ryan Higgins. It's a Jaffa. It doesn't take the edge. Higgins has a long stare at Jones. Again, swinging in, pitching and straightening. I mean, this is unplayable stuff. Look at that. Oh, off the surface. Little inside edge perhaps onto the pad from the batter, but again, out of the hand, that's just shaping in, hits the surface and straightens. It's a belter of a ball. It's unplayable.
And he's actually missed that by quite a long way in the end, hasn't he?
Yeah, you've got to take the top of off stump there, really, haven't you? Because that's going to move in as much as it did. The batter's going to do well to get anything on it. 5 without loss after 2. And it's skipper to skipper again. When the members sit down.
Yeah. And obviously with Keaton Jennings being a lefty, that angle's going to come more and more into play. With that set of stairs inside the pavilion. Keaton Jennings is just going to change his guard to middle and leg. Roland Jones has been across him all the way so far. Can he get one to come back? Or at the very least hold its line. Straighter and just punched to mid-on. It was interesting when Keaton Jennings' name came back into the conversations for England opening roles.
Well, it was Jennings and Robson vying for a while, and Robson has been in great nick the last couple of years, but his name doesn't really get that mention anymore. In fact, it was a tour down under, I remember, where Robson, really for a recall, you'd have thought he was going to be in very, very good shape. I was trying to think, it was Jennings, Robson. I think Hamid maybe was the other. At the time, former Lancashire opener.
Yeah, captain at Knox now. He got a couple of tests, didn't he?
Robson never got a second go. More trouble in the pavilion. Who is it this time?
It's that set of stairs. It's people just making their way. Unfortunately, now we're just past 5 o'clock. There might be a few people thinking, well, I've had a nice day, I might get the train home, so hopefully that doesn't become too regular.
I thought you were going to suggest they were swaying in the bowler's bar. With the breeze, of course, not the booze.
Fingers on the seam just where you want it, and in he comes.
A single again. Settled a little better now, haven't they? This pair, Higgins. They don't really to upset them so far with those couple of deliveries to open, but Roland Jones will find his groove in a moment.
Conversation. Captain / bowler is happy.
A bit of wobble on that from Roland Jones. It's the single off the over. 6 without loss.
It's going to be a lot of work for someone to keep this nice and shiny, to keep it swinging. We did see it swing a lot earlier today. And it went for quite a long time as well. So Middlesex will want to keep that ball in the best condition they can to enable Higgins to go to work.
Now, he's on the spot again, and he's asking questions here, Higgins.
That was the leading edge again, wasn't it?
Higgins so close to getting, Holden so close to getting involved at cover.
Stump to stump. He's saying to Jennings, you want to work me off middle and there, you feel free. I'm just going to keep pushing it there. And the old phrase for batters, wasn't it? Booking for bed and breakfast. Same's true for bowlers. I mean, I know white ball cricket has changed. You don't necessarily want to bowl the same ball all the time, but if you're putting it in the same kind of area more often than not in this type of cricket, you're going to be getting into business.
Oh, there he goes again. Well, look at him hold the pose there, Jones, just thinking about that. What more can he do? How can he respond to this from Higgins at the moment? Man, this is just good line and length bowling. He's got to play it. That looks as though it's a long way outside of the off stump, but we've seen that in swing from Higgins already. The slope will take it away. This was the Tim Mercer end at Lord's. Goodness me, did he take some wickets. Pretty much with deliveries like that, just not quite at the same pace. Credit to Davies standing up as well. John Simpson used to stand up a lot to Tim Murtagh as well when he was moving it around at the nursery end of the batters would try and stand out of their crease or shuffle forwards, try and negate that movement. Davies up at the stumps from the off. It's a little fuller this occasion, allows Jones to get forward. Happily so. That's where length is so key. We talked about that with the pace of the pitch earlier, didn't we? That it's just not that quick a surface. Not really going to rush the batters, so you've got to have your length pretty perfect. They'll either sit forward feeling that they can react. If you drop short, you're in real trouble. A little fuller again, and Jones happy to engage as a result. Get a couple here for that one short of boundary, away to the onside. Nearly raced away. End of the fourth. Lancashire tick on to 9 without loss.
You can't get bored of doing the right things. You just got to keep going.
Well, that's what we try to tell each other, Mackie, you know. That's our little G up before the session.
Exactly. You just got to keep believing. You know, line and length is the absolute key here. Don't get distracted. Don't overcomplicate it. Just keep going. You know, 9 from 4 overs. Why? Because there's been no freebies. Keep it that way. Keep it hard work. If Lancashire get a flyer here, it's going to be hard to pull back. Right. Captain, opening bowler, and now crowd control as well. He's taking it upon himself to have a quiet word.
It's clipped away. Jennings finds the boundary for the first time. Skipper a lot happier than the other there.
Full and straight, wasn't it?
Manchester United fan as well, Toby Rowland-Jones, bowling against Lancashire. Not a happy man for many reasons this week. Stroke there by Jennings, good offering of the bat. Quite the nip, the zip of old from Rowland-Jones. But what he does have still is the ability to just extract that extra bit of bounce that batters don't expect. Something we haven't seen too much of today on this surface is bounce. But obviously with age, what also comes is that huge experience and the ability to be a metronome, which is they'll really want him to be now. Just keep nagging the top of that off stump. There you go, just there. That's the channel, isn't it? It's a probe away. Do you see Rowland-Jones bring them back up the slope? That run rate will be key as well, won't it? Look at 2.89 at the moment. It was up at nearly 4.5 and was just over at one point briefly in the Middlesex innings. It was brought hammering down to about 3.7, 3.8 was it, you noted, just before the death throes of the innings. It's a little too straight. And punished hard by Jennings. That's a beautiful piece of timing. Talks about Robson working off his hips, timing off his hips. Good from Jennings. Short boundary, all right, but still placed and put away nicely.
Well, we were just talking about put it in the right place, don't get bored of doing good things. 2 boundaries and 4 balls. It just changes the picture ever so slightly. Need to get back onto that good spot once again.
There you go. Just want to leave it there. And again, that was the lesson learnt from the Lancashire innings, wasn't it, this morning versus this afternoon. At the start of the evening session as well. You need to do anything special. You don't need to pull up trees on this surface.
They got a boot problem. Just signalled to the dressing room and pointed at the left boot.
Five done. King Jennings calls for something from the dressing room. Aaron Jones calling for something from his players. They need to hit back here this evening. Let Lancashire get off to a good start, as Middlesex did this morning, and then Lancashire fought back. The same can happen here, but I just get the feeling that little bit of momentum in the match has shifted towards the visitors at the moment. Middlesex just needs to lay down a little marker once again.
Yeah, Lancashire proved you can take 8 for 80 to finish off an innings, but you'd rather not. You'd rather have a nice sort of progression throughout it. So Middlesex would like that first breakthrough sooner rather than later. It's a big solid stride forward, isn't it, to meet that delivery from Higgins. And that's how you can negate some of that swing. Get forward, get to the pitch of it, and here you are to it to start with. The less chance he's actually got of moving away. It's only got to move, what, 4 or 5 centimetres, and that moves from the middle of the bat to the edge of the bat. And good night, nurse. Now that's interesting that Davis has gone back. I wonder if that's come from himself or the bowler. But having spent the vast majority of the time up at the stumps, he is now back in the normal keeping position. Kind of look at it and decided, no, I'm better served back here alongside my 3 slips.
It's the spot, isn't it? There's plenty happening out there for Higgins.
I guess he could well have decided, Davis, that with the ball swinging around and moving around, actually they're not going to be coming out of the ground as much. They may not move around, therefore I can go back.
That's nicely done. Just rocks back Jones. He's played that with time, just eases it away for a couple. Again, it was something that we were saying throughout the Middlesex innings really this afternoon. Time was on Middlesex's side. There was no rush from their perspective. But Lancashire got at them and got through them. Certainly for Lancashire now, time is their greatest ally. They just need to sit in, dig in. Hope for another hot one tomorrow. Hope the Middlesex bowlers start to feel the toil and then they can cash in. Guided away this time. Played him with time the last 2 balls, hasn't he? Jones just managed to punch and then guide. Sitting back. Higgins, I'm sure, will have a response. Go a little fuller next time. Almost got carried away with it there, Jones. Just went a little bit more forcefully at that final ball of the over. A kick of the dirt from Higgins as he gets back to his crease. Oh, not happy, is he? It's not landing there. I need to call for the sawdust again. A little bit of welcome shade. How many times have we said that in April? On April 4th. It's the grandstand now, so the last bit of light is in the Compton stand. The sun's whipped around behind the pavilion, the water, and now the grandstand.
Who'd have believed we'd be getting shadows from the light pylons today, stretching a good amount as well.
It's almost got the feel of a late September game, this one, doesn't it, as opposed to an April 4th. Right up their first ball. Not sure Jones was expecting that one. It felt as though he was almost a little bit too heavy on the front foot, falling forward almost.
I often wonder, what do you think the bowler's thinking as he's trudging his way back to the end of his mark? Roland Jones decides the delivery and sets off. It's, again, that good line, good length, bringing Jones forward and solidly hits the middle of the bat. You can't take a wicket every ball. There has to be an element of setting up the batter if you can, and then again comes back to line and length, because you can't set anyone up if you keep giving away runs that mean the batters are changing ends.
There you go. It's just where he wants to stay now. A couple of deliveries on the spot. First one wasn't bad either, it's just a little bit too full. Front foot again, yes, no. Knows quickly the decision, and rightly as well. Again, just felt a little bit as though he was falling forward to that one, didn't it?
Was that a no ball? Thought I saw the umpire's signal. I may be wrong.
Again, it's amazing what pairings of deliveries do. Fifth ball of the over, and just ricochets around, and just feels as though all of a sudden Roland Jones is getting into the game. Groupings, that's the word I'm looking for, groupings of deliveries.
You can just see the markings on that ball glistening in the sun. So they've got to work on that ball as we approach the end of the 7th over. Getting the shine.
And another dot ball, a maiden from Roland Jones. Good fielding at mid-on from Brooks. No fumble there, which would have allowed the single. He was under pressure as Jones got a fair bit of that. But the maiden will mean something to the skipper. Number 10 from his 4. 22 without loss after 7. That was his best over so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Higgins has managed to convince the ground staff that they need to go out there and address that foothold mark that he just kicked lumps out of at the end of the last over. There you go. It's amazing what a man with a metal spike with a flat end on the end can do. It's the 21st century. We've got a man with a bit of metal walloping the ground. Just to compact everything up. Davis back up to the stumps for Keaton Jennings. Here's Higgins anyway.
Oh, now.
Goodness. That's done too much. Because if that goes a normal amount, that will graze the outside edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. Look where that is, that's on off stump. He's bowled a ball that is far too good.
Agonising for Higgins and for Middlesex. A little bit of width on this one. Punished. Rare bad ball from Higgins.
Yeah, it was a little bit wide and then just offered to go that little bit wider. And as I arrived at the ground earlier this morning, Keaton Jennings was having a net and was practicing exactly that shot. And he made absolutely no mistake pinging that one away to the fence.
Back on the spot. That was what we said from Lancashire. It was cut out the bad balls, just keep hugging that off stump. That's what Middlesex must do now. Just a single. Mid wicket coming around. Safa Gohar. When will he get a go?
It's a good question, isn't it?
A few tweaks tonight. You'd imagine the seamers will be given their fair go first. Cullen and Brooks. All this ball's hard and new. The feeling is Zafar Gohar's going to be a potent threat for Middlesex with the ball over the years.
And being a lefty, you would assume from the nursery end, which goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about having bowlers that can bowl nursery end, obviously to right-handers. Inside edge onto pad slash foot to end the over. 5 from it. Bit of fluid for Roland Jones before he starts over number 5.
Still, the argument goes on with a few members unsettling matters in the pavilion. Start from the Middlesex skipper, stroke from the Lancashire skipper, only as far as mid-off, but that's where Roland Jones will want to engage Jennings, or where he'll want Jennings engaging him indeed.
As we said earlier, it's not a huge distance between middle of the bat and edge of the bat.
Resisting the temptation on that one, Jennings. This one you fancy will be much tighter to the off stump.
Again, it kind of died on its way through to Davis, taking it virtually on the second bounce if it wasn't the second bounce. And Roland Jones has decided around the wicket is the line for Keaton Jennings. So from the different view,
took a while for Lancashire to go around the wicket to Middlesex early today, didn't it? It was something we noted. And Jones happy to do so here. I think that makes sense. And he's looking to nag that off stump. Right arm over. We were talking about how much it's got to do to come back up the slope for an LBW. It was getting it to nip him, wasn't it, to the right-handers that did the damage against the Middlesex batters. Another delay. This is really going to upset Roland Jones in a minute.
Yeah, everyone talks about the batters being upset because it affects their concentration. But if you're a bowler and you've just started off and you're on your way in, trust me, it's just as frustrating.
Nice little stroke into the offside. Talked about Tim Mercer, bowling coach at Middlesex nowadays, very rarely injured was one of the things for Mercer, which I guess helped him play for so long. Is he up there, review? He's there at the moment. Yeah, Eskenazi on the left, second left Mercer. Joe Cracknell, third left, I think that is. Can't quite see. But one of the very frustrating and annoying injuries that Mercer picked up was a hamstring injury where he was running into bowl and he had to pull up halfway because of exactly that, a stoppage. And that hamstring went when he was, putting the brakes on. Now, where did that go?
Absolutely nowhere, because it was a change of pace that Jennings was through and hit him on the body. It was so well disguised.
When he says a change of pace, was that his quicker ball? Sorry, skipper, sorry. It's an old Tim Mercer joke that skippers getting to that age now where you've got to say these things.
That's your interviews done for the season.
Yeah. We only ever have to speak to the skipper when they lose, so you hope they're not going to lose money this year. It's the coach's one, the cricket coach. He asked the cricket coach for an interview. Does that mean we've lost again? You want to speak to the batters and the bowlers and the skipper when we've won, and then when we lose, you want to speak to the coach. 27 without loss after 9.
Well, my first time round doing international cricket, England had Duncan Fletcher as head coach.
I was going to say, is this going to be another George Foreman level story?
Not quite. But you always knew it was a bad day at work when Duncan got wheeled out at the end of the day. They got known as Duncan days in the media circle, and it was bleak because he might have been a brilliant coach, but Peter Ustinov he wasn't. It was kind of hard work. And I think they've now turned into Collingwood days from an England point of view, that if Paul Collingwood gets wheeled out, then you know it's been a pretty rough one. Right, change of bowling.
Mr. Brooks from the nursery, and I think it's about that time, isn't it? 9 done, 16 to go today. So Higgins had the 4. Roland Jones is none for 10 from his 5. Roland Jones has grown into his spell, hasn't he, where Higgins got off to an absolute flyer, but they just seem to be handling him a little bit better there afterwards. This is going to be really interesting now. Richard Johnson said when he signed Brooks last year, I need a winter with him. He's had a winter with him now. That doesn't mean it's instantly going to click, but big talent, in Middlesex's opinion. There or thereabouts on the spot. Top of middle and off, just allowed Jones to get back though and ease the ball into the onside. Potential is huge for Brooks. The talent was quite clear.
I mean, look at that. That screams fast bowler, doesn't it? long limbs. Around the wicket to Keaton Jennings.
There you go, on the spot. If he can leave it there for the season, he'll be doing his job for Middlesex. Because again, it's all in place, as you say. The height, the arms, you can just see it. You can almost see the elasticity in his arms as he walks. You know, he's got the fast bowler's gait.
And as he hits 34, 35, those knees will be sore, a little bit bowed, and he'll be 4 inches shorter than when he started his career.
It's a little bit too straight on that one. Tickled for a couple.
He's in and around the right kind of areas.
It feels like a game of cat and mouse at the moment. That doesn't feel like it's a bad thing for Middlesex, but they've got to stick to their guns. It's not going to happen at pace here, it looks like. Certainly those first 2 deliveries from Ryan Higgins, Middlesix fans probably would have been forgiven for getting excited that Higgins might get a roll going here. But it looks like a roll more likely will come from some consistent line and length. A reminder that he can bang it in as well. I said that Cullen will clearly be the quickest, but obviously that was part of Brooks's appeal to Middlesex, his ability to clear 90 miles an hour. Just lost his way a little at Warwickshire, which is where Richard Johnson felt if he could get him in and get him in for a winter. They just got him on the eve of the previous season. Having a whole winter to work with him, Richard Johnson felt that there was some serious talent to be exploited.
Well, he's also got that, being so much taller, he's got that difference in natural length. Now you think of, I mean, we're going to be talking, you used to be elite bowling names here, but if you think of Ambrose, Harmison, whatever, their natural length was shorter, and then it naturally becomes sort of rib cage. And that's a very different proposition, isn't it?
It's like a conveyor belt. So this is in between overs quick. So they're not getting into position quickly enough then, I assume, which is what's delaying the start of the overs. And elongating our day, Andrew.
Yes. Right, the steward has said, everybody stand still. That will do it for the time being.
It's delaying our trip to the theatre. Or the Bala or the opera or the pub. It is a Friday.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Skipper's getting grumpy.
Well, it is.
Now.
It's poor now, isn't it? It's disrupting the play consistently.
Walks to meet him and then just plays the deftest of glances. Without loss, first ball of the 11th over. Edged!
I think it was it the bottom of the bat or was it the keeper's gloves? Did he just leave it alone? He did.
Oh, he did. I just saw it fly into slip.
It's the line he's looking for, though, isn't it? Around the wicket, just to get that little bit of movement away. Straightens up, overcompensates slightly, single taken though. Nice work at cover point. Top ball to end the over. Shadow stretching here at Lords. Aaron Jones is spell stretching at the moment. He's had 6 overs, none for 15, 2 maidens. 36 without loss it is after 11. Oh, speaking of stretching, it's been a stretch today for that gentleman.
Oh dear. Oh, whoa, no.
Oh, look, they're watching over his shoulder as well. The fella in the beard spotted him.
Someone's going to nudge him in a minute. Someone better grab him in a minute.
Good start from Brooks. He talks about his natural length that's there, isn't it? He wants to bring Jennings forward, but happily just pushing him back there. There's a little bit of Pilates in the foreground there. Who's that? Blake Cullen's picked himself up, warming up. Oh, I don't think we'll see any Pilates there. Is that our first bacon and eggs of the season?
Oh, no,
yes,
no.
And nearly. Oh, it's all happening. I didn't really give the fielder much of a chance there. Blake Cullen, I thought he was going to get back comfortably, Jones, but I think he's uncomfortably giving himself a bit of a graze as well as he's on the floor there, just rubbing his elbow. Well, I thought he was going to make up that ground happily, but
yes,
he got in the dive.
Well, that would have been a bonus, but all bonuses gratefully received.
Now, that's close. If there's no bat involved, did he get outside the line? Did he get outside the line? Yes is the opinion of the umpire.
My first thought is yes as well, judging by the fact that we can see quite a lot of timber behind the other leg. Maybe it wasn't as... There was a secondary movement, wasn't there, after the impact that did me?
Oh, that's outside the line, isn't it? I think benefit of the doubt goes to the batter there for sure. You're right about the second movement. That really... I mean, it's almost as though the second movement could have been his downfall, because I think he was outside the line, and then the second movement goes even further. But I think that's a very, very good call by the umpire.
Pasha Murgham definitely. It's a close one, but I think he has got that one on the right side.
You could imagine an umpire being fooled that the secondary movement, it's like, yeah, but the first hit wasn't there, so your secondary movement, no, you were probably out. But actually, even with the first movement, he was outside the line, wasn't he? Double teapot. It's only the first day of the season. Oh, he's just thrown it into the sun to him, the poor fellow. Thought he wore that on his head for a minute.
Are we now ready? I think we are.
Quite a finish to the day overall, though, isn't it? It's the odd moment for Middlesex. Particularly done a lot wrong, have they? But just not quite found that little X factor to force a breakthrough.
Proper up and down day in the county championship, you know, looking at the other scores. You've got Essex still batting first against Surrey at Chelmsford, only 4 down, 320 for 4, and then Somerset are 4 down in reply to Worcestershire's 154 all out. Hampshire 123 for 3. They've got a first innings lead over Yorkshire. We're bowled out for 121 earlier.
Well, is that little bit of X factor going to come from Blake Cullen? It's good to see him back in the championship side.
Realistically, he's going to get a nice little spell here. There's 13 left in the day. So all being well, he'll get 7 of them, so he can work up a sweat, get himself properly loose and feel like he's properly into the game, ball in hand.
Onto the hip. Good pace there from Cullen. Just started a little too straight. Good pace from Davies trying to give chase, but won't do. It'll be a boundary. Yeah, we were talking about this evening spell and how it would go, weren't we? Musing over who could get their teeth into it. The partnership's 42 now. I did say it could go dramatically one of 2 ways, and at the moment it's heading dramatically in the favour of Lancashire, unless Middlesex can find something here. And the good thing about, from a bowling perspective, a session of this length, it does mean, as you say, Cullen's able to get his teeth into a spell here if he gets going. A little 2-leg side again, just starting too straight. A leg by.
One thing that might come into play in the next few minutes is the shadows. If we get a wide shot of where Cullen is actually starting his run up, I mean, you can see that shadow there. He's starting in a pretty dark area and then running into the light. And he's well over halfway through his run when he actually comes into the light, which just makes it a little bit more difficult for the batters to pick up the ball in his hand quite as early. Can he use that to his advantage? And that shadow is only going to come further.
Yeah, I agree fully. There comes a tipping point, which won't be far away, when it's exactly at the moment of release, the shadow into light. The ball will be coming from behind, the arm will be coming over from Cullen, and at the point of release it appears into the light. I've asked a couple of the batsmen about it over the years, because I've always thought that here at Lord's. The turrets, the grandstand, The old Warner stand even was still high enough to have that effect on play. But yeah, you see him there in the shadow. Oh, so close. Nearly rolled down onto the stumps. He didn't know much about it, Jennings. Could often see that little jerk of a leg. Just try and kick it away, but by the time the inside edge through the legs, where's it gone? Oh!
The seam grip, didn't it? It changed its direction.
Absolutely. That's an extraordinary, or would have been an extraordinary dismissal, wouldn't it? Last first-class match for Blake Cullen was May 2022. Injuries were cruel the last couple of seasons. He made his first-class debut in 2020. Sussex match. Down at Hove. This is his last game. Bowled 15 overs, 1 for 68 in the Sussex first innings of 392. In the second innings, 13 overs, none for 77. But as I say, injuries have been really brutal in the last couple of years for Cullen. That's good. Right into the spot. I really hope this will be his year to break through. As we've seen obviously Stephen Finn, Tim Murtagh, some real stalwarts over the years, retiring in recent years. Roland Jones needs some support. Bamber moving on. It's time for the next generation at Middlesex. Cullen is certainly leading that line. 44 without loss.
Well, that's the thing, is you look down this squad. Brooks 25, Cornwall 20, Cullen 23, Tom Helmy's 30, Mission Corshell 23. There's some young guys going to come through and try and make a name. Obviously, Dane Patterson to arrive. Him and Roland Jones have got all the experience in the world in the lockers. There'll be quite a lot on their shoulders, along with Higgins as well, of course. But they do need, if one of these young bowlers has a bit of a breakthrough year, it could make all the difference.
Pulls out that one.
Josh Little, of course, arriving later on in the season. Always like Josh Little. Good bowler. Left arm, so he's got that different angle as well. Good operator. Be a good signing for Middlesex, that one. And we were saying earlier, it's not always the easiest to get overseas players now, and of the quality of you want, but Dane Patterson, Josh Little, Kane Williamson. I mean, you'll go quite a few miles to find three better than that.
Picking up Zafar Gohar as a non-overseas as well.
Yeah.
It's been some shrewd business done.
You may know more than me on this one. Was the fact that they could get Gohar on a non-overseas, was that one of the keys to the signing?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think they were very keen on having an experienced spinner. I think they felt that a lot was on the shoulders of Luke Holman and Josh De Carey's, Nathan Fernandez tweaking as well. Almost went too far across there. Jennings have got them excited behind the stumps. A question asked by the umpires at the moment. Are they asking whether that carried?
There's certainly a discussion being had, isn't there?
I mean, Brooks didn't seem too interested. Not out. It'd be interesting to know what that discussion was. So, did one umpire think He's clipped it. And did it carry? No, Davies, I think his reaction was it's not carried. But was it pad anyway, or was it bat? Yeah, I think that was trouser leg anyway, wasn't it?
I thought I saw the trouser leg move.
Yeah, it was a shake of the head from the batter as well. More interesting would be the LBW, but I think it was missing leg comfortably even without the little flick of the pad to the leg. The fact that Brooks and Davies weren't interested in no reasonably telltale sign. Single to end the over. 14 done, 45 without loss.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings is a tall man as well, so if it's taking him on the thigh pad and it's not on the way down, then again that's the sort of thing that the umpires will be looking at, just helping them inform their own decision. Now they are getting together actually here. Now what's this conversation about? Don't know. It was relatively short. They're going to take up their positions. "11 overs left in the day."
Still plenty of time for something to happen here for Middlesex. What they won't want to do is let it get out of control equally there. It's only 3.21 that run rate. But Lancashire on course to being close to 100 by stumps. Not quite, but 3/4 of a way to the 100 perhaps. Which is a serious chunk out of 260.
Yeah, exactly. Considering they'd have been disappointed having won the toss and put Middlesex in with the morning, if they were to be at that market close, they'll be very happy.
It's a good spot from Cullen as well. Jennings has played it late there and played it nicely, but that's exactly where he'll want to be and want to stay, Cullen. Now that was loose from Jennings. Particularly expect that you wouldn't be playing for the close just yet. It's too far out. He's still, oh goodness me, 40 minutes at least, 45 perhaps. If the members keep moving in the members bar, in the bonus bar, but yeah, you wouldn't play for the close, but it felt a little bit. You don't need to open the door to Middlesex this evening.
No. To walk at him was surprising, but then to sort of play that shot.
Oh, that's just pitched outside leg, has it? Either that or they've heard a big chunk of wood. Cullen didn't get excited.
Yeah, that previous one, you'd think, well, why did he do that? And now all of a sudden he's, having played that shot, he stays there. Big old chunk of wood on that one.
He's been right on the spot here in this over, hasn't he? What's come of it?
Finish it off, join the dots. Keep the pressure on.
Lift on that. There's a little bit more in it from Cullen. A little bit more zip, isn't there? Just finding a bit more out of this surface. 45 without loss.
Just making Keaton Jennings just keep reassessing. Maybe try something. Not that he's not comfortable with, but maybe not necessarily what he'd be wanting to do at this stage. That's ticked by, 10 to go.
Now, they're excited behind the stumps. Again, the bowler's not gone for it.
Second slips led that one. Bowler was convinced late on to join in.
Just goes away down the slope. They're both pretty close at the moment, Brooks and Cullen. They're a long way off from being a none for 7 off 3.2. Brooks will be happy with that. A couple of moments, couple of appeals.
That's what we were saying earlier, wasn't it, about being able to have long enough to get into your spell. Now that he's got here, he's going to want to keep going all the way to the close.
Oh, now. That had a little something more in it. Look at the hands on heads in the slips.
Now he's gone wider, so the batter is naturally thinking, well, that's down the leg side. And all of a sudden it starts to shape.
The outside toe edge of the bat saves him.
Might not save the bat. Bearing in mind how easily they split nowadays.
It's good again. This is a really good over from Brooks. As I say, it's time tonight. I'd love to take a couple off with them.
Now I'd like to see him go wide on the crease again. Oh dear. Now someone's going to have to organise getting him home.
He just needs a wicket or two, doesn't he?
Now, can Brooks go wide on the crease and bowl the one that doesn't swing? Just to put into the batter's mind that he's got that variation. Because sometimes natural variation is as good as actually pre-planning it. Because if you don't know, then what chances has the batter got?
Ah, now nearly another inside edge. Well, it was an inside edge, but nearly an inside edge bringing a wicket. Goodness me, we've seen a few today, haven't we? They've gone close. Deploy, Robson. Jennings had that one. Nearly spin back onto the stumps after inside edging onto his pads. 45 without loss after 16. That's a maiden for Brooks, his first maiden. None for 7. Looks good. Cullen, none for 1 off 2 overs. Doesn't look too bad either, does it?
No, good going from the bowling unit. I don't think there's a worse way of getting out, by the way, than being bowled off your inside edge when you're trying to leave it. I mean, being bowled off the inside edge, you know, that can happen. But when you're actually trying to take the bat away.
I've often asked, do we see more of that nowadays than we used to? Just that kind of swagger of leaving the ball outside of the off stump. And the batter doesn't quite whip the bat up out of the way. I just don't remember it as much. It's in days gone by. I asked a couple of the older bowlers about it. I think I've got a nod of the head, but might have been nodding off.
They're just looking at you. Yeah, all right, Kev. yeah, whatever you say, mate.
If only Gus Fraser was that kind to me.
You'd probably just get a look, wouldn't you?
Oh no, he's got a vicious tongue when it comes to me, Gus Fraser.
Loves you, really.
We'll ask him next time we see him.
That stayed down a bit, didn't it? Shows how quickly the sun's moving, by the way. How long, what, 10, 15 minutes ago we were having that conversation about that shadow at the far end. It's now a third, almost halfway down the pitch. It does move.
Into position early there, Jones. And gets the single.
It's a good looking shot for one, isn't it?
Good work at
Mid off.
side again. Excitement behind the stumps. It's funny because they have got a little bit of more of a grip on it at the moment, these two, Brooks and Cullen. Even though they don't quite feel as close to the wicket as perhaps Higgins did, for example. But it's not a bad thing. The quartet operating well at the moment. They just need that breakthrough. Tonight, Middlesex, Lancashire, well, if they walk off none down, they really will be.
In a way, they probably don't care what the score is. It's the none down bit, isn't it? They're setting up tomorrow.
How he's edged, but safe. Two slips in a gully. Gully's more a wide fourth. Would an orthodox gully have had a go at that? It's the 50 up for Lancashire. 50 opening stand. Backward point maybe, but not quite sure how long it was in the air anyway. As you see it trickling along, let's give us an idea. Rather scooped at it, didn't he?
That's a bit of a heartbreaker for the bowler, that. Want for the shot, and then secondly for it to go for four.
Something being run on for somebody. It's a drink for the batter, a drink for a bowler. End of the over anyway, 52 without loss. Lancashire, it's drinks for Cullen and for Brooks. Can't quite identify who the subfielder is. Oh, it's Noah Coleman. Floodlights have gone up. That's an interesting one. I mean, we're quite used to it, April 5th, April 4th, seeing the floodlights going up. I think we'd see them going on. Well, that's hooked, but gently so. Just tickled, turned for a single down to long leg. It almost feels a little bit of a farce if they go on, because it almost feels as though the natural light would be overtaken by those floodlights, but the natural light isn't that bad. The natural light's pretty good out there. It's just obviously the early season conditions means it's a relatively low sun in the sky, but I mean, look at all the watery sunshine we've got.
Chief Exec is currently standing by the lights which go, you dare switch them on.
But there has been a serious debate about this off the field, that directors of crickets, coaches, Chief Execs probably for a different reason, as you say, but we'd actually get more cricket in if they didn't turn the floodlights on, because we'd probably get a longer period of the natural lights hanging in there. But once that artificial light overtakes the natural, even though the natural probably would have been fine at this point, they've got to go off. So there has been an argument. The sun, fortunately, is breaking through nicely some watery cloud at the moment. But it might be those shadows that force the umpire's hand. I don't particularly see it myself. It looks too nice, the conditions out there. The funny thing is, if we were at the other end of the square as well, if we were at the lower end of the square, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now, but at the top end of the square. Gonna have to stop playing top end of the square early season.
It's the great thing about cricket is there at times feels like we're trying to find ways not to be playing, and we need to be trying to find ways to make sure we're out there playing as much as possible.
Well, usually it's the bowlers that have extended our day because they've just taken too long, but actually it's the bowlers' bar today because they've been being a pain. We'd probably be home by now if it wasn't for all those delays.
It's the age-old thing, isn't it, about light, and then you end up with a situation, well, you wouldn't start in that light, but you would carry on if you're already out there.
Well, that's the thing, that's a really good point right now. Hook just for a single. You look at the conditions out there at the moment, you wouldn't imagine that the umpires for a moment would be looking there saying, we can't start in this light. Well, why would you think about turning the lights on then? I mean, there'd be quite the slow hand clap if they were all stood on the boundary rope and the umpires are saying, I'm not sure we can start in this light. Just trying to remember though, there was some sort of, it's not going to come to me easily, this one, because it was to do with bad light, which fortunately I don't retain that much information.
Rightly so.
Much at all, to be honest, but there was something that happened with the lights and the shadows here. Something like this though, a season or two back, where the lights went on because of the shadows, and the light in those shadows was unnatural, artificial, whereas half the ground was bathed in sunshine. So it may not have been too dissimilar to this. I can't remember the exact, but I do remember it having a very farcical feel.
Well, the thing is, most of the people watching and listening to us will have played evening league cricket at some point or other in their careers. They'd only be starting now. It's 6:15 and there would be no floodlights. And the chances are a lot of these grounds have trees around.
Red bricked houses.
With red bricked houses and a red ball.
Or red roofed houses even, I should say. I do remember that myself actually, playing in a match. Deep mid-wicket or so, and the ball's been hit pretty flat on a, I'm not a kid, but hit flat on a hook or a pull shot. I can't see it. You know, it's a red ball and those are red tiled houses over there. I can't see it when it goes there. And you say that's late in the evening, so. But that's the thing, you know, people will say, yeah, but they're only bowling 50, 60 mile an hour. But actually, it's the shot off the bat. That,
we're now having a lot of conversations, aren't we, about umpires' safety? Because of the way that batters now play. I mean, how much longer till we actually see fully kitted out umpires? Because you've got no time to react standing 25, 26 metres away. These guys are hitting the ball seriously hard now. And it only takes one to fly off and you don't quite see it. You've got no time to react.
Oxenford Shield.
Yeah. Well, there's an Australian umpire in the Big Bash. Goes full helmet.
Oh. You can't blame him.
No, absolutely not. I mean, with the greatest will in the world, we've got two umpires here, both wearing Panama hats. Now, they may be very stylish, but they're not going to give you a great deal of protection. 5 1/4 ounces of leather, cork and twine. That could come back at you and do quite a bit of damage.
Beauty. They're bowling nicely here, aren't they, Cullen and Brooks? Between them, 16 runs conceded, and this is the 9th over of the pairing.
Just a nice little bit of nibble.
As much as this passage of play, Middlesex fans and coaches indeed, players would like a wicket or two in that column down below. This actual spell of Cullen and Brooks, I think, will be mightily encouraging for the season ahead, because this is the area where Middlesex were a little light last year. They need that wicket column to be backed up a little bit more than just Roland Jones bursting through teams, and both Cullen and Brooks are looking in good nick here.
Well, as you can see, they've pulled the run rate down below 3 and now down below 2.9. Keep that pressure on. There's only a handful or so overs left in the day. Now, deep mid-wicket going out. Sucker punch.
It's well stopped in the covers by Holden. Might have worn that on his wrist a little. But he saved a boundary there, short boundary as well. Yep, he's worn it on the wrist a little.
Yeah, just what you need. You make him up, give you a high five right on that spot. He knows what he's doing.
54 without loss. 6 to go today.
Lights are coming on. There we are. And I presume that's what the umpires were having a conversation about earlier. Because although these LED lights now come on much quicker than the old halogen bulbs that needed time to work out, they would have had to have a conversation to relay the message saying, look, we do need someone standing by because we think we might need it. Very interesting. You look at the players, you can now straight away see the four-way shadows.
Yeah, look at how much sunshine's on this ground at the moment as well. You can clearly see the definition of the shadows from the stands there. The rest of it's all sunlight. So yeah, those who are in the shade, you're absolutely right. And we can see even in the sun there, you see in the shadows. We've got 6 overs. I think we will see them, because it's hard to imagine that the umpires could feel with the sun out that the natural light is being overtaken.
I mean, it would be perverse, but it is cricket. So the longest shadow is still most definitely caused by the sun, but you can see the 3 other shadows accompanying the bowler as he comes in. He's dropped into the offside. As you can see, they just make out the other shadows moving around as well. So the significant one is the sunlight.
Away for a single more. He's not been afraid of banging it in. Brooks, they've got the deep square and the long leg back, and of course we saw Holden dropped for 6 by Wells earlier today with a hook shot. But they haven't gone hard at Brooks on the hook or the pull just yet, have they? It's just been a guide every now and again from Jennings.
Oh, another one straight out of the sunlight to him.
Who is it this time?
Brooks has got a smile on his face.
He's amiable, you wouldn't believe it, but the least grumpy big old fast bowler you can imagine. He's a good fella.
Might not be if he cops one on the end of a finger. He's bowled a good spell, hasn't he? 2 balls more to complete 6 overs, only going for 10. Still 3 slips waiting. Good again, you can't do a great deal with that, can you? All you can do is dig it out, scratch your guard, go and have a chat with your mate at the end of the over. 55 without loss.
You can just start to see the artificial light there taking its effect, can't you, where they're stood in the shade. There we go. Zafar Gohar throwing the ball for the first time. No reflection really on the bowling performance of Cullen or Brooks. Cullen number 7 from his 4, Brooks number 10 from his 6. But time for a tweaker.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like he's going to bowl left arm around to the left-handed Jennings. Going across him. I do remember Keaton Jennings from the England tour to Sri Lanka he went on. Doesn't mind sweeping, will get down on one knee. And because of his size, he can get a decent distance down to come and meet it. So, captain and bowler having a chat about the plan and the field. Deep mid-wicket. Deep point. There's going to be a man under the helmet at short leg. Catching straight mid-wicket and a shortish extra cover. Wow, straightish extra cover mid-off. So there's a big old gap between point and mid-off, inviting Jennings to drive if there's any width. Right, everybody's ready. Here we go then for the first time.
What's that? Left time round, looking to turn it up the slope. Obviously bowled here for Gloucestershire last year against Middlesex. International experience for Zafar Gohar. An interesting action, isn't it? It's almost quite round arm, but watch it one more time through. Also feels quite open chested as he releases it.
There's a lot of rotation in the trunk, isn't there?
But yeah, Middlesex very, very hopeful that Gohar's going to go on to be one of the leading spin bowlers in England in the next few years. Bags of experience now. Team wanting to find their own Steve Harmer. Nice again.
And of course, bowling from that end, from the pavilion end, if it grips, it's going to turn back in. But if it just naturally goes on, you've got the slope to do a little bit of a job for you. So you can go both ways on this.
That's good again. Just under the nose. He's landing it nicely here. Lunging forward, but still having to wait for it. He's got a good flight, good pace. So you asked about the youngsters, what he can bring to them, that they can learn a lot off him in the nets. And bowling in tandem with him, of course.
Absolutely.
Maiden to begin, 55 without loss.
Oh, you can't ask any more than that. Well, wicket maiden, I suppose, but...
Wicket maiden.
Yes. God, mate, you could have rattled through them. But no, settled in. Nice, tidy over. Up and running.
Yeah. Change of ends for Cullen. So Brooks none for 10 from his 6. Cullen only bowled the 4. Clever captaincy, I think. Straight back on the spot as well. We saw the difficulty for Bailey switching ends earlier today, and of course Cullen, as we mentioned, a couple of years of injuries, breakthrough year. It's in around the time of COVID, and Middlesex playing a lot of their matches at outgrounds at that point. So we won't have had that much experience bowling here at Lords. T20s, yes.
It's a different thing, T20, isn't it? We were talking about, you know, the merits of consecutive deliveries. We can't do that in T20.
And that's what's been impressive from Brooks and Cullen so far in this spell this evening. Because if there was probably a criticism of Brooks last year, it wasn't that he wasn't landing enough in the right area consistently.
It's hard now because, of course, you know, back in the day there was only one style of cricket growing up, and you got used to that. But now this generation of players are looking at the careers you can have playing white ball cricket around the world. You're probably leaning that way first.
Oh, now that's a long, long way across. If there's not bats involved in that, it's just pads. This will be really interesting to see. No. Down the leg side it goes.
However, you did get a good old glimpse of leg stump behind his legs for a while there, didn't you? So that is something to keep an eye on if you are a bowler. And if you're an umpire, of course. Solid again. Middlesex just continue to dampen things down. The run rate is moving south rather than north. Now down to 2.7.
Yeah, it's really good because, I mean, it still might be 75 without loss, but there was certainly a point where you thought they're going to be pretty close to 100, 90 to 100 on the board, Lancashire by stumps tonight. These two have just tightened it up, slowed it down, and it's a big difference to last year, whereas it was the change bowlers last year that were perhaps letting it slip a bit, with only Roland Jones and Higgins bringing the control. That will be a huge boost to their campaign this year, and again, Dame Patterson, Tom Helm to add to these ranks. It's a really good over. Change of ends. He's gone straight to the nursery end. He's got it right. It's the 4 leg buys. 59 without loss.
18 legal deliveries of the first day of the first game of the new campaign to go. Jennings and Michael Jones just having a chat. Their conversation is surely No wickets down. Just keep saying no wickets down. Ah, guess what?
Bowler's bar.
Certainly someone moving around the steps.
Oh, wow. I won't quite say it's piece of string stuff just yet, but the flight, the pace that he's had from the off here at the pavilion end, he's got it right. And you could see it was testing Jennings in that opening over. Where as much as he was forward and there early, he was still tentative, which means the length was perfect from Zafagoha. The flight has been good.
Jennings played that almost like he lost it. He suddenly was adjusting his shot and playing it in a totally different way.
Oh, now, nearly. He's gone straight through the hands of Zafagoha. Well, he got a good chunk of it and he needed to. As it was near, well, it was a chance, but boy, it went quick. Just through the fingertips. Nearly got there. But I think that's a response to what you were saying, Maka, that he doesn't feel quite happy against Zafagoha at the moment and has chosen attack to be the best form of defence. Now, I don't think that's to do with the light either, that Zafa didn't see that. I think that's gone quickly.
Yeah, that was, if it's landing in this particular spot, I'm going after it, and that landed there.
Zafagoha for the first time drops a little shorter, allowing a comfortable single tickled by Jennings. It's a funny old game. But yeah, I do think that shot previous was born out of the fact that he just wasn't finding the length happily. He was on that front foot defending, but wasn't happy there. Certainly didn't want to rock back.
The waving of those hands is, do we need deep mid-wicket? No, we don't. Come on up and join the rest of us. That waving is square leg go a bit further round towards fine leg. A short leg is in place, therefore anything off the inside half of the bat is going to be yours.
Nice. I'm sure he'd love the remainder of the day to be against the right-hander, just to have a look. Although he did unsettle Jennings, I fancy. Good signs for Middlesex with the ball this evening. Again, even though that wickets column isn't right, or not as they'd like.
Inside half of the bat there. Too fine for short leg. But there's a few more hands going up into the air, which is never a bad sign. Someone's probably said, it's coming, I can feel it.
Again, length's nice, isn't it? The flight's nice. He was happily forward on that one. Jones just a little too full. Zafagoha sees the happy side of it though, a big smile. 2 to go on day one.
Yeah, Jones just practiced something a great deal more savage afterwards, as if to say, well, you know, that's the shot I could play. And the bowler gave in that nod and said, yeah, but you're not at this point of the day, are you? You can't kid a kidder. Right then, 6 more then, Blake. Can Middlesex take one with them into the dressing room at the end of the day?
Look at that walk down the track.
Yes. It's amazing how just taking 2 steps can just give an impression that you want to give. You may have no intent to play in an attacking shot whatsoever, but just by taking those couple of steps, you just try and sow a seed into the bowler's mind. Now, deep mid-wicket and long leg are going to be joined by square leg 5 metres behind square. Ribcage ball? Yep.
Ooh. It's too much of it, have we? He's good at it, Cullen. As I told you, that match he played against Hampshire, and James Vince gave him a bit of trouble.
Well, I would say, well, I would ask a question. In this in-between light, have Middlesex used it enough? They could have potentially gone a little bit more to it, just with the light constantly changing.
It's not the time of the year, is it, for that pace to get it up there to really test. You can see Jennings is sitting back happily on the back foot there. He give it a month and a half, well, a decent month and a half weather. And all of a sudden that little bit of pace is in the pitch, a little bit of hardness in the surface.
Final one of the day then.
And resisted. Yep, 64 without loss. One more from Zafar Gohar, but Blake Cullen's done. 6 overs, none for 7, 4 maidens. They're figures that will make Middlesex happy. Consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Done exactly what was required from captain and coach. Back up the opening burst. And don't give anything away for cheap. Jones and Jennings are still there, but they've not got flyers. Extra protection.
Sam Robson.
Long gone are the days when senior pro got protected. No, Boot Hill. Assuming he can actually get his trousers over the pad.
That's it. I don't think I've seen under the pad ones looking that big before. They're pretty impressive, aren't they?
Like hockey goalies' pads. He's now, I think he's giving up.
Need a scissors.
Well, you get trousers now which have got zips on, don't you? I think if they're going to use those pads in future, he may need the old zip bottom trousers.
The problem is, it's this old-fashioned issue. I mean, you're a victim of it. Skinny trousers, skinny jeans, and happens a good old pair of baggy trousers. Ripped skinny jeans, that's your style, isn't it, Macca?
Oh yeah, they look really good on a 51-year-old. Well, it's a good job it's the last over of the day, because the umpires would have been getting twitchy for the amount of light we would have been losing otherwise.
We've lost at least 2 in the tavern already, Macca.
Yeah, it's coming up 6:45. Day 1 of the new season, we've not lost a delivery. We're going to get through the entire allocation. People are going home with a suntan. Well, probably sunburn, let's be honest.
Day one of the new season and nothing's changed. Apart from the sunburn on the opening day.
Three grabbers round the bat then.
Oh, well. He's only just got to that outside chunk of the bat. Outside of the bat.
I was genuinely not expecting to see that. And maybe that's why he did it, because no one would have expected it, but using the feet like that.
I reckon Gohar would have liked to look at Jones there, but equally he did have a little bit of fun against Jennings, apart from the one that nearly took his head off, and the umpires.
Well, yes. Now he's going to go over the wicket. Previously he's gone around and gone across Jennings. So just changing the angle. Can he get it to grip? Go back up the slope and back into Jennings.
They're going to drag this out, aren't they? Jennings is wondering.
If they wait any longer, they'll be going back into the bowler's bar.
Higgins and Robson having a natter in the slips. Here we go. He gets a single. All change again in the field.
Some loop on that delivery though, wasn't there? Gohar and Jennings are having a conversation about it.
You forgot to put one over there, Zafar. Oh, chatter in the field, I think that one. I don't think that was the bowler's bar this time. Although Jennings is still seeing the funny side of it. A couple of boos in the crowd for that one. Well, get more for your money, we're still out there. Nice flight on that again. Crowd enjoyed it. I think there might have been a few put down today. In the stands as well as out in the middle.
Yes, when you said boos in the crowd.
A few vocal boos this evening. Perhaps as a result of. All part of the fun of the fair out there. I think there's a jovial enough atmosphere. Enjoyed the first day of the season. It's been a better day, certainly weather-wise, than I think any of us could have imagined. He certainly got the Middlesex slips and keeper excited about the length he's bowling. Zafar Gohar. They feel he's in the game.
Well, if you're Jack Davis, you want to feel part of the game and you'll be hoping for some action. Middlesex were the only team last season not to get a stumping in Division 2.
Oof.
To give you an idea, Northants were the most. There's 7, Lewis McManus.
Single down to deep backward square leg, and so ends the final day of the opening championship. The final day? The first day of the opening championship game of the season. Smiles from Zafar Gohar. Apparently that's his personality all around. You see the lights just played its part, but then it is nearly 10 to 7 on the opening day of the season, a day that I think can definitely say at the moment, was Lancashire's. Morning session to Middlesex, but Lancashire have won the second and third sessions of the day, so it's their day overall. Middlesex will say to themselves, look, what was it, 170 odd for 2, and Lancashire fought back. It's only 68 without loss, so a quick wicket or 2 in the morning, and Middlesex will look to hammer back into this one very, very quickly. 70 from Robson, 69 for Holden, 41 deploy. Middlesex's disappointment is one of them didn't go on and make it a big one. And for Lancashire, well, they'll be hoping that one of those 2 asterisks down the bottom goes on, but if not, there's plenty more to come as well. 4 for Aspinwall. It was a fine effort. Sutton as well, especially after Balderson and Bailey gave it a good start. But Middlesex been pretty happy with their consistency this evening, but perhaps a little more to come in the morning from them. In the wickets column, we shall see. Andrew McKenna, thanks for your company this evening.
Thank you very much. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
We'll look forward to do it. 1 done, 1 down and 4. We'll look forward to doing it all again tomorrow. From the stream team here at Lords, myself, Kevin Hand, in association with Daffabet. It's a very good evening to you all as Lancashire take stumps on day 1, 68 without loss. or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Tap, ball,
Catch,
throw.
try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. Rothesay at Dynamo's Cricket.